So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out 'cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. I'm not backing down, 'cause the future is now. Not backing down, 'cause the future is now. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. I'm not backing down, cause the future is now. Not backing down, cause the future is now. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The
evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the mainstream. Please join us in welcoming Challenger League for Europe on the mainstream yet again. Hap, Jess, you join me for our very first show. How are you guys doing today?
Oh, I'm feeling good. I mean, it's about damn time they brought the main channel to tier 2 and tier 2 to the main channel. This is where it's at. I'm so excited.
Don't know what you mean. I did Challenge League on the main channel last season.
I mean,
the Benelux main channel.
You know what I mean.
The Benelux main channel. No, it was actually main channel. But yeah,
well, see, Hap, now we finally get tier 1 talent, so that's what we need.
I was going to say, I only see one tier 1 talent, Milosh, and it's you.
Well, now we're all tier 1. I don't know what you're talking about. That's all that matters. Well, Stein, Jess, we're here. We're trying to get this show on the road. First of all, for a lot of people that might be joining here, they might not know what European Challenger League looks like. And for a lot of those, there's some quick explanations that we can kind of go through. First of all, what we need to always look at is the national tournaments in Europe. We all speak about them all the time. We'll have many friends and acquaintances that play in Challenger League, and in Challenger League, and specifically before that in your nationals in each region. And you win, or you're one of the top teams, and there's some EU League teams that are above you, then you automatically qualify to Challenger League, and this is how we get the teams that are playing here today in 2 groups. So you'll see 6 teams in each one of them. They're all coming from their nationals, also with some qualification spots. Hap, your experience uncovering all of that in the past. Go ahead.
Yeah, we have 2 legacy spots, of course, that are going to Penta and Lowland Lions, as they were in Challenger League the previous season. Then we have 9 official national programs to come through. We have, you know them, right? The Russian one, the Italian one, the Spanish one, Benelux, the Nordics, UKIN, and we continue like that
French,
for just a little bit. Yeah, German, French, German, Poland. You will have all of them there. All of them will be preceding one spot. Now, for example, if you go to the French League, you have Penta already there in the legacy spot. You have 3 more teams, and you have, of course, Be-Kind in 5th place. Whilst in other regions such as Poland, such as Italy, and such as Spain, the winner actually managed to get that spot. And then we have that open qualifier, which was won by Kavana.
Oh, what a match. By the way, just have to say, shout out to Demo, who did that game justice, because that was a smashing match.
Cast as well. Oh my god.
Yeah. Solo cast is pretty difficult now that we look back at it. That was only 48 or so hours ago, so not really long ago. A lot of these games were also going on. With these 12 teams, they're split into 2 groups, Group A and B. What's going to happen with our coverage here on the channel is we're going to go through Group A, go through 3 of the matches that we have there, all 3 of them, also 6 teams, 3 games, as we do in EU League. Then we move on to Group B and do the 3 matches there. For people that are unsure of how this works, let's put the schedule of the day up on the screen for you on the side, and you'll see all the teams that are participating. As you can count, it's in total 12. Windstrike versus Fedora are up first. We'll describe more about the teams, talk about them in more detail once we actually get to the matches themselves. Lone Lions versus Grand, of course, Benelux versus Nordics, Heretics versus Mako. I know a lot of people have seen the Mako Esports promotional video that was out yesterday. I don't know how many billions of euros they spent on that, but that's not too shabby. Penta versus the Zako Boars. Penta, this is just now what Hap was talking about with the legacy spot, as they were in CL before. The Zako Boars, the Polish champions. Orglis, Kovana, Be-Kind, and of course M&M, the French and the UKIN team. So there it is. What we also want to build up is that bit of national pride, right? A lot of teams, these are qualifications from national tournaments. We want you to pull it up the same way that you do for football, for any sport that you watch usually, and maybe if you're French, for pétanque for French people, because this is apparently their biggest sport. I don't know if they play any other things. You know, those metal balls that they have to clink against one another, something that boomers play in France. You'll see, just once you're in France, you're going to learn so much about the French. It's wonders.
We're going to play pétanque.
We can.
All right, you know what? Let's start off with our rosters here. Of course, FDR, so Fedora, is up first. Hap, what can you tell us about the squad?
It is the X Division lineup, and as I pull up this little part I've made here, they exist out of Capcan, Fratelli, Nura, Namiya, and Hayes. Now, there has been a bit of fuzz about it. You know, some of the players got poached by other teams. For example, Astro, who went to Lowland Lions. So, you know, they're going to be meeting at some point as well. So, yeah, they left the organization after that. and it's kind of questionable how will they perform now, because it's not really the same 5 that managed to qualify. It's not the same 5 who managed to put up a good fight against G2, against Rogue, against Secret. So we will really have to wait and see what this new combination of players will bring.
By the way, definitely expecting a lot of teams to play here to always be represented by an organization. You see Orglis and, one other team, as we were just mentioning them in Team Fedora, that don't have a organization right now. We definitely want to promote them on the stream, as please pick them up. They definitely have potential, all of them. We're giving them tier 1 promotion up on the main channel for a very good reason. But their opponent, Windstrike, up on that board, and you'll see them. It's our Russian team today, Jess.
Yeah, look, I'm really excited because ever since sort of Team Empire entered the mix at Tier 1, we've been starting to take a lot more notice of the Russian teams. Of course, Forza's been like one of those organizations that's kind of fostered a lot of those teams along the way to great success. Of course, most of this team, I think Smash by Ash, Larry, and Flares were predominant members of Forza. They moved over to Windstrike, and they brought Exodus and Rush with them, I believe. And as a result, that forms the 5-man roster. They've had pretty good success. I wouldn't say they're like VP was when they were Forza, but I think if we give them enough time, they'll be very close to something of that caliber.
Both Empire and Force and now VP came from Challenger League, and that's how we saw them dominate in the way that they do in EU League in the past, and some even to this day. Our map ban again. Let's put it up on the screen and see which map we're going to be playing on. Let's go. Graphics are in.
No Oregon plays.
Oh, thank goodness.
Thank God. I already like Challenger more than AUL.
Exactly. More variety in CL than in the actual league. How cool is that? Clubhouse is the one that we have. Hap, 2 words about it. Let's be honest. Fedora banning Oregon is probably the best thing we've seen all week. Yeah,
I'm rooting for them now. Let's just put it like that. No, I wasn't ready to go for another Oregon just yet. I'm sure we're going to get it tonight. But Clubhouse, it's going to be a true test for, both these teams really, because Windstrike also had some of their members poached, Milan being a good example of that. So both teams not really at their full strength compared to when they qualified, and thus having to reprove themselves.
That's a big thing as well. You got to think about Clubhouse. It's probably an even playing field for both teams. Everyone knows how to play Clubhouse. Everyone should have default strats, pocket strats, counter strats, left, right, and center. So it's a map that really can test both of these teams, I think. And probably the biggest thing that we've noticed, especially with Russian teams like Windstrike, there's certain operators they really like to get rid of, and they're really good at playing around not having those operators. And if they do leave them in there, I think they often get crippled. So I think we'll see the ban phase go a very particular way if they do sit to that particular standard.
Anything specific beyond the usual meta that we see from Russian teams?
Capitao. I think if they leave a Capitao in, or they leave a Wamai in, and so on and so forth, things will be shaken up just a little bit. I mean, Milan used to be on the team. He's now, as we know, gone to Tier 1. That's a particular ban we see that teams that he's on now. So I think that'll be a recurring theme. If it's not, maybe we'll see a really new, fresh version of how a Russian team could be.
It's time. We're close. We're almost ready to toss it into game. Clubhouse expectations after watching Team Fedora, even though it's not the full lineup of division that we saw in the GSA German Nationals or the DACH region Nationals. What are your expectations from them coming into this against Windstrike?
It is hard to say because there was high expectations of the lineup, and then we're struck with some disaster of player poaching and all that kind of everything that you could imagine basically struck them there. It's hard to say what they can do. We're really just going to have to wait and see how to do it on the actual map before we can draw any expectations for the rest of the season.
Well, from your side then, as Jess was talking about, like Capitao, I mentioned the Mira, any sort of operators that you might be expecting to be banned out or have an effect on the game?
I think we're going to get, it's Clubhouse, it's Heartbreach House, right? There's going to be a lot of them now, and I'm going to really wonder, surely we're going to get a Heartbreach ban. We're not going to go with End Thatcher and all Heartbreachers. I'm pretty sure something of that caliber will be removed.
Well, we saw the Ace ban as well that came out. So now, of course, for people that may not have watched EU League or any really league in the past 2 weeks, to bring you up to speed, Ace and Malusi are now in competitive play. So we saw them played and banned. Both have had a pretty interesting effect on this, on the metagame in general. Jess, do you see, again, as Hap was saying, Heartbreach House, Ace out of the window?
I really think that these teams could I guess, experiment with getting rid of him. But at the moment, there's not a lot these teams know about each other. We really have to stress that point. This is Challenger League. It's not Tier 1. We don't have a whole host of VODs to be going through. Even if I tried to do an analysis on these teams now, there's only very few little bits that I can pull out of it. I might even have it to be go down to Moss files and, flick through the photos to even get a little bit of information. That's how little these teams have on each other. So if you take a risk of banning Ace, not knowing whether the team actually uses it, you keep Maverick in, and they sail that wall open into a soft wall in mere seconds, you've probably made a big mistake there.
You have to keep in mind also that a lot of these teams and players themselves have only played in their own region. So even if you have VODs on them, it might not really give you the biggest of image on how they work. Because if we look back at Brazil back in the day, Brazil played completely differently when they were playing against one another in their region versus others at events. So all of these things have to be kept in mind, and your information, the mileage you get out of it can vary wildly from game to game. See, there's a lot of fans in there. By the way, for those that don't know, we're going through our first matchup of the day. We have 6 in total to go through. Fedora versus Winstrike. Again, our mixed German team versus the Russians. We were just talking about it, and you mentioned it, Jess. Winstrike had Milan on the roster only, a month or so ago. So, a lot of talent comes from Challenger League, and
it has to these days. I mean, this is, I think the biggest thing about Challenger League really to set into everyone's minds, especially people who's not very familiar with Tier 2 especially. I think the biggest thing is that a lot of players, and you think about Pengu, you think about Bolo, you think about all these really big names that you know from around the world, they all came from somewhere, and this is what Challenger League is about. So we're fostering all of this great talent. Go to the future, give it another 2-3 years. Some of these names you see here today, not so big names now, give us 3 years and they're going to be banging names all over the scene. So I think that's the best thing about Challenger League, because we get to cast them right here, right now, and one day they're going to be big names, which is just really cool.
And it's not just that, because you're starting out on the national level first, right? And you're going to have some of these teams like the Lowland Lions. They have a history of picking up players who actually performed well in the Benelux scene to put them up into the actual Challenger League. Like an example for that was actually Deepak, who is now basically the main fragger. He was absolutely slapping every single player in Benelux, got picked up, and he managed to perform. Jingstyle is another example from that. Also played for Flashpoint, got picked up. They played CL with him, and they continue like that. So, and it also goes like that in other regions. So it starts out at the regional level, and then they get noticed by CL, then they get noticed by EUL, and that is how you make it.
Yep.
And if you're in Hap's case or in Jets,
you become a
washed-up coach, Hap as a washed-up player, you become a commentator, analyst on camera.
Yeah.
That's all it takes. Promise. Really, that's all it takes. Thank you so much, though, Hap and Jess. Let's toss it over to our casters for our first game of the evening, Fedora versus Winstrike. Milady.
Thank you, Milosh. James, we get the honor of opening up this season of Challenger League. Obviously, it's very exciting because we're here on the main channel. Every single game is going to be played on this channel. We get to see talent from all over Europe as they've come up through their respective national programs, starting right here with Fedora versus Winstrike. Are you stoked?
I'm absolutely stoked, really keen to get stuck into it, Gio. As you're saying, this is the debut for Challenger League, having its entirety broadcast here on the main channel. This is a Tier 2 league. This is the pathway to pro for these teams. Now, of course, they're already very well established. They're playing in their own national leagues. Fedora actually played in Challenger League last season, but just failed to make it on through. In fact, the little choke on the final day against the Now Team Secret roster let the Germans make it through into EUL instead of Fedora. Now is their chance to make good on that.
Definitely the opportunity. And you mentioned it's the Tier 2 league, but so many of the best teams that we currently know in Tier 1 were those Tier 2 teams back then. Most obvious example right now, BDS. Also, they mentioned teams like Force and like Team Empire. And obviously, everything's going to start off here with the ban phase. Thatcher and Monty going to be straight out of the game.
Yeah, this is actually quite a surprise to me to not see Maverick banned out. So many have funds flooding down the chat. Love to see it. But just touching on those two attacking operator bans, every single match that I had recorded from the Russian Major League and the GSA for Fedora, Russian Major League for Winstrike, did not have Maverick in it. So I'm wondering what's the go here with Maverick being slipped through, and I guess it means that there's not as many VODs for these teams to understand how the enemy team's going to use it, specifically with that Maverick in. So we're probably going to see him basically insta-picked almost every round. But aside from that, it's a very much standard ban phase. On the defensive side, no Mira, no Echo, so you'll see a lot of your Maestro, likely your Wamai to come out, probably to hold Garage, especially on that top floor. The Monty is a little bit of a flag to me. Looking at previous results, I hadn't seen very many Monty bans at all in the past from either of these teams. So I personally am intrigued. I don't know what the go is here.
Certainly interesting. And as you mentioned, it means you do leave Maverick open to be played, and he's going to be picked straight away there by Larry on Windstrike. So obviously something a little bit different compared to what a lot of their past play has shown. And part of me wonders if maybe they've gone for these more, I suppose, less creative bans that you often see come out a bit more on Clubhouse these days, because they kind of want to go back to the fundamentals, go back to the very basics as they figure one another out.
Yeah, very much could be the case here. So as we kick things off at CCTV Cache, the first bomb site, as we mentioned, the Maverick does make an appearance, but in fact that is the only hard breacher aside from, I didn't see Hibana there. Hibana's in as well, so if it's downstairs, you've got lots of options here. But Waldenal comes in the form of Kaid, so we're likely to see that Maverick do the good old Maverick trick, line at the top, line at the bottom of the wall, soft breach, maybe Sledge or Zafir or Ash to destroy the soft part of the wall.
10 seconds left.
And yeah, that's definitely going to be necessary. I expect we'll see these Kaid claws come through and might save one for the bottom garage, indeed, actually. So this does prevent the Hibana from opening up the bottom garage. I wouldn't be surprised to actually see Fedora completely negate Waldenal on that main CCTV wall and instead prioritize keeping those garage walls soft, because it's basically inevitable with Maverick in play to get that wall open. You may as well focus on garage, and we can see one of those electric claws has been deployed on the bottom garage walls, but I believe there's one still in the pocket because I can't see where the second one has been placed.
I think it's there on the, there you go, on the construction wall. So I guess he hasn't still got it in pocket. So obviously no opportunity for tricking, but when you're playing a Maverick, it's not going to matter so much there on the server wall.
Interesting. We don't often see this. The Maverick's actually opening the side of the wall. Typically what you would see is a line at the top, a line at the bottom, and then that unreinforces the wall. Instead, the Maverick's actually going to make a perfect rectangle. And that means there's no soft breach required. But indeed, the first pick comes from the attacking side. Capcan punished on an aggressive run out, I do believe, and that does leave all of the magnets that would have been generated still out of play.
Big disappointment there for Fedora, but they do, of course, still have the ADS available to them, as Noah is online, or I suppose he will have put them down anyway. So some of the projectiles will still be able to be caught, and there's quite a few that are being held on the side of Windstrike. Now, you mentioned the issues that could be had entering into the garage, but it looks like they've managed to get the wall open with about half the round remaining.
Drone work from Windstrike. The Russians looking to close in. Next objective is to take control of that garage. Main breach is open. You can pinch from that kennel's balcony and from garage to try and take out this Rafters player. It is the Maestro. Being a 3 armor is going to soak up a lot of damage. The older means they don't have to reload, but the nade comes through. Little bit of damage, but still that's not a lot. The flashbang comes out, and now the Maestro is exposed. But Windstrike have to capitalize. They know that the players are watching to support, and Fratelli gets a pick. Looking outside. Eventually traded out, but the kills are raining back and forth. Nora is looking to get aggressive in garage, eventually punish both of these teams desperately fighting over control of garage, but eventually the Russians do claim it for themselves.
The constant trades have now left it in a situation of a 3 versus 2, but Exo's going to be lacking on a lot of the health. It's Larry who's going to be championing the diffuser, and so they've just got to guide him into the site here, and that's why you see the smoke coming out from the smoke to try and deter their push in, but that's not going to stop him. He goes in for the plant, but watch the attempt at the denial, and wow, that's going to work. A great C4 straight onto the default spot, but Flares is going to follow up with the kill onto Hayes. That gives Exo the opportunity to maybe start again. Very little time remaining. The shield is hiding this player here. Flares gets that last kill, and Windstrike secure themselves the first round in Challenger League.
A very nice start here for the Russians. They have taken control and dealt very handily with that defensive setup from Fedora. We noticed that wall denial was not really a problem whatsoever for the Russians. They chewed through that main wall without too much of a struggle, thanks to the Maverick. It did something very similar in Garage as well. And admittedly, Fratelli, the Italian player on the side of Fedora, was able to find one pick in Garage, but eventually traded out. And once we saw that massacre happen in Garage, where Fedora kept on fighting back, they always wanted to get some kind of refrag. They were actually at a numbers deficit. It was a 3 versus 2 for the attackers. Now, I would have thought perhaps that C4 coming through the floor from below to deny that plant might have made it possible, but after that player was traded out, it was all on the smoke on the bomb site, and I don't think Nemea was ready to hold on. But nonetheless, Fedora will reattempt that bomb site. Hopefully, can find a bit more success.
I mean, it wasn't a total disaster, and obviously the attempt at denying the plant did work. It just so happened the Windstrike were ready to pounce straight back. And there we go. We're going to get a nice replay on that beautiful C4 that just landed so perfectly onto the enemy. But as you say, they're going to try their attempt at bouncing back. It looks like it's going to be a similar setup to last time.
Can I just take a moment to appreciate our wonderful observer, Medics? He is unrivaled when it comes to showing, in particular, complicated angles and utility. And that C4, honestly, Medics, you're a bit of a gunner. You're nuts. So thank you for carrying us through this broadcast every single day. I really appreciate you.
Medics has the highest rating, CGG rating, of any of the people who work on EUL. It's a fun fact.
There you go.
And
So
easy.
the only real Easy, of course. Easy's not on tonight, but no doubt we'll get to enjoy some of Easy's observing before long as well. Ooh, there's a good bit of info there. Nora is spotted out roaming downstairs. Once again, it looks like Fedora looking to hold on to Garage and support from Lounge. Oh, almost the pick there for Fratelli, but he loses his Evil Eye. Good util usage from Windstrike early in the round. The only operator change that we've seen on either side is this Malusi in place of that Kaid. I think that's the right pick. We could see the Kaid was pretty much a null factor in the last round with how good Windstrike were at dealing with those breach walls, but in the late round, that Malusi may make this much more difficult for Windstrike.
Well, the first kill is going to be going to Fedora, which is the opposite way round to what happened last time. So straight away, it's going to make them feel much better going forth into the rest of this round. They still do have that roam engaged right now, as Noah still remaining off-site, and I believe Capcan was as well. There you go, you just see him at the top of New Blue there, ready and waiting for this attack to come in through the garage.
Windstrike still have a lot of utility to clear out that bulletproof gadgets on the defense, like the Evil Eyes, and ooh, what a nice nade there. That's so impactful. Capcan taken out, and another one. Good for 2. That is absolutely nuts. Windstrike seem to have this in the bag, and they're going nigh flawless. Despite losing that opening pick, Hayes tries to bring it back once again. And a 2 versus 3, this is looking very similar to what happened last round, Gio.
I said at the start that Fedora would be feeling a bit more confident after getting the opening pick, but Windstrike just turned around and took it all into their own hands. Another case of the 3 versus 2s with just Hayes and Nemea remaining. Nemea's holding desperately onto the site because they know to expect the diffuser to come in. Sounds like a nade isn't too far away from him, but he knows this player is on the rafters. Rush has to back up, no longer going to be caught out in that line of sight as the smoke is there to hold him back. Less than 30 seconds remaining, and Windstrike starting to sneak on into the site. There's the attempt at the plant. The C4 does work for a second time. A 2K there for Hayes, and Fedora sweeping it all into their own basket at the end of the round, and they even things up after round 2.
Really, really nice plant denial at the end, and that's the second time in a row Hayes was able to deny the plant with the C4. Funnily enough, Gio, a very similar position we saw taken about that minute mark on the round where Windstrike had a 3 versus 2 advantage after taking garage control. Now, things pan out slightly differently this time, of course, with the defense finding that opening pick onto Smash. You would have thought they would have that advantage, but Windstrike fought back really nice, in particular, the sledge. I think it's Flurzo. I'm going to take a stab and say that's how to pronounce it. I apologize to all the Russian fans if I'm getting that one wrong. 2 nades. Like, so rarely do you see a player land both of their nades for kills in a round. So that was really impactful, especially when the Jaeger and Wamai were both brought on the defensive side. So great stuff there from Flurzo. And 3v2 after Garage Control. So once again, a really nice clutch. I really want to emphasize how impressive that was. Hayes stepped up massively. As I think Hayes is going to be a player to look out for. I think that's something I've learned from the last 2 rounds.
We're 2 rounds in, and already I'm starting to think I'm just going to watch and see if he plays an operator that doesn't come equipped with a C4. Because obviously he's on Valkyrie this time round, another C4 operator. Maybe he's just going to roll through every single one and see how many C4 kills he can rack up over the course of this first half. I don't know, but you're absolutely right. Definitely someone to look out for, as he's really impressed in those first 2 rounds.
Ooh, but there's a nice drone spot from Exo. Hayes was spotted. Does get off that drone though. I believe Larry was on the drones though. Often what you'll see on the attacking side, this is something we don't really get to check out a lot as spectators, but very typically one attacker at least will be sitting on drones for the start of the round, often flicking pre-placed cameras and live droning in teammates, and the great way to get map control, and that's exactly what Winstrike have done so early. Not 30 seconds gone, and a Claymore on the garage ladder will prevent those rotates up. I do wonder what kind of a clear we're seeing here from Winstrike, though, because while they have taken control of areas like garage and storage, I'm not sure whether they actually droned out the whole map. Perhaps they just had pre-placed drones watching staircases. I think we just saw a Winstrike player actually going onto the top floor. Of course, we can see that all of Fedora are downstairs on the basement, but Winstrike don't have the fortune of being able to tell that quite so easily as us.
Yeah, I think especially after the popularization of, ready with the C4 once again, it's Nemea this time, but wow, this team loved them. Especially after the popularization of the SSG roam, you can never quite trust if the defending team of this bomb site are going to be somewhere else on the map. But as you say, we opening up that, the main step, opening up that floor.
C4 goes out. The player just barely survives it. Flares is going to lucky scars, 75 HP loss. It's quite significant, going to give him a significant disadvantage in the next gunfight. But he is still alive, and that's what really matters here.
Well, now we'll just see them opening up these relevant hatches. Moto has been opened, as you just see Rush peeking down. Can throw in the flashes, but Winstrike don't have a lot of time to begin to move on down. The nades being thrown, we did see 2 catch enemies last time, but that won't be the case on this round, it would appear. That's going to be the first injury, as Flurzo nearly loses his life. He's still going to be crawling around waiting to be picked up, but this is a risky position to be in. He does get res though, so that means all 5 players are still in the game for this final engagement.
I really like these X-Kairos onto the church wall, but time is slipping away Winstrike. They're going for a dangerous late push here. They're going to need to deal with this shotgun player. What a shot there from Rush. Good for 2, 15 seconds left, but Winstrike might be able to pull something out of nothing here. Hayes, of course, the player you can never count out, steps up, but that plant's going down. And Fedora need to step up on the retake.
Well, it has been done, and now it's Hayes remaining, having to deal with it. The C4's being expended, but he's going to get shot at from above as Flurzo still remains on that upstairs floor. Time is ticking down, but he doesn't have any time to do anything. With an SMG-11 to the face, Flurzo gets that final kill. And that's it for Fedora for round 3.
Crazy the way that Winstrike was able to pull a victory out of that situation. They had players who had taken damage really early. You'd think a lot of time would have been wasted as Flares had to be revived in kitchen. You could see that Fedora was so vigilant, impact tricking that kitchen hatch. There was no way that the Russians were able to open that up. They ended up really relying on Exo with the X-Kairos to put one X-Kairos at a low angle so that they could go prone at the bottom of main stairs and look deep into Church, and then 2 closer to the Moto so that a player could actually enter and get that plant down. And I thought with about, 15 seconds left, it would be really difficult for Windstrike to actually make an entrance through that, but I need to credit Rush. Not only was that first flick insane onto the player in blue, but managing to hold out that refrag and continue pushing in. There were 3 picks for Windstrike before Fedora was able to fight back, and here we'll see it on the replay. Such a crisp shot here.
Oh, he was just so ready. Beautiful, beautiful to see that, especially from players who are trying to make their mark on the world of competitive Siege at a tier that some of them have never been at before. Now, I'm a bit heartbroken because Hayes has decided to forego the C4 operator, so the pattern has been broken, but the pattern that hasn't been broken is Fedora returning back to the bomb site that they did lose for another attempt at defending it successfully.
The Doc's a really odd pick here, especially now, for those who don't know, Doc's lost the ACOG. Of course, with Shadow Legacy, we've had a bit of a revamp to the way that optics work. We've got so many new magnifications available instead of just that 3 times ACOG of the past. And the Doc now been demoted to just a 1.5 times as the maximum magnification. So that means these days when you're picking a Doc, you're really picking him for the stim pistol, for that utility. And I'm a bit surprised. I would have thought that, especially when, as you mentioned, that a C4 has been forgone for a bulletproof camera here, I would have thought that maybe could get some wall denial done. We actually have no wall denial on the defensive lineup, no Qaid so I'm hoping that maybe we'll see Fedora maybe get some aggressive picks here or keep their players on site alive.
Yeah, that's what we'll definitely be looking for, especially as Windstrike have done such a good job of playing aggressively themselves. We saw what Rush was able to achieve for the team in that last round, not to mention Flares, after he got res, could really get that final kill at the end that secured themselves the round. So Fedora need to be standing up to that.
That bulletproof spotted with ping 2.0.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Droning out the site from Windstrike. I'm curious to see how the attackers will decide to execute. I wonder whether it'll be a very similar kind of church wall-centric push as we saw last time, but for now, opening up the walls of moment. Hayes stimming himself up as well, but Windstrike, it's just a matter of time before pushing.
That's it. They have to be very aware of this Maestro, who is down below, now has to retreat so that he can reload. You'll know how long that takes with the Alder, so it's the perfect opportunity for the X-Kyros to be put down and to get the kill onto Fratelli. No longer is that threat there. That cleans things up very nicely for Windstrike.
What I want to know is, how is the breach looking on that church wall? That's what really matters here. If we have a look at the Windstrike drone economy, Exo's run out of drones completely, and here's the drop in through kitchen. Larry on the bomb site, but it's getting so messy. He's done so much for his team with a nade and a shot, and now there's just one player left. What has gone on here, Gio? What did I just witness? From absolutely nothing to absolutely everything. A flawless round for Windstrike.
Nemea unable to hold things off at the end there. And kind of unsurprising as it was a very overwhelming push. You mentioned Larry getting the nade as well as a kill, as well as planting the diffuser. Man does absolutely everything, apparently. Very overwhelming, I think is the best word to use.
Yeah, not gonna lie here, Gio. We're experiencing some technical issues. We are currently trying to cast on a few frames every second. But sometimes one frame every few seconds. It
depends how lucky we get.
Yeah, I apologize if we miss some crucial details, guys, but I can tell you what, my brain is actually like, the cogs are turning in overdrive. The less information we get, the more I'm trying to use my game sense to figure out what's going on and like see the utility through walls on that one frame we're getting. So it's a lot of fun, Gio. It's a very, very challenging but exciting experience.
Hey, it's Challenger League. It's meant to be challenging.
Aha! Well, I was going to make a segue and say that it's certainly been challenging for Fedora. I think it's great to go back to what Hap was talking about in the pre-show, which is that these guys, in a formerly Division or Division, however you want to pronounce it, they did struggle in the GSA. They weren't one of the more prominent teams. They had some decent results against even some of the pro teams, but I feel like this is such a drastically different roster now with those changes, and I think they're still struggling to find their feet. Winstrike, on the other hand, they've really started this match and moreover this league on their own terms, and it's really exciting.
Oh, yeah, very much so. And you also have to bear in mind that Winstrike themselves did experience roster changes because, of course, Milan went on over to Virtus Pro. We've seen him play in EUL.
What a player.
And Rush was actually the player that they brought in. Now, Rush has been showing up so far. You would not have guessed that he was a new player and had to mesh with the team. Ex-teammate of Flares, who's obviously on the team anyway. So they were already familiar with one another, but you can't discount the fact that it's still a roster change nonetheless.
That smoke comes out a bit late there. The idea of putting a smoke onto the wall that Maverick's getting is you force the Maverick off the wall, but you have to place that smoke babe actually on the ground for the hemisphere of influence of the smoke to actually project through that reinforced wall. And I don't think it's super effective, but hey, Cap immediately traded though by EXO. And Winstrike have this crucial.
It's really important, of course, to be able to get those trades, and that's something that Winstrike have been doing very, very well. Rush the amount of damage in that engagement, but he's still going to be standing as they prepare to land the Excaliburs here onto the bathroom wall.
Yeah, I like this. It's not something we see every day. A lot of times teams will really try and take cash control, but Winstrike are really putting a lot of stake into this jacuzzi balcony and opening up those angles into the bathroom. Hayes was not nearby to attempt to bandit trick that, probably for the best, as those nades coming out over the top would have made him have a bit of a rough day, and now he's pumped with his Zafir lifeline. And Winstrike still with that numbers equality. They have good ground, but what can they do with it?
Oh, we've seen them in situations like this before, and that's exactly what they can do with it. A perfect shot from EXO as he opens things up. That's going to be a nice C4 once again from Hayes, the master of such things. We're in a 2 versus 2 situation now. Can Rush get the kills he requires to help bring his team to a 4-1 situation? Still standing is everyone, and they're going to have to move forward soon. The Toxic Babe canister did get thrown out, but it wasn't near any of the players it required to deter. Drones being sent in, hopefully going to help everyone as Smash holds onto the angle in through the master window. Noah's just ready and waiting, and fewer than 20 seconds still sit on the clock. Something is going to have to be done. Looking for the kill. He doesn't actually quite manage to get it. Noah takes a bit of damage, and now broadcasted have the positions of Winstrike being, and that means the Smash will be the first to go down. Nemea, he's the next one, but Fedora win out in the end as time runs out. A very quiet end there. Or, I suppose, a very quiet lead up to a very explosive end to that round, and Fedora get closer to evening things out.
I feel like Winstrike started with a bang after they took that control. I really like that aggressive entry from the Hibana player of EXO. Really just getting in there. I mean, they had the jacuzzi wall open, and they'd opened up the bathroom wall with not only a line of sight on the left-hand side, but also an entry on the right-hand side. From that point, he's like, look, guys, let's just, send it. Rolled Rush for no reason, all right? Playing Ash, I feel like it's the most appropriate name he's chosen. But it's not only the Ash player on the action. EXO made that entry, really showing up well for his team, but of course, Fedora was there to receive, and by the end of that bloodbath, it was a 2v2, and that explosive start we saw from Winstrike really began to, it fizzled out. It started off with a bang, and it closed out with I guess, a sigh. And Fedora held on quite nicely. That said, they're still on the back foot here. Winstrike have won 3 of their attacks thus far, and I will say, Clubhouse, I mean, as every map in the meta right now is defensive-sided, with perhaps the exception of Coastline, you would hope that Fedora could at least find this round here and even things up.
I think that they'll be bitterly disappointed if that isn't the case, given, as you say, this is very famously a defender-sided map. And if you do end up 2-4 at the half after you've run the defense, you're significantly going to find yourself on the back foot, unless you just turn out to have a wildly insane attack, which is something the Winstrike so far have shown us to do.
Looking at the operator lineup on the defensive side, we have seen some change. No operators we've never seen on this bomb site, but they've foregone the Maestro Fratelli, previously playing that at the top of Rafters in Garage, and he's flexed onto the Kaid. I think that's the right choice. In particular, playing at top of Garage, he can actually Kaid trick, if you will, those Garage walls. Oh, he's not playing Garage. Never mind, he switched positions with Kapkan. I guess the idea here is that Kapkan's got the extra magnets that can generate over time, so he can protect himself even more. But it looks like Winstrike may have changed things. They're going for more so a master bedroom across push instead of putting too much stake in Garage. And I do like this, and I think this can work, but there's a lot of utility they're going to have to contend with on the bomb site.
Well, there's still time for them to be able to do as such. There goes the first Ash breaching round, still with one in pocket, and Rush isn't going to make any attempt to panic. Yep. Removing the shield from below with the Sophia lifeline. It's a nice start as these players start to come in from construction.
Medics with the godlike observing once again. I simp for Medics, I certainly do. Here's a shot from Flares, but the nade, it may well land. Last time he attacked this bomb site, he found 2 kills with the nade. That's his 3rd on the match. Namia, sit down. A second nade comes out. Hail Mary, surely. Winstrike have a good advantage here. The second nade goes out, but the magnet catches it. And that means that the explosion does not remove that electric claw on the construction wall. Still, Winstrike struggling to open this up. I think maybe they've got it, and wins. What is that? Hayes has gone down. Surely Winstrike can close this out. 5 versus 3, and they've breached open the construction wall as well. Everything's looking good for the Russians, but that's a nice shot from Nora. Traded out. Kapkan and Fratelli better step up big here.
And Nora was still down below, and now he's on the floor as he's going to have to be rezzed if he is to remain in the game. Fratelli's decided that it is worth it, but Rush could get this kill here while it's happening. He brings Nora down, and there's the second one onto Fratelli. Winstrike take another round, and Fedora struggling at the half as they enter into their attacking side.
We talked quite a bit about Fedora, but I am loving watching Winstrike. They are such a confident team on their attack, and, well, the nades from Flares have just been goated, not gonna lie. And if we look back into history books for this team, Winstrike, yeah, they've been struggling thus far. They're actually sitting at 5th place currently in the Russian Major League, which is the primary competition they play in order to get to Challenger Leagues, how they qualified. Because last season they came 3rd behind Virtus.pro and Team Empire, who are obviously in the EUL, so they are ineligible for Challenger League. Winstrike, though, struggled so far in the Russian Major League. But I'm hoping that we can see them revitalized here in Challenger League, because let's be honest here, now that these guys are qualified for CL, that is their priority. CL is everything for Winstrike. That's what gets them that ticket all the way into EUL to join their countrymen on Empire and Virtus.pro. And hey, if they keep it up here, they can crush Fedora on their defense. I think Winstrike may very well be a contender.
I mean, look, we've seen explosive rises through the ranks from both Empire and Virtus.pro, formerly Fours, who really both sprung out of nowhere and straight away onto a major international stage. It's time for a new team to be the one who comes out of the CIS region and does something very similar. And as it stands, it's looking like Winstrike at least feel confident enough in themselves to know that they belong there. They know that that's their place that they want to be in. And right now it's in Fedora's hands to push them down and tell them, no, you stay in your place because that's for us. And so far it's not been as fortuitous as they would have hoped.
I'll give you something more than that, Gio. Winstrike used to play under the organization Force. There you go. Already we're having multiple teams under that organization from the CIS region performing, punching above their weight.
It could be a curse or a blessing,
it's a good omen,
Definitely a good omen. Fedora are going to be hoping for good omens coming into this half. And Nora is...
Located.
He's going to be just burning out some of that utility, the ADSs present there in cash. You've got to be aware of the Malusi Wub as well, right by the door, that'll slow down anyone who decides that they want to push in. And of course, Larry is right there ready and waiting should anything like that happen.
This is actually so early for Fedora to have this control in construction, but the question is, are they neglecting this flank? Because EXO could be the deciding factor at the end of this round. I believe someone just went back and was watching the position, watching the flank, but if not, that could be everything. Nora was very much aware, and that is the first pick here for Fedora. And it looks like Winstrike, for the first time this game, really are looking pressured.
Nora, a very venerated player in Tier 2 in Europe. He's played in a number of regions, obviously representing GSA here, but has also been in the French league as well, as he is, of course, a French player. Definitely one to be looking out for, but it's going to be Flares throwing in the impact, trying to stop the ex-Kairos, but Kapkan, he gets a kill onto Rush. That's a pretty big pick.
Yeah, and the impact trick actually missed. Finally, there is a pick from Flares. Player stepped up on attack, and now in a bit of a pickle on Cash. Really vulnerable to those grenades that he was so good with on the attacking side. Kapkan finds Larry. Just 2 players left for the Russians on the defense, and really it seems like only a matter of time before Fedora wins this round. We need to see a play come out, and it's all on Flares. Stepped up massive on the attack, but Fedora have just done the same. That is their first round in a while back in the game.
That's exactly the confidence boost that they'll need as well. You know that momentum breaks are huge, and they did take round 5, so it hasn't been too long since they did see their name pop up at the end of the round announcing that victory, but after having a disappointing scoreline at the end of that first half, you want to be getting the gears into motion and knowing that you can bring it back moving forward, and it looks like they're ready to be doing that. So now they're going to be heading down into the basement, ready to, or Winstrike this is, ready to defend the next site. They don't want to be hanging around in CCTV, which is what Fedora did. They went back to the same site after they failed to defend it the first time. But Winstrike, they just want to move on.
Yeah, I think that's the right decision. Unless if Winstrike makes sweeping changes to their defense of Cash CCTV, I don't think they would find immediate success there. In particular, just with how good Fedora were on taking the master bedroom into Con. It was actually only 1 minute off the clock before we saw the Ash player of Nora already in Con and pressuring in, and that meant, well, there's plenty of time to waste through any ADSs or magnets, clear out the deployable shields in sight, and very obviously, that flank attempt from Winstrike was unsuccessful. We didn't see where the drone was from Fedora, but clearly with the way that they turned around and watched that flank, there was at least one drone calling out EXO's position. So I think with just the absolute slapping that Winstrike got just then, yeah, move on.
This is very aggressive positioning here from Smash, who's got the C4 in hand, just ready to snatch anybody should they move in from the garage, but other than a drone just sat in the door and actually just having caught him out. Oh, but that's an early catch out as well, as EXO sits at the top of New Blue, just ready to, I believe, jump out onto Nora. That's their entry gone, that aggressive player that we mentioned from Fedora taken straight off the board.
It's also revenge for last round, where that trade went the opposite direction. And, well, with 2 breaching rounds now gone, it'll be a little bit more difficult for Fedora to clear out the Malusi Banshees, Maestro's Evil Eyes. And I expect there's a shield brought on the smoke. Pretty common these days.
Yeah.
Indeed, there is. And that's probably downstairs in the hallways, the typical spot. Or maybe it's in blue. No, not in the hallway. It is. I can't tell, actually. It's not in blue. I don't know. What? That was actually an enemy player that dropped. EXO. Did Namir mean to drop through the hatch? Was that an accident? I think, judging by the XD in chat, Gio, I think that Maverick was opening the hatch and accidentally fell down. So that's already put this game into disarray, but hey, Fedora at least got something out of it.
Yeah, and talking of opening the hatch, the kitchen hatch is going to be attempted, I think. Yeah, the impact trick looks like it was successful, so they've got to clear out whoever it is down below them. That's going to be the Maestro, which is being played by Rush, but he's ready behind the box just to try and shoot up onto anyone, whoever it might be. Another impact goes in, and another X-Car's gone. That's all of them. Sorry, Kitchen Hatch. Staying closed today.
Yeah. Also denies the push that we saw from Windstrike onto the church wall. What is that? Capcan with 2 picks. You really shouldn't be winning those, but eventually punished from Larry. 2v2. I feel like every round we're seeing, 30 to 50 seconds left in a 2 versus 2. And this very much could swing either way. Fratelli and Hayes step it up. Walking through that Banshee, choking on the gas. That's so much damage. Eats a bullet for his troubles as well. But Larry holds it out from AKs with 2 picks. And that is Windstrike to win their first defense.
I have to say, I really like that coordination at the end there. They had the Malusi Wub right by the door, slowed him down so he couldn't get out of the smoke. And by the time he could see onto the horizon, a player in Moto ready to end his life. Really great. It put Windstrike in a perfect position to be able to round the round out for themselves and take that victory.
Indeed, we are going to a rehost. It gives us a moment to breathe for these teams, and I feel like there's been a lot of exchanges really early in the round from both of these teams, and that's something I really like to see because it demonstrates that these teams, they're not afraid of each other. They are just going hell for leather, as you say. Right in. Early in the round, we saw Fedora take control of Cash when they were on the top floor, or rather, construction when attacking the Cash bomb site. And kind of a flip side of that, Windstrike was just so ready for the early engagements when they were defending the basement. We had that C4 prep from Oil Pit. I think it was a jump out from storage window, I think, that killed the Ash player on stock. Like crazy aggro from Windstrike, but calculated enough that it worked out. It's leaving us in so many situations where there's so much time on the clock with like 2 players left per team. And it's certainly exciting to watch.
But also at the same time, you mentioned so much time on the clock. Very uncharacteristically, back in round 5, the time ran out, which was it was the only round that really felt kind of wrong for these teams. And this is obviously the first that we've at least seen them play against one another. And we can already build this idea of what we see their playstyles to be. And to see that happen and not have that really powerful, aggressive 2 versus 2 engagement at the end, and instead them take a lot of their time that ended up working against them, was very out of character.
What I will say is both of these teams look really good on the attack. And I think that is reflected by the fact that we've seen 5 out of 8 rounds so far swing that direction, which is not only, it's quite significant towards the attacking side. Typically we'd see like 50-60% defensive win rate here on Clubhouse, but these teams, they've got a lot of gusto in the early round, a lot of confidence. We've seen a lot of good pre-place drones, which I think is enabling early map control. But in particular, the way that Windstrike found those early picks in that round just gone, it makes me think that the defenders are starting to realize that they can not only slow the attackers down, but also find a few picks if they're just a little bit more aggressive in the early rounds.
Yeah, it's funny here. If they're a bit more aggressive, that's certainly what they have been. And I have to say, I really have to commend, we spoke about him, but Rush, because on the attack, obviously being a really impressive entry, getting a lot of value out of his role, but even just on that last round there when he was playing Maestro, he managed to impact trick successfully twice that led to the point that Hibana was out of X-Kairos and they couldn't go for any kind of kitchen drop because the hatch couldn't be open. That meant they had to change their way in, come down the main stairs, which obviously was really difficult because of the Banshee that was present, because of where the smoke was situated to be able to use the Toxic Bay canisters, and the church control still being had by the defenders in a way that meant that shot could be taken onto that player. So, it's sort of like the butterflies and hurricanes effect. Rush gets 2 successful impact tricks, suddenly that leads to the winning of the round.
Yeah. I will say though, after those impact tricks were successful, we saw Fedora flip the switch. They're like, all right guys, this ain't working. Captain's like, I'm just going to walk down blue stairs, see what we can find. He found 2 picks.
Yeah.
That is huge. Not only did he kill the player in blue, but immediately swung out and took the player out at green box near dummies. I believe that was actually Rush or whoever was on the Maestro at the time.
That was Rush, yeah.
Yeah, so super fortunate that we saw Larry there to step up and not only trade that kill, but I really do want to put the end of that round onto Larry, and the way that Winstrike won that in that 2v2 was, well, 2v3, I guess you could say. Larry found that opening kill, retrading out the player that was pushing blue, and you mentioned the Wub Wub, Lucy's Banshee at the bottom of main stairs, caught out the attacker trying to file their way down there, a gas thrown over the top of the armory wall, not only made the player take damage, but also impaired their vision, which enabled flares to peek from Moto. And then it was a 1v1 that we saw Larry win out, which was nice to see the support players getting a bit of the spotlight. A shame that we're not going to see the stats in game now, as of course with that rehost, we don't get to see the kills. It's reset to 0. But I think we can definitely see that a lot of these players are packing some firepower.
Absolutely. And of course, coming over now to Jim is Winstrike for their third defense. This was the site that they struggled to attack successfully on. So I'm very intrigued to see how their defense is going to compare. And if we'll find a similar situation where it does get slightly less aggressive towards the end and things do slow down, because it really was quite strange to see.
Yeah, very much so. Now, Winstrike, I love that. We're seeing the pre-placed drones already from Fedora. I believe that was Fratelli, just flicking them at the start. One in lounge, there you go. Nora as well, the drone out stock, pre-placing in lounge, I believe. Sussing out the situation at bottom red. Here's a great drone in garage as well on the pipe, I believe. It's like a little vents unit. And that sees the player all the way at top red. A claymore down to prevent that flank. And as is fairly typical here, thank you, medics, spotting out that drone, top garage, and all the vision that it gains. Ooh, that player just fell down the blue stairs, and EXO, you can clearly see that Fedora are aware of this.
They know by this point, and it's something that actually both of these two teams have exhibited, with EXO and Nora on the other side, having these really deep roams be done by their Jaeger player and making use of the basement, even when coming up onto the top floor. You can see him just peeking out here from storage. He knows that there's a player nearby.
Very aggressive position, but you can see Nora very much aware. Finishes them off, and oh, look at the drones. They've been so good for Fedora. So much information gathered by Nora's drone. But is the kill to come through? Fratelli taking a bit of damage elsewhere. Oh, the Larry impact. What is that? Nade comes through one direction, a C4 the other. Neither finds anything. But Larry's still so keen to peek this angle. Fedora stalling out a little bit here.
You can hear the magnet as well, catching some of those projectiles incoming from Fedora, but that nade, while it didn't manage to get a kill, it wasn't impeded in its efforts. Well, neither's Rush going to be, as he lands the kill onto Nora. That evens things out, but Smash is just going to add onto it as well. Larry taken off. We spoke about him quite a bit and his value for this team. That's going to be a big loss here for Winstrike, as Hayes outside tries to get a player for himself.
One thing I do like about Winstrike here is that they realized that Fedora was really focusing on cash and they kept dedicating players to it. But funnily enough, it ends up being to their detriment. Smash caught off guard, and oh, that's a nice pre-fire through the wall. The Italian is here to stay. Fratelli found 2 on the round. Rush can refrag it, but Fratelli, bellissimo, finds out the last kill. And that's another round here for Fedora.
Man, I had no idea that you were fluent in Italian. That was really impressive.
Yes, I can say
You're so cultured.
In cafe. No, uno. Oh, that's French. Never mind. Yep, I've lost all the Italian fans I had just gained. I'm sorry, I've just lost.
I'm not sure you gained any Italian fans. I wouldn't worry about it.
I have one Italian fan.
Really?
Yeah, one Italian fan. He is absolute legend. He actually gave me some biscotti when I was in Milan a year and a half ago. Good times. Ex-Tyrion, the absolute legend. Probably casting this game, actually, for the Italian stream right now.
Well, I'm glad
that is my
you
one
have
fan.
a
That's
fan.
it.
Yeah, you have one fan. But it sounds like you become quite the fan of Fratelli, at the very least.
I have. I mean, a 3K like that, who wouldn't be? That was nuts.
It's definitely fun to see. And it also means that Fedora are now no longer in that position where they need to be super worried, I think, about scoreline, as they're, edging closer and closer to meeting Winstrike in the middle and making it a 5-5. especially if they can take the attack on this site, as Windstrike returned back to the first site that they visited on their defense.
10 seconds left.
And having a look over at that defensive lineup, very much looking the same. Everyone's playing the same operators as last time. Haven't had any changes whatsoever.
Attackers objective is to locate a bomb.
Flair's looking to hold stock, at least a little bit. Goose downstairs to try and prevent that vertical game. We've seen how important that verticality can be, and look at this, Windstrike, an aggressive shield and reinforcements on the logistics to construction wall. Recall last time around, Fedora had such early map presence of Master and construction. Nora was actually inside Con with only 1 minute down. That includes how long it takes him to get to the building, so he basically went full send. It's going to be much more difficult to do that last time with those reinforcements on the Con wall and that deployable shield in Con.
Well, if you're going to go full send, you're going to need a Nora, so we'll be watching out closely for how he plays this Ashe, as while he has been doing pretty well, he's also found himself lost in a couple of the early engagements too. So there's always that risk. Exo down below, nice positioning. We've spoken about how he likes to play quite a deep roam, and the first set of X-Kairos will be expended.
You can see that Fedora very much deciding to combat this logistics and construction presence. Ooh, I think the first X-Kairos must have been destroyed because that was too long, and the second one to go through, Fratelli finds that. It's just some low holes though, so not full control. And Capcan does start things off, so still it's looking good here for Fedora.
Bomb located by attackers.
Weakening Windstrike somewhat. Exactly what they're going to be looking for is oh, here we go. We're back. Capcan getting another kill. I just
What
thinking,
is that?
Just me?
No, it was not just you, mate. It was me as well. I like this extended hold that we're seeing in Con, but it's not working out so well. As you can clearly see, Fedora is just owning this bomb site at the moment. So many strong angles, but Flares knows he needs to find a pick here. Playing passive ain't gonna cut it. Tries to get back on site. Really exposed. Namia narrowly misses that kill. Caught between a rock and a hard place. Fedora have angles absolutely everywhere. And they have the numbers advantage. Windstrike need to start making some plays to make this back again.
Maya did take some damage as he peeks in through the server window. He's now got Haze for some support, but Rush is going to be the one opening things up. Larry, he goes down as Capcan makes a third for the round. Make that a fourth as
my
well.
God.
Bringing Flares up
Oi.
fifth. Capcan gets an ace to bring Fedora up to a 5-5 and say, we know that the first round didn't go our way, but watch what we can do.
Fish in a barrel for a Capcan, that's what that was. Every single avenue onto that bomb site was open. A player on every single window. And as our observer has just pointed out in our operations chat, Capcan got all 5 kills from the same position.
Disgusting.
Anyone who says that CCTV window, CCTV door, like the kennels walls, is not important can just, I guess, watch that round and see how powerful it can be. And yes, we want to credit Capcan for landing those shots, but also the rest of Fedora for the way that they triangulated those players, right? Every single avenue was open. We had a Maverick player of Nemea on the TV wall. We had someone in construction, or someone rather watching through construction into cash from logistics office, and it's just nowhere safe for Windstrike.
Certainly doesn't feel like it, which is just an entirely different story to what we saw back in the first half. But that just makes it especially competitive and especially hard to really predict what's going to happen going forward. Obviously, we've got a number of weeks of Challenger League. Today is not the only day, and all of these teams want a spot in the EU League. And, you know, sometimes you might think, yeah, well, this is obviously going to be the team that wins. This is obviously going to be the ones that get through. But to open things up with a game like this, I'm starting to think it's not going to be that clean cut.
There's been a lot of speculation. Who's going to make it through? Who's going to be the top dog at the end of the league? And I've heard a lot of different opinions. I think there are some common favorites out there. Teams such as Penta, even the Lowland Lions. Yep, the la 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 la. But I don't think that there is a consensus, and I think that Winstrike and Fedora are definitely two of the teams that people haven't said that will be looking to take those top 2 spots, but I'm not so sure. These attacks are looking snappy.
Snappy, that's a nice way of putting it. I like that. They are. They're looking incredibly clean. And Capcan, as he heads on down blue, holding on to M762 in the hands of Zafir. Very classic place for her to be found, but he obviously had a snappy attack last time. I'm wondering if he'll be able to repeat such things in this round.
I like that movement of the ADS. Once the stock hatch was starting to be opened up, EXO pulled it back. Once again, there's heavy contention around this kitchen hatch. Fratelli looking to open it up, but Flair's ready for an impact trick, taken down. Lovely stuff there from Hayes. And already, Fedora have the advantage. The story of this game, Gio, has been attack, attack, attack. And Fedora looking to get themselves on match point should they close this round out.
Yeah, man, they were ready for that one. They knew what happened last time, and that means the kitchen hatch, of course, is going to be fully in their control as the flashes get sent on in. More information being gathered about the positioning of the defenders down below. The Maestro present in Moto, something that those attackers are very fully aware of right now. Dirt tunnel being opened up by Nemea here. He's going to take his time, but Larry, of course, present down by AKs, is going to be a big problem for him should he decide to move on. And there's a shield there as well. That's got to go.
Nemea's just doing a Bob Ross impression at the moment. A little bit here, a little bit there. Something to bring out the colours.
I heard Bob Ross was a big Siege fan.
Yep, exactly. And then into dirt he goes. May take out that shield, but may not. Can he get the aggressive position and pressure Larry indeed? That's Nora, actually. What is that? Smash jumps in on the fun, but it's not looking so fun at the moment for Winstrike. Just 2 players left. Caught out. Fratelli once again getting that diffuser down, and a huge round from Hayes, the sledge player. Fedora, out of nowhere, managed to take us all the way to match point.
Interestingly, that was actually the, I think, the first round that Fedora attempted a plant. They didn't need it in the end because Hayes finished things up with the 2K, but they've been very, what's the word? Fight focused, aggression focused. They've been really about the fights at the end. Whereas when Winstrike were on their attack, we saw every single round they at the very least attempted a plant. So a real kind of difference in their playstyle there. But as you say, James, we're on match point now. And suddenly the story has changed somewhat. So heavily in favor was it to Winstrike earlier on in this game. And now Fedora are basically holding the win in their hands should they not let this round slip through their fingers.
It certainly looked like Fedora has held all the cards for these last 3 rounds, and as you mentioned, that attack at the end of the round, the pattern seems to be Fedora just establish control, hold angles. Winstrike starts to think, okay, we've got to make a play, and it gets punished. And Fedora have done that over and over again, so much so that they haven't really needed to plants. And I'm looking at Winstrike thinking, guys, you can't just keep banging your head against this wall. You've got to change something. What I was really hoping was to see an aggressive roam come through, something like, it doesn't have to be a copy-paste SSG roam. You don't have to bring the Vigil Castle, etc. But just try and give them a run for their money. Your aggression pays off when you do make it work. If you recall, the only round Winstrike's won on defense so far was when they found those 2 opening picks. And, well, EXO's on the roam, takes out one of those pre-placed drones TV. That'll help a lot. We also have some info gathering from Rush. I don't know where all of those cameras went. I know one was kitchen, but I'm hoping that some of it is on the roam to support. Okay, there you go. I'm guessing that by that, there's one in storage. Can't quite see on my feed. It's a bit pixelated, but there you go, indeed. So 1 site, 1 storage. So they're actually quite passive cameras. So doesn't look like Winstrike's really trying to engage this roam a lot. But once again, what is this? Fedora have so much control. There's only 40 seconds down and Ash is already in Moto.
And it's like they don't even know that he's there. We've got presence on blue as well, and EXO takes a lot of damage. Nora's just getting ready to peek round into church where Smash is situated, but he also knows that EXO is right behind in utility. Rush has come in for support. They know where the presence of this player is now, and Nora could find himself getting caught out, but we've seen what he's able to do. His teammates working on the hatches as they prepare to make this move in. All he has to do is wait, not die, and Fedora could have this in their hands. Watching in through the cameras, they know that the Sophia is just up here. Now, they just have to wait. Half the round remaining, and you already have attackers basically on site.
So Winstrike, you know that there's a player in storage, you know that there's someone near bot main stairs. So what? Like, there's nothing they can do because they don't have any roam presence. All they can do is sit and wait. And that doesn't work when Fedora is just so good at taking these opening fights. Capcan finds one, and the pattern continues, but Smash finally finds some aggression. Can he play off of that? Can he retake Moto? I don't think so, but the gunfights finally swing the way of the Russians. And Fedora need to step it up. That's the aggressive peaks I want to see from Winstrike. And the shots land. Just 2 players left, but they have Kitchen Hatch. They have Dirt Control. What can Nemea and Fratelli do with it?
A 4 versus 2 situation, and suddenly the story is very different to what we potentially expected. 45 seconds remaining, and as you say, Nemea and Fratelli have to figure out what they're doing, but Fratelli takes a lot of damage in through the floor of Kitchen. He's still not yet dropped down towards the site where Nemea is waiting patiently in the tunnel. He cooks his nade. He's going to throw it in. Is it going to land onto Larry? No, he's not, but it's completely broadcast his location. He gets 1 kill. Can he get the second? Yes, he can. Now, a 2 versus 2. He makes it onto Larry, and there's the drop down from the Hibana. Fratelli, he's got to help his teammate if he can, but it might be too much of a pressurizing situation. There goes the attempted plant as Rush moves in, but it's going to be Smash getting that kill. The C4 doesn't quite land, and he does get the diffuser, but dying in the process means that Winstrike will have more than enough time to disable it. A very close round there at the end after shots coming in backwards and forwards to make it up to a draw, and we see that Challenger League is going to be no easy feat.
That game really crept up on me at the end, but Winstrike definitely earned their draw. A huge game from Fedora. They really kept up the pace, especially after coming out of their own defense at a deficit. But an attacker-sided Clubhouse leaves us, as you said, even Stevens a draw between the Russians and this mixed European team. A great way to kick off Challenger League here, Gia.
Honestly, that was... I know some people will probably think, oh, I wanted a win. I didn't want to see a draw. But that was a really exciting game. The way it went backwards and forwards, how much we saw from these players who, like us, I'm sure many of you didn't know loads about and maybe starting to get some investment in. But Analyst, you said at the start, you didn't fully know what to expect. You had some idea, but what do you think after that?
Here we are. I think.
Sorry, try not to laugh.
Thank you, Gio. I gotta say though, there is no better way to start an EU Challenger League than with a tie. There it is, a 6-6 here between our first 2 squads. Not shoot shabby, I gotta say, but again, as our casters were mentioning, very attacker-sided on Clubhouse Hap. A distinct lack of ace.
Yes, indeed. And well, after the 4-2 came in from Winstrike in the first, I was like, surely they will be able to take it. They're absolutely slapping on their attacks, just gunning themselves through. The grenades coming through time and time again. Jess saying she got a bit of a crush on Flares there because of that, because they were just so perfect. And well, we end up in a 6-6. Seems like they're getting ready to compete with Chaos at the end of the season.
They might take Chaos' spot too.
Chaos getting slammed even in Challenger League. Oh my god. Okay, you know what, Jess?
I'm sorry, Chaos.
You guys are okay. You know what? Let's wrap this one up here because it ended in a 4-2 on both sides for both teams on the attacking end. What is there to look at and take away from this match from a performance perspective, Jess?
I suppose if we could just bring up both teams, I know we usually focus on one team each, but for me particularly, I felt like Fedora really relied on Capcan as their star player today. Really, like round 10, he had an ace, and I don't think that was the only impact he had. Of course, it's a team game, but I think they really relied on him to get a lot of those openings onto site. They waited and stalled out a lot for people to peek, and Windstrike did peek a lot. I think that was their weakness on defense. They gave kills up that were unnecessary. They moved a lot throughout the site unnecessarily. So I think they need to be more confident with how they hold it. But on attack, you're right. I got a crush on Flares. He could not miss a grenade if he tried. It was chef kiss. So look, I think on attack, these teams know exactly what they need to get done. It's working really well. But on defense, these teams really got to work out their confidence there.
Your point of view, Hap? Anything to take away from these two squads? I mean, namely,
I want to give credits to Fedora.
Ah, okay.
I want to actually give credits to Fedora, considering the fact that they have been through a lot of struggles, but they show up here today with a draw, even though they were 4-2 behind. So, really well done for them, able to
let
bring
us
it back.
know, man. We'll
I'm
learn about
not going to go in. Well, I mean, they've had some of the players poached. Packbull was he went to Secret. Astro went to the Lowland Lines. We're coming up right after this. And then it was just a bit like, who are we going to be adding to the roster? Who we're going to be eventually playing with? And after that, the Vision said, we're not going to be continuing with the roster, so they're on their own. And I can only imagine what kind of a mental drain that would be for these players.
Shout out to them.
I'm told, Hap, that you are buying up a lot of the squads and turning them into your own teams.
I'm turning it into the Hap. No, I'm not going to be able to make a Hap League. There we go. I tried to make a wordplay, but I failed to do it. Yeah.
You failing to make wordplay. How has that ever happened?
The Hallinger League.
Hallinger League. Well, that was really bad.
I need a harbinger right now to take me out of this.
He basically forced me. He put,
You put yourself on this spot. Don't give me that.
You forced my hand. All right. Up to the next.
Hap, next time I'll force your hand on my guitar that you always have behind you. When this match done, let's take it off to a break. Once that is done, we will be back for our matchup. It'll be Lowland Lions versus Granite. I'm sure we're gonna have a lot of fun with that one. See you then. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Analyst Desk. Geo and James, I know you were just so excited about the match that you were just casting. Ended in a tie 6-6, a beautiful way to start things off here in European Challenger League. But we have more matches to go. Let's take a look at our schedule up on the screen for everybody watching at home. You'll see it, Windstruck v Fedora. We just went through that, ended in a tie 6-6 on Clubhouse. After that, though, Lowland Lions versus Granite. Of course, we have our Benelux team in Lowland Lions and Granite, our Nordic champions. Well, Benelux versus the Nordic champions. Let's start off with the Lowland Lions and the squad that they're bringing in here today. Guys, let's have a quick chat about expectations. Set them up for people.
Yeah, I mean, I think that a lot of people who follow the European scene will probably be at least somewhat familiar with Lowland Lions. They've made a couple of changes recently, as they've obviously picked up Astro and Panix. Panix will be a name that really stands out to a lot of people, most recently on Na'Vi, but previously BDS. And then if you look way back, he was on Penta, he was on Mocket for a long time, so a big name that's been around in the scene for a long time. But this team, they had a tragic story. Back in Challenger League Season 11, they so narrowly missed out on taking one of their EUL spots. I know, the cursed double clubhouse games. They had a draw. This was with current Team Secret, bearing in mind. So it's another team that's being spoken about a lot at the moment. They had a draw on Clubhouse, followed by, I think it was a 7-3 loss. And that was it. Their dreams of making it into EUL were crushed, and this is their time to come forth and try and take the opportunity once again.
If anything, there's something to learn from all of that, is that you really have to win those. That's
that's one way of looking at it.
That's definitely a way
Either that or blame Sternap.
Dev, you're someone that uses Google Docs quite a bit, so maybe something to look at in the future. Make sure all is good. Credit Gaming, though, James, please guide us through our Nordic Champion squad.
Yeah, I mean, these guys came second in the Nordic Champs, down after Chaos, right? So the bottom team at the moment in the EUL is the best competition that they've had, really. And admittedly, Granite has actually been nipping at their heels quite a bit. These guys have had really good games overall, really, really positive. They haven't dropped a lot. They went 8-4-2 in the last season, so 8 wins, 4 draws, 2 losses, and have been pretty consistent against teams outside of Chaos. They've slipped up once or twice against teams like Sisu. I would classify them in a position where, yeah, they're good and they can deal some damage, but I don't think they're favorites for this season.
Favorites for this? Yeah, you don't think they're favorite for this season? I mean, a lot of people would look at Lowland Lions and they would say that they're their favorites to win this whole thing. What's your thoughts on this, Gio?
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. You know, they've done very, very well. A lot of their success definitely came from the fact that they had Cryan and Next One, who are now both have found themselves in the EU League on the same team, actually, funnily enough. And so, you know, they brought a lot of the aggressive prowess to Lowland Lions that they were really known for. Now that's not there, and obviously they have to go through the process of amalgamating these new players who are experienced players, but it just might make a bit of a change. And after seeing how some of the other teams have been playing, obviously in that first game that we just had, I don't think it's too smart to be too quick to jump to say who is going to be the best team in the league, but I'd say it's fair to say that they're probably going to be pretty good.
Maybe our good friend Caliber Jacob should be listening to us here before jumping to conclusions. I saw the predictions video and all of that, but you know, let's
He should learn not to predict anything.
Well,
just like Gary.
Fair enough.
All I know is I'm going to be copying Hap's homework for all the predictions we're doing from now on. That's all I'm saying.
James, do we need to keep separate Excel sheets from now on?
Maybe we do. Maybe we do. Otherwise, I'm just gonna.
You know what?
Yeah.
Let's.
I'm taking inspiration from Hap's notes. That's it.
Well, let's take a look at our map ban in this series. Again, it's a best of 1 series, similar to the EU League, no overtime, and the likes Cafe Dostoevsky, who banned Oregon. Lowland Lions, which means that they're my favorite team now. Now, banning out Theme Park to Cafe, what are we looking at strategically speaking here for Cafe Dostoevsky, James? Because we're kind of trying to figure out what sort of operators sort of mesh, just like we did in Clubhouse.
Yeah. The thing I find interesting is, I mean, I've trawled through some map bans from Lowland Lions in the Benelux Season 5 and the Challenger League as well in Season 11, and they banned Cafe as their most banned maps 23 times. They've only played it one single time, and that was recently against Sector 1, now August, and it was a win just in the Benelux Grand Final. But that is the only info that Granite will have on this map, and honestly, with how much Lions have banned it, I feel like Granite's probably not expecting to go here.
Are you trying to say here that Granite are going to have a tough time? Is it going to be
hard?
Do they need to be hard as rock for this matchup here?
Yeah, see what you're doing, Milos. You're not funny.
I was trying to think of a like a sediment or something kind of joke, but anything I'm thinking of is just crumbling to pieces.
Gio Collins.
I just never thought I'd ever find myself on a broadcast where someone says, I was trying to think of a sediment kind of joke. Oh, good lord.
All right, well, you know, I can just get past this awkward moment and talk about the map again, because
Look, it's-
Cafe, we have seen from both of these teams, right?
I think that'd be best.
They lost it to Chaos, Granite lost it to Chaos, so
Look,
7-4 against them. There's a bit of info on both sides of the thing here, but I think Lowland Lions have hidden a lot of their strategies for it.
let's see how this all goes. It's crazy to think that Gio believes that she's funny, but that's
I
another
never said
question.
I was. I said you weren't.
Fair enough.
I can
fair
see.
enough. I would like to see you be funny one day.
One day.
One day.
It'll happen.
Let's get to our match. Please get me out of here. Throw me out the window. Let's pass it over to our match: Lowland Lions versus Granite Gaming. Who is it other than Hap and Dez? Very biased in their own points of view, some would say. Who knows? Let's see what they have to say about our matchup. Go ahead.
Oh man, Hap. This has basically got me and you written all over it. You've got yourself as the shield for Lowland Lions. You've got me for Granite, who I've got 2 Brits on, maybe 3 if you're counting Badger, and the fact that I've cast them for all of the Nordic Championship. This is what it comes down to. Maybe if it was LLL versus M&M or something like that, it'd also count, but this will do me for an opening game between these 2 teams on Cafe. Truthfully, coming into today, everyone who's making predictions, you're a little bit tapped, I think. Wait and see how the first day of games go, because Windstrike have already shown, and Fedora, to be fair, that there is so much to be seen here in Challenger League. And this game, I'm sure, is going to be packed full of surprises as well.
Yeah, we have to wait indeed and see how these teams will be going up again one another. And as was said before on the desk, for example, the Lions, they have been able to basically hide everything since Benelux Season 5, which ended a couple of months ago, whilst Granite was still, well, busy trying to get that spot in their hands, having to go up through the Nordics. So there is a bit known on Granite, not so much in the new Lions lineup, with Panics joining the roster finally, because that's an interesting point. During Season 9, I believe it was, Panics already trialed right before joining BDS for the core of the Lions. That back then it went really well, but, you know, buyouts and stuff like that probably were the reason why it didn't happen. And now he's finally joining them after, well, his failed run with Na'Vi, you can almost say. Will it work out? That's the question.
Well, Avai's already telling the world that all the homies hate Hap, so that's not
did
clear
he
that
see
you were
that?
very liked in your scene.
I mean, he said, "I love you, though," like in Dutch afterwards, or something like that.
Well, that's a word only. That's a language only you and him are going to understand. I think the rest of the world looks on at Dutch as some mythical, ancient transcript that no one could ever possibly understand or determine in any way what the actual intent of the words are. If it's like French or Spanish, maybe I can get it. There's some words in there that look pretty familiar. Dutch, nah. Another territory altogether. Bans are through anyway. Thatcher, Mira, Ace, and Wamai. The sort of things I think we're expecting to see across most competitions. We've seen them in EUL and APAC pretty much all week. And end as you mean to go on, I guess, or end as you mean to start, given how CLXI played out for LLL. It's going to be Avaj heading over onto the Monty to kick things off in kitchen and service defense on the downstairs of Cafe.
We'll be 6 picking it out for now, of course. Wouldn't be showing his secret weapon straight away. And saying like, hey, you know what, I'm going to play Monty, not even going to 6-pick it out. Forcing that Legion, of course, to come out and stay out for Granite Gaming. Not going to be as impactful now, considering the fact that the shield is gone. And thus, the Nomad will be there to deny any flanks, just to make sure that these members of Granite are not going to be... Okay, that's an early one. I think Madman might have crashed indeed, because he was standing still looking at a corner right there.
Yeah, not much he can really do for himself there when he said that on his one down towards the bottom. We'll get ourselves into a rehost ever so shortly and then get back into game once again. I imagine with the same operator picks and the same site coming through. But I guess it's worth us touching on Granite really quickly here while we have a bit of time. They were a team that in the Nordics came in at the very start of it, and everyone was talking about other teams in the competition, of course, alongside Chaos. But I think very quickly they established themselves as the dark horses in that competition. And bar a very, very small lull in the middle of the competition between weeks 8 to 10, they have been a very dominant force that very few could actually see a way to. So I'm really hopeful that given the consistency we saw from them throughout most of that 14-week season, that's going to carry across here. And with the prep time they've put in as well, they could surprise a few people here, because I keep on seeing them in the bottom half on these prediction lists. But I've seen what they can do. I've watched them for 14 weeks, boys. I know what they can do, and I've got faith.
I have to say, like, I'm Loki was a big fan of them as well when they just started out, because they started out with Eastwood, Stead, Badger, and JDC. All four of those players played the Benelux season prior to it, so I was familiar with them. And I was like, you know what, I'm gonna shout for these guys in the Nordic Championships. Hope they take that spot. because I'm going to be at least able to, put a little bit of Benelux stamp on top of it. Snurra said he would agree with it.
Lions, and you're just like,
now they're up against it. Now you have to lose. This one you can lose, but afterwards you can win everything else.
Can't do much else. Yeah, the thing is, I've really enjoyed watching them because they've really started to establish their identity as a team. Eastwood, I've always regarded, I know you're a fan of him as well. He's kind of the consistent player who, between most rounds, you'll find walking away with a kill or two. You've got Oscar, who every few rounds just thinks, all right, I'm done my nap now. It's time to play some Siege, and walks away with 2, 3, if not 4 kills for himself. And then looking towards players like JTC and Badger, been prolific themselves. And Madman being the most recent addition to the team, joining them midway through the season. If you're from the UK, you know this name. He's been around the scene for quite a while now. He himself has come in and brought a lot of zest to the backline, to the more supportive side of the team. So again, really excited to see what they can bring forwards. However, as you keep on saying, they are against a very, very powerful team here in Lowland Lions, who, if not for some choice words in All Chat, I imagine, at the end of last season, and if not for Secret snatching the spot away from them, they could be the EUL team that we'll be speaking about throughout the majority of this week, and no doubt going into future weeks as we keep on covering those EUL days.
Kind of like the bad guy at this moment in time, right? Even R6 Unfortunate Events has, you really got a Windows in their description of the bio, so the word stuck. They are there, and they will be there to be seen into, well, basically the end of Siege probably. It's just they have been in Challenger League. This is their 4th season in Challenger League now. It's about time they're going to be making it. Otherwise, I mean, how much longer are they going to stay here? Because they are basically the uncontested best team in the Benelux. So even if they don't make it now, they're basically going to find themselves in, next season anyway. So they're going to have these infinite amount of shots at the actual getting of EUL nowadays, it seems like.
I guess the real horrible thing is for them, as many times as they might have tried, last season was their best hope, I think, because coming into this season, without Next One and Crying, that prolific duo that we now see starting to tear the scene up for Chaos, who already look like a far more improved team than they did before, Panix and Astro really the answer there to fill in that massive void left by those two players. Personally, I'm not so convinced.
Now the thing is, you had Next One and Karine who went onto those straggler roles, but prior to that we had a Vij and Deepak who could do the exact same thing. So maybe moving back to their old ways, how they did it in the 2 seasons prior to that, basically for the entirety of Benelux, is going to be what they exactly need. Moving back Panix, get Astro back in as well, and you're finding yourself with a rounded up lineup again. Rounded off line, yeah, full lineup again. There we go. English is hard sometimes. So like they have everything they need. And of course, there is some doubts about, well, will the Nationals be as competitive as the previous season of Challenger League? Because the last season was super competitive. We cannot forget that. I think it will be as competitive, if not even more competitive, because a lot of these teams haven't met each other. But I think Lowland Lions and Penta, as the true experienced teams, will have a big advantage over the rest of the teams.
I think there's definitely that piece to it as well, but again, changes coming in for Lowland Lions. We know with Penta, things didn't sound so rosy a couple of weeks back. They are still here, so nothing really worth getting too focused on right now, but if nothing else, you're going to see a lot of fresh talent coming up, I think, here. And I was speaking to Bugs, actually, the coach for the Izako Boars earlier on, and he was saying 3 of the guys in this team, you haven't seen them outside of tier 4 before. They've messed around there, but you've never seen them step into tier 3, let alone tier 2. And 2 of them have only just turned 18 years old, to give you some reasoning for that. So it's not like it's old seasons where it's the old same faces playing and you already know you're better than them. It's not just that. There's a whole bunch of fresh faces now in the scene with fresh gun skill. Kids these days just seem to get better and better. So I'd be pretty worried coming into this if I was Lowland Lions, to be completely honest with you. It's going to be the toughest season yet, as every season will continue to be compared to the previous one.
It wasn't it like the kids aren't getting better, we're just getting older and everybody else seems to be getting quicker responses? Like, wasn't that the tweet we had, Dan?
Something like that. Something like that. The kids are all getting better, mate. They're just getting better at video games. They pop out the womb and the first thing they're doing is picking up a control pad and jumping into a game of Siege. It seems to be the case.
And like they're already uploaded with all the Siege data to know exactly what every operator does.
They've been
they don't even need to go for the
9 months in the womb, basically.
Yeah, basically, and we all know what that will be able to give you. Immense fragging power. And I have to say, the Polish scene does look kind of scary when you look at it, considering the fact that in the Open qualifier, or back at the EUC qualifier even, they were consistently knocking out all these teams, like, even this, the existing Challenger League teams, and like a lot of high national teams as well, because of the highly aggressive play. And if they're going to be continuing that into Challenger League, well, there has been some time now to prepare yourself for that, because you know that there is going to be a Polish team into the mix, but are they going to be totally ready? That is the big question.
Remind me of, because I was never once able to say it, and I know that you can, the original name of Lowland Lions before they were Diffuse Kids.
Tusk Gaming.
No. Begins
The
with G.
colonized.
That's the one. I have no idea how to say that word.
Yeah. It's a meme.
Say it again for
Everybody
me.
spams it as soon as they hear it. Who colonized it is.
No, I have no idea.
It means
By the way,
colonized.
I remember at the time they were regarded as this very kind of aggressive team, the team that many would turn around and say didn't really play with much strategy to their gameplay. It wasn't really true. It was more like chaotic strategy, right? It was more about being the ones who can run around and cause chaos for the team. Ironically enough, 2 of their members are now on Chaos. Go and figure, there's a storyline for you. We're back into game, mind you. Round number 1 coming up once more due to that small rehearse we had to go through just a second ago. Going to be the same changes and picks coming through downstairs in kitchen, cooking and
Protect your
service.
bombs from being defused by attackers.
All right. There we go. Madman again putting down that bulletproof. Last time he did that, he crashed. He did not this time. All right, that's already profit. Avoid saying have fun, I guess. He's not completely sure about it. He basically wants to slap them out of the server. We all know it. He's the kind of guy to take the opportunity to talk trash in the chat as soon as he can.
He's the villain of Siege. Like, Fabian's bad, and then you get a Vaish.
Avoid is a whole tier above that.
Yeah. He is. It's probably for the best that he hasn't made it to EUL so far. We'll see if that changes with the season. Started this round, nothing too big to shout about, but what we are seeing is a couple of roamers coming out for the side of Granites. I think there's 2 of them on the middle floor, and we also had the Valkyrie up on the top floor. JTC now dropping back down. Madman still heading upstairs, so maybe this is trying to play the map. Waste a bit of time by forcing Lowland Lions to engage them on these top floors, kill some drones on your way back down, and just try and make it so that when it comes to the execute inside of Kitchen, there's not enough time left alive for Lowland Lions to be able to achieve very much.
A bomb has been located.
Really triggered by the fact that Astor actually put his name into all small letters now instead of all caps, which it used to be before.
The man
Why?
likes to keep it fresh.
Gotta keep it fresh sometimes. Just stay up to date. As the Lions are trying to take that top floor control first. A bit of an angle being created into the piano as Badger just holding tight in the cocktail lounge. Surely soon we'll be receiving some pressure from Lowland Lions.
That air jab.
Got eaten by an ADS there. That's unfortunate. Probably not intended. As Astro, the first one to enter now, trying to go for the hunt on that Jaeger.
Yeah, Badger was holding off back towards the far side, and again, it's all about this time-wasting game. And you've got Deeper playing up on the East Rappel at the same time, trying to contest, and they're just making sure he's most definitely gone by droning him down, but every single step of the way, he's holding a little bit closer. Madman looking to try and collect as many drones as he can. They've only found 2, maybe 3 so far. So Lowland Lions doing a good job to preserve it whilst collecting the information, but I touched on that time, down to half the round gone, and they've only just about got control of the top floor, and now starting to look at control of the second floor, where Badger is still roaming.
There we go, Astro quickly dropping down, taking care of the cam, and we'll be creating a big line of sight as well. So Vaish and Deepak both will be able to pick up 1 kill. Very good start here for the Lions, as they start off with clearing out those roamers quite effectively. Only Oscar is going to be left up there though, but it seems like they are aware as Astro and Vaish, actually Vaish might not be aware as he's droning in the middle of the engine room.
They've lost 2 on the roam here, makes it so painful. They lose another one this round, it's pretty much done. And Oscar's playing on the smoke is probably the worst part. He will try and play nice and aggressively. Oski, he doesn't know. He doesn't know. Pepe laughed. Now he knows for sure as Oscar's put a bullet in his head. That suddenly is going to turn this into a bit of a spiral downwards because now they're not going to kill him in order to recover the diffuser. They can't just ignore him. Oscar snaps onto Astro's head and brings him down. We'll finally get traded out, but that is sure to put a bit of a spanner in the works here. Yes, it makes it a 3 versus 2, but there is 35 seconds to play with, and they've only just started in getting this floor destroyed.
Recovered the bomb diffuser.
That is the danger of not droning out properly, and that means there's going to be a bit more pressure right now as a vertical angle being created. A beautiful shot from Deepak, able to take down Eastwood right behind the bomb chassis. And it's up to JTC now in a 20-second ticking down clock. He's going to be giving his position away as he's trying to pre-fire through the vertical angles. Goes for a quick reload, but Panics is already inside. He's going to be going for that plant. The C4 will not hit, and that means 45 seconds will be on the clock soon. JTC able to pick up the first kill. Is the cover there? Is the question. He needs to go for the reload. He does not know where he is, and the countdown started. 45 seconds, and I know exactly he is inside the freezer now. All they have to do is hold out these angles, and there we have it. From above. Able to take down JTC. The Lowland Lions will be able to take down round number 1. You start things off strong.
Well, that was a scrappy affair in round one, and Granit getting going the map and looking to cause some trouble. Lowland Lions not getting caught out by any of the roamers except for us because they didn't drone him out. But the first two they found, like I mentioned, those 2 kills falling your way, that's normally a time where, as the roamers, you say, right, it's time to get back into sight here. We lose this third member, we are absolutely done for. And at the most, you can probably hope for a trade. To find 2 kills for Oscar was not a bad start, but it did leave them in this numbers disadvantage on the site once the execute came around, even if it had to be rushed a little bit due to where the clock currently sat. It would have been a messy affair if that C4 had caught panics, but manages to put it off, rotate round, and Avaish is finally the one to collect the closing kill. First round going their way, as you say. Next site we head to is the top floor. So you're not going to see this extensive drone game, but I'm keen to see how horizontally Grenade set up here. What do they do inside of storage? They drop a shield down and open up most of that freezer wall, or do they just not even bother and say, you know what, reinforce the whole thing, electrify it, mute jammer it, whatever we got to do, look to play something more aggressive? And in fact, with this castle being brought along and where the current castle wall has been placed, this looks like a cigar hole to me, Hap.
It has to be indeed. You're going to be setting up from Cigar, exactly as Maddox is portraying now. But we also see the shield coming down inside the pixel corner, but an ADS there to back it up. It's a Goyo one. Will not be as safe to actually play behind. As Oscar with a very important double kill you just saw on the replay. Unfortunately not winning the round, but if they would have won that round, it's definitely because of that double kill.
It's unfortunate. If they maybe hadn't lost the 2 prior to that, then 100%. But it was more of a mistake on Lowland Lion side than so much lots being done by Granit. So that's a mistake again of the misdroning. We'll see if this round that gets corrected. They've got the castle barricade set up on the white stairs window at the same time, just to make sure they have that. So his requirement for some utility to be wasted, mainly looking towards a breach charge from the IQ, I'd expect. Who at least initially starting off on the top floor, making sure these hatches can be opened up. So if the team choose to drop in here and try and take control of Cigar, that's definitely going to be the starting point. You mentioned about these Goyo shields being dropped in. It's Madman playing up nice and close again, just looking to waste time. And maybe that is part of Granit's starting defensive strategy, is see how low we can run the clock to try and force them to make mistakes later on in the round.
It's an interesting one as we see Badger going for a bit of a rotate. Not sure what Deepak... Oh, he's actually opening up the hatch to try and go for the hunt. So they are aware that Badger is roaming and they're trying to find out where he is now. Opening up onto the freezer as well. One is on the stairs. Astro is there. They know certainly that he has to be in VIP right now. This is some good information coming out. And some very active hunting as well. As the stun is not going to be able to get the kill. And Astro will. And that is the opening here for Lowland Lions.
Interesting, they commit so much as well, just completely bail on the top floor to begin with and just head completely onto the downstairs to go and collapse onto Badger. But the right call, else you know full well he'd be at white stairs later into the round and looking to catch out a member or two of Lowland Lions. So with that pressure removed, they can turn their focuses back towards the top floor. It does feel like they aren't too afraid of wasting, well, not wasting, but committing time early round to not focusing on the site, but instead going for the roamers, looking to clear things out, and playing with a bit more time sensitivity later on. We've seen a good number of teams this week across both EU and APAC that are very time poor. So that's the one thing I'm being very conscious of for the Lowland Lions here, is how effective can they be with what little time they have remaining afterwards.
Oscar trying to go for a C4 that will go through and get the kill. That is Panic staken out. Unfortunate for him. They're slowly setting up here. An impact coming through, but Deepak not able to land the kill. Not even a single point of damage being done on the player playing in Cocktail. Astro goes down as well by Madman. And this is looking like Granite Gaming is putting back under pressure as Madman dropped all the way downstairs to try and secure that kill. We'll have to come up at some point again. It might have been a jump out, not sure actually, because he... Oh. I was going to say he ended up in the basement, but not sure how he got there.
I don't think Oscar expected to find a second person playing on the same window he just C4'd someone off of, so gets caught on himself. Puts into a 3 versus 3, but this is that time sensitivity I mentioned here. 15 seconds to go. JTC striking big from inside a bathroom. Avaish on the window. That's the second window kill this round for the Lowland Lions as they commit everything to now going on the rappel in just 3 seconds to go, but they get shot from downstairs. There's a C4 in hand. Don't think they'll catch the final one, as that's going to be in the wrong place. JTC walks in, knights out Leonski. That'll be round number 2 going the way of Granite after what felt like a bit of a cat and mouse chase around the entirety of Cafe.
Definitely felt like I really like the early ways how they actually went for the roam clear, right? Because it's not often we see so much utility being used to clear out a single player who's hiding all the way downstairs. Normally you'd see a flank hold or anything like that, but Cafe, of course, a map where a lot of opportunities arise to try and get back upstairs. you're not really going to be able to hold 3 staircases. So they went for the hunt, and they decided we should have enough information after or time, which they did not. Granite Gaming really able to just tuck themselves in there really well and make sure that Lone Lions was basically forced to jump the gun, forced to just basically force themselves onto the site.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
It'll take some time, just forcing the time or the clock to run down. Probably won't have so much enjoyment here on this site. On the ground, on the bottom floor inside a kitchen, you have to clear both the 2 floors above. On the top floor, as we saw in the last round, Lowland Lions wanted to commit to dealing with both floors below them before even looking towards bar and cocktail. Here on reading, it's a little bit of a more, air quotes, casual affair, I guess. My God, Oscar's having a wonderful time catching these drones. That's 2 for himself now. But it's more around, again, the fact that there aren't 2 floors to clear. Sure, there's above and below. For the most part, you're just going to focus on taking the upstairs, looking to clear the floor up there, make use of those vertical holes, and then use that to commit to a plant. So keep an eye here on how long Granite can hold onto the top floor until they look to peel away and try and play behind C4s and any other manner of paraphernalia they may have brought to try and deal with them.
Another rehost being called here by the Lowland Lions. This is the second one so far. But yeah, 1-1 right now to score. And can we just quickly appreciate that C4 we just had? It was an absolute beauty to come through. Perfectly hit. And there we go. Back to us.
To blow it the right way, I'm guessing you meaning there, the one coming out of Oscar?
Yeah, that one. Onto Panix, which was onto the window, just far enough out to basically hit him wherever he was. Just get rid of that window. It was a beautiful C4, beautifully tossed. You just saw in the replay earlier on as well.
I guess the problem there is you kill one, it's like an army of zombies. Another one appears on the window 10, 15 seconds later and kills Oscar, who got that initial C4 kill. Unfortunate, but these things happen. It does leave us at 1 apiece, and I think we've seen from both teams a little bit already to suggest how they're taking this game on. You can see Granite trying to play this roam-heavy game where Lowland Lions are then saying, you know what, we'll take that raise, we'll go for these fights, and so far I've been doing very well on them. Collecting 2 of the roamers in round number 1. Mistake, of course, in trying to clear out the third led to them losing 2 members, and then in the next round, clear Badger out with very little difficulty. So I understand that Granite are trying to waste time here, but I feel like they've got to start hitting some of these shots to make these roams worth it. People often say that roams are mainly more for that clock piece. You're forcing mistakes later in the round because there isn't enough time. But I'm also thinking, if you've got some gunners out there, a Jaeger, for example, you're really kind of hoping they're going to find something for the team in those early stages of the round.
Like, if you're not going to be able to find anything, it will be taken down in the first minute, then it's probably better to be a bit closer to the side where refrag potential, is possible, or you're going to be able to, tuck yourselves in so well that there's basically nothing they can do as they're just not able to get through. Because if you use that ADS as well, for example, they're not going to be able to, dislocate you with grenades, for example. Unless they just waste a lot of time and utility beforehand, and that means that utility cannot be used for the eventual take right after. So there's 2 ways of going at it. You're either tucking yourself in on side and try and be as passive as you possibly can, or you're on the roam. You got to be constantly on the move and make sure that you're not being taken down until at least that 1 minute 30 mark, or make a big impact while doing so.
Absolutely. And by the way, I just totally clocked, so I looked across at our preview. This is my duvet, my old duvet. It shouldn't be there. It should be like this. I'm currently in the back room of an office where there are 4, 5, 6 white walls, whatever. There's a weird corner. And because there is no carpet and no pillows and no nothing, sound bounces around like an absolute nutter. It's ridiculous. I literally have to have this on the door to absorb the sound, else you just hear horrific echo through the microphone. This is like cheap level acoustics, ladies and gents. This is what I've got to deal with in this office.
You just hang something over the door. That's all you need to do, Just a bit of textile.
Just get your quilt and throw it over. It's a real nice quilt, to be fair. It's nice to turn every now and just stroke it and be like, oh, it's a nice duvet. Yes. And then back to the game.
Just like a pet, like you would pet your dog or you pet your cat, just to get that bit of relaxation.
I don't have the big white fluffy dog anymore. It's my mum's, so I don't live with him at the minute.
Oh, you didn't bring it?
He is going to come and stay with me on weekends, so I think it's going to be okay.
That is good. Yeah, I was going to say, like, you better still be able to visit Kato.
I need a good cuddle from that pupper every single week.
I have 2 dogs myself. They're great. Can't wait. You always need a dog in your life.
Would they be barking if they were in the room right now?
No, I don't think they would actually. No,
even when you shout and get excited? Because you should be getting excited.
They don't really bark. They don't really bark. Yeah, we're going back into game. We're excited, but they don't really bark about
that. They don't bark thing, aren't you?
No, they don't bark. Sometimes. Oh, all right.
Are you sure that you are very defensive about the fact they don't bark?
I know, right? It doesn't make well of a case for me. It's like, it's Hap is the imposter. No, I'm not the imposter. What do you mean? I'm just it cards or something, Like, it doesn't help if you're getting too
Just its
defensive.
cards, yes.
Yeah.
Have you done your
Doesn't
admin
help.
card yet?
What?
What do you mean,
Okay.
what?
I didn't know what you said.
Card? Please tell me
Yes,
you
I
played
did
it.
the swipe. I did the swipe. No worries.
good,
I did it. Don't worry.
Good. Okay. Rightio. As said, reading and fireplace, the next site we head to. Going to be a focus on the upstairs for Granite, I think, to hold this one off for a short while. This is what the most common sort of setup you see from a lot of teams. Is you look to hold the top floor as if you were defending the top floor. You don't commit as much resource to it. It's often why you'll see teams open up the freezer wall to play behind a shield and look to contest inside a piano, waste time for the attackers where they can't comfortably take control of piano to start their assault from. And it looks like here with Oscar scattering these pets down and around, that seems to be the focus on trying to deny as much as they can from the west side. May even look to see someone like Madman playing up nice and close with a shotgun.
The opportunity indeed. Drones being recovered. As you said, something along the lines has a lot of value. Ooh, you see this? You did see the C4?
Oh no,
no.
God! Panics! No.
He lives. He lives. All right, he lives. Doesn't have to use
We've
the breaching
seen that.
charge after all. We've
I
seen it
swear we
happen
saw that
indeed.
earlier this week, by the way, inside of UCL. Who played it? It was Secret, I think, who played on Cafe. I can't remember. Was it?
It could be. I know it happened. I just don't know who it is anymore. And
I think it was Rogue. I may be wrong.
Could be. We'll have to check back on that later. But the hatch was opened up. Unfortunate, also costed a breach charge and about 50 HP of panics. There's a hack drone there, quickly dispatched by Deepak. They have to go to the floor below. Another C4 coming out. A bit of an opening will be created, but it will be shot by Deepak, so no impact coming through. The shotgun shot came through. That basically gave away the plan, and as JTC picks up a Vich, this Granite Gaming that gets the better of them in this opening part of the game.
The early tussle, a couple of C4 attempts coming out, one into the hatch, one straight into Cigar. So it's a warm welcome into the map, should we say, from Granite against Lowland Lions. And this aggression, I wouldn't say is something that Granite have ever really been super renowned for. Sure, they can gun like the best, but I'd say playing aggressively across maps has never been something I've really identified as a key strength of theirs. But here, at least, looking to employ it. Leoncy's going to balance things out, bringing down Madman, one of the supported players. Yet another C4 comes out. JTC collecting that one. Just how many are they going to throw at them? JTC with the triple kill. Madman disconnects by the looks of it, but it's a quadra kill for JTC. I mentioned Oscar was the X factor for this team who can clutch out sometimes, but you can't forget about this man either. One more for himself onto Deepak will give him that ace in round number 3. We had an ace in the last game. I believe it was for, who was it? Capcan in like round number 10. It looks like we might get yet another one in this game too.
Might get another one in indeed, as Deepak right here hoping to challenge onto the white stairs. Is the last man standing. With 40 seconds left, hoping to be peaked, but no one so far doing so. As a bit of a pre-fire, attempting to hit Deepak, not successfully hitting. Going on a passive angle. Yet someone to actually peak him. It might have actually been that they've already given up on him, considering there's low amount of time left. Only 20 seconds. He could pick up the diffuser. There wouldn't be enough time for him to go for an actual execute. So he's going to be trying to go for frag hunting here, but as long as there's this one person of JTC upstairs, he's not going to be able to do much. He's just going to patiently wait. JTC will most likely hunt for the ace, and he will get it. There we have it. Granite with the ace in round number 3. The second one onto EUCL so far. And that is going to be proving us quite an explosive game.
From opening kill into C4 kill, into pistol kill, into the closing 1v1. Everything going the way of JTC there and bringing Granite their second round. That was all down to one man. And I commented yesterday, I believe it was in the game between C9 and Giants in APAC, that for the first 3 rounds, it all came down to individual players snagging 4Ks, 3Ks, whatever it might be. It wasn't really until you saw the multi-kills stepping away that you really got to see what teams were most capable of. So in that round there, although it's still down as a win for Granite, I wouldn't count that as a... It feels harsh to say, but I wouldn't count it as a successful defense purely because the number of C4s that came out earlier on, the attempts on their lives constantly coming against Lowland Lions and how well they dealt with it. I'd say they approached that right. You just couldn't account for JTC turning into an absolute freak in that round and killing everyone.
If most of your C4s fail, then you're going to have to rely onto one of a good Scandinavian player to suddenly turn up here and be able to get some kills. Like,
Tell you what.
this is still beyond me. He re-peaks with his C4 and no one was ready for it. And Astro dies by it.
I was about to say the same. I was like, imagine re-peeking with a C4. Oh, and look at the pre-fire as it comes around the corner as well. That's one of those where it's like, yeah, surely he's tucked in the corner. Nah, he's not. And then the pistol's out. They missed the
10
shots.
seconds left.
Man, I don't know what to say. Those second two trades coming out of Lowland Lions, not the best position to where those bullets were actually headed.
All right, well, 1-2 current score. Granite in the lead here on Cafe in round number 3. We are going over to round number 4. It's going to be up to Granite to try and extend on this lead. Make sure to going up on that 3-1 because
Attackers have dropped the
Cafe, a 4-2 split for the defense. I would call that pretty decent. 3-3 would be, well, more favored so towards the attackers. It's the age-old story of Siege in any of its map but Coastline.
One of the maps that I really love seeing, actually. I think it's my favorite one to watch at the moment, and I don't know why. Maybe because I'm just sick and tired of Oregon by now. But I think for Cafe, because there feels like such a balance between either side as which one can win. And yes, it's a large map. There is quite a lot to clear for some teams. It's a really good measure and test when it comes to the timeliness of teams and how fast or at what pace they look to attack. And also how well they deal with roamers. And for Lowland Lions, there has been a very big double down focus on dealing with those roamers, like we've now commented on a few times. All 5 members looking to push into JTC, and maybe not quite in the I suppose in the, what's the word I'm looking for here? In the method I would have expected, but still failing to achieve the result they were after. At least the attempt was made there to put that focus and commit to that team style this game of going for roamers almost exclusively to make their job at executing a lot easier. What concerns me a little bit is they're putting a lot of focus on roamers, yet you have a nomad to help you deal with them. I almost would rather see them just drop that away and dedicate it to a jackal if you have to help you go after these roamers. Madman catching panic to start things off.
And definitely if you have that Nomad, you're more so thinking like, you know, you're going to hit the sides and you're going to be using those Nomads to block out your flanks. Whilst if you use a Jackal, that indicates active hunting of these roamers. As they are being deployed now, we yet again see the angle that Avich likes to use, hoping to gain an entry onto the site. But something that Granite also likes to use is the amount of C4s they bring. I believe we see one on Eastwood, we see one onto JHC and D2, and 2 still in pocket. So that might be problematic as soon as they want to go for an actual execute. They need to hunt down these 2 players because otherwise we might not see that diffuser go down anytime soon from now. And as there is 45 seconds left, they need to hit the sides, but they're still busy with some vertical play, and it shows their priorities.
They did so in relatively good time as well. I always give that 1:30 mark as a good benchmark for when you need to be starting to get the kitchen ceiling opened up from above. Any slower than that and you run the risk of not having enough time to execute like we almost saw coming out the last time round we were on this site. Deepek finds one at the very least as Leonski's going to drop in, and no one knows, apparently had zero idea he was going to even look for that kind of play. Picks one up for himself, Avich steps in for another one. Suddenly everything is into a 4 versus 2, despite this being a 5 versus 4 for the side of Granite not too long ago. Everything has swung back the other way, and it is all down to Badger to make the impossible happen. Runs into an air jab, and I feel with how things shape up here, there is very little that he can get done.
The flashbang right after as well, and it's going to be Astro to clean it up. And well played here from Lowland Lions. They stayed calm even though they had little time, as apparently they're really confident in their skills right here, just jumping in at the last few seconds, knowing exactly where all these players are. And that is, you might think like, how? Because they weren't actively droning. No, but they have all these angles up vertically, so you know where they're not going to be, because you're going to be able to check those out. And if you have so many angles open, you know exactly where they won't be. You also know where they will be, because, you know, at some point you're just running out of space.
The big focus was making sure that drop through fireplace wasn't going to be contested as soon as they hit the ground, and it was a really well orchestrated drop with that opening kill coming straight through to the other side of Kitchen to start the swing and remove those key members from side on the side of Granite. Good stuff from Lowland Lions. That puts us at 2 apiece, so all is square. Does this give you the sense that another draw might yet be on the way here, Hap?
As many bombs as they can.
It's too early to tell, really. I think you always have to wait until the second half pops around to see how these teams really shape up against one another, because right now it might be back and forth, but you never know if that changes in the second half. Suddenly, Lowland Lions could basically, well, shit the bed as soon as they're going over to the defense, or Granite, you know, JTC could activate even more so after he just had his ace. Like, if his team members join him in that, suddenly it could be like you know, Granite suddenly taking control? What about Lone and Lions suddenly they have like these impenetrable defenses? What do you do then? It's like we have to wait really until, you know, round number 9, so to say, before we can really call a draw.
Left before insertion.
Give it plenty of time. It's more the feel in your bones, Hap. That's what I'm looking for here. The way it feels like it's going. But who knows?
I mean,
give it time. We'll see how it sits at the half time, and maybe that's some form of suggestion for us, hey?
Lone and Lions is the Chaos Academy team at this point, so wouldn't be surprised.
Do you reckon they borrowed Fresh for a few days and just said, Fresh, please teach us the way to chaos? And he goes, okay, lesson 1, play for draws at all times. And that's it. That's all the advice Fresh has got to offer. All the knowledge he holds in his noggin is play for draws.
Little does he know that if he continues doing so, he will be facing relegation at the end of the season. So wouldn't be listening too much to that kind of advice. Sorry, Fresh. But yeah.
Bless his soul. We talk a lot, and it's really frustrating because they're so much on the cusp of getting it right, but just keep on seeming to fall ever so slightly short. Their game against BDS, no indication, I think, of what that team can do. Although in that game, I did say at the time, this is a much improved Chaos. They just couldn't quite get the results that they faced off against 2 very good teams. Panics striking against Oscar. That's the Goyo removed, and I believe a C4 gone from the side of Granite. So less of those to play with. It's almost the same setup as before. In fact, it might be absolutely identical, where they are playing with 3 C4s on side. We all recall what happened not too long ago when it was JTC getting the ace on the upstairs, but it's about that vertical play that they're looking for here with those 2 C4s still on side.
The question is there still roamers available? As this ping will come in, it will be doing a lot of damage potentially. No, Eastwood just jumped onto the bench, but he's going to be under pressure now. We'll have to hide behind the bomb chassis as he falls back into the cocktail hall. Cocktail launch hall. This Badger ready for a jump out. The question is, will this be heard? Will someone be watching it? Because there's 2 people on the rappel right here. Surely they're not going to leave that. No, there we go. They know exactly where he will be right now. And he will either have to move back up or he will have to go for the jump out, because downwards is not going to be an option with those 2 players down there with 60 seconds left.
We're trying to play with, absolutely. I mean, this kind of becoming a topic in this game that we're keeping a very, very close eye on, for Lowland Lions. Pushing the way straight up. White's Deepak just trying to say, forget about this, I'm going to go aggressive. Beats Eastwood into the dirt here. Now it's a 5 versus 3. Numbers advantage on the side of Lowland Lions, and not too much to worry about as that plant is already going down. Panic's finding a double kill in this round, and with the diffuser hitting the dirt, hitting the ground even, this one is pretty much set up to be a flawless round, unless Badger can pull off an absolute miracle, of which I'm not too confident of. This round should be done and dusted, and Lowland Lions go 3-2 with a very decisive attacking round. And I think here it's a really good case as to why we saw Granite looking to play aggressive around the map. When they sat back there like they did just a second ago and let Lowland Lions come at them, Lowland Lions look so happy to execute onto a team and just catch members out in random corners when they aren't ready for them. You need to get up in their faces and try and disrupt them.
Really like what Deepak just did there, using that one concussion actually, because he knew there was a player in that bathroom. So it will explode if he walks out because the time detonation, of course. Or it will explode if he knows someone is there. Well, it didn't explode, so he was just going to be able to just move up, get that kill onto the actual hallway, which allows for the rappel in because they knew the rest was completely safe, and that sets you up well for the plant. Like that one concussion, there was so much information being gathered there by Lowland Lions, and even if he would get peaked at that very moment that he was going for that frag, the detonation would be there, and the concussion would also be affecting him, enabling Astro to actually go for a refrag there. So there's a lot more behind that one concussion, I think, than people might see.
Like I said to Jess yesterday on Cast, it's all the small things that make it worth it sometimes. The small parts of Siege that transform rounds that aren't always the things that we spot out. And although that one probably wasn't as impactful as maybe it strikes it to be, it's sometimes, again, the amounting of these small things that can really count for a lot. Down into Reading and Fireplace, this is where we saw the heavy C4 setup coming out of Granite last time, where JTC had that incredible ace for himself back in round number 3. I'm sure they'll be gunning for a repeat of that round, maybe not so much built on JTC finding an ace, but on a team generally walking away with the win. Otherwise, they find themselves down 4-2 going into the half, and that is not a spot you want to go into with Lowlands Lion moving over to the defense.
Definitely not a way yet to see, and that is a good start. Oscar, a punch and pre-fire, able to take down a Vich. That is the Nomad gone. No more air jabs that they will have to worry about. And Lowland Lions now with 1 man down will have to try and get themselves back into this round, get these entries. They're going to have 1 less gun to work with. Let's see how that will affect him. How will Granite be able to pick up this round on the back of that one spawn peak we just saw?
That's Oscar doing something naughty. However, a couple of rounds ago, it played out almost the same way. Madman getting the opening kill onto Panics. And despite it being a 5 versus 4 for Granite, it was still a total turnaround by Lowland Lions. They didn't lose a single member after that point and managed to clear out every single member of Granite. So do not write them off yet. There is still far more to come in this round.
There we have it. He's trying to gain some information. Trying to find out whether or not there is players upstairs roaming. Set some utilities being pinged out. Verticalities are being created right now and will be followed up with some pre-fires of Onyx, and it's Astro to not be able to land that kill, but the drop through came through. That was good news for him, but he's moving over the angle he just created himself. He will be taken down as a result because of that. That is leaving Lowland Lions down 2 players now as they're trying to recover the current situation.
I'm surprised no more C4s singing out. I think I said that, and there was a couple of C4s that came singing out. No connections onto anyone just yet. Yep. You had the 1 and the 2nd coming out of the Mute and the Mozzie. Nothing found for either side, nothing found for either of them, sorry, with those C4s, but it's still 2 dead on the side of Lowland Lions. 70 seconds to play, so they've got time to breathe with here, but you still got to worry. All Granite have got to do is start playing for trades, and they should be in a very comfortable spot to be able to win this round. JTC popping out, finding Deepek definitely helps them in that endeavor. 5 versus 2, Leonski and Panics to do it all. Something coming out of Panics, but it's still an awful lot more to do.
Still a lot to do indeed. Leonski still with that diffuser all the way upstairs, hoping to find the angle right here. He's going to be able to get that kill. JTC will fall by the stairs angle being held by Leonski. And suddenly we're back in a 2-on-3 situation with Panics sneaking around right here. Might be able to find an angle onto, I believe it is Oscar. No, he gets tagged up himself and goes down. It's up to Leonski now. He's the last man standing in a 1-on-3 situation as Granite are putting up a solid round right here. He needs to go for a clutch. If he wants to make it, he will miss the first shot. It's Eatswood that will be able to get it. And the rehost will be called because of a sound bug, unfortunately, but it's going to be the halftime mark that we've just seen. 3-3. It's an even score count.
Tactical halftime break is what I'll be calling that one, I think, given how that half played out with both sides balancing it out perfectly at 3 rounds apiece. We've really got to see the flavor of both teams, and we were sat here after 2 rounds when we came into that first rehost, talking around how things have shaped up and said, we've seen Lowland Lions being very committed to their roam hunting game. They've succeeded in both of those rounds in that effect. And I think over the next few rounds, we really saw Granite start to dial things back a little bit. Less of a focus on roaming, sure. Quite a bit of C4 play coming out in round number 4, where JTC stepped up, in round number 3. But after that point, things did slow down. And that's, I think, when we saw those 2 rounds come out of Lowland Lions, where Granite didn't so much look scared, but played back on site. They didn't play this roam game. They just sat there and let the Lowland Lions come at them. And that's when they started seeing success.
Definitely so, and you're looking at it, and actually it's quite a lot of C4s being brought up by Granite consistently. Shows really what they would like to do, and at that moment in time when you're the attacker, you're going to be walking above that site. You know, all right, it's a minefield basically. Any moment a C4 could pop through, or any moment a C4 could detonate underneath me, and we all know how that's going to be happening, as we saw a couple of those kills coming through. And that will basically sow some doubts in your heads as well, like, will it be safe where I'm going? Because I don't know what someone of this Nordic team will be doing below me. Like, will they be popping a C4 randomly? Like, will they detonate it right underneath my feet? Do they have information? Like, is there a Valkyrie cam, an Evil Eye, anything at this point? And yeah, it's like a lot of C4 play. Not that they found like 1 kill with each C4, but they still managed to get quite a couple.
Absolutely, and I think we kind of look back at the last game and touch on players like Hayes, who had really good success with the C4s in the early rounds back on Clubhouse. In this game here, it's been more attempts, I'd say, rather than dedicated kills coming from it. Outside of Oscar's, of course, wonderful one that landed on the window ledge and secured them a kill from there. But let's talk a little bit around what we've seen in that first half happen. Speculate. It is all speculation at this point around what we're going to see in the second half. Of course, the conversation around the roam game and the controlling of those roamers was something that we touched on in the first half. Given the team's now changed size, that might be a very different story. What are you expecting to see from Lowland Lions? Are you expecting aggression out in the map like we saw from them back in the old days? Or do you reckon that's become more controlled now that we're seeing Panics and Astro on side?
It's hard to tell, because normally we had next one who would be the pistol spawn peeker, just going out with P12 on the Jaeger, punching open a window and trying to get a kill from that. And after that, he would say his famous words, which were meow. Don't ask me why. He always just followed up with meow. And I'm not sure if we're going to be seeing the same thing. Of course, I know there is aggression in the likes of Deepak, in the likes of Vich that they can use towards, well, either spawn peeking or just running around headlessly upstairs trying to gain some kills. But I'm not sure what to expect, really, because we haven't seen this lineup play yet. I haven't seen this lineup play yet either. It's just the core that I'm familiar with, and how Astra and Panix will fit in on the defense. I think there's only one thing we can do, and it's just wait. Sorry, it's boring, though.
That. So talk to me, speculate on the second half for me. Let's just wait. Okay, my man, top analysis.
A bunch of words. Into it. But let's wait.
You threw some out, to be fair. Yeah, no, it is one of those things, again, where it is the first day. It's like I said back at the start as well, all those making predictions around, here's how CL's going to end. If you're predicting today's games, fair enough, but predicting the whole thing, a little bit preemptive, guys, I think it's fair to say. We're back in just a moment. I'm keen to see how the second half plays out. It will be Granite going across onto the attacking side of Cafe. I think the sounds in my ears suggest that we might be back in just a moment. For them, I think with what I've seen from them across the majority of the season, attack has been where we've seen most teams having a lot of success. I think when you get to determine the pace you choose to line up, you have a lot more comfort. Defense, it comes down to how hard the other team can hit you, and we know how dangerous low line lines can be. We spoke about them earlier on, back when they were known as Diffuse Kids, and the terror they brought into the last season of Challenger League, EUCL Season 11. We'll see if they can deal with it. Madman, to kick things off, is going to start off on the Monty. So maybe it was more of a bait back in round one from Lowland Lions, but here at least, Granite is saying no. The Monty train is underway, and we're sticking with it in round number one.
I'm going to be using it straight away and might force some adaptations from Lowland Lions from coming rounds. And you see the beautiful spawn peek again of Oscar that basically shut down a Vich from the get-go. Put down the lines, one man down. And I think that's a really important part, because if you looked at their executes, especially top floor, they really needed every single one of their members. You had 2 repelled up on the windows, 1 was in the skylight, you had 2 people coming up the white stairs. So every single man was needed. And just missing out. Ooh, you see that, Cam? Baseball it as well. Is he going to follow it up? I don't think he is. Deepak? No, he's not. Okay, I was going to say. Bit risky.
So slightly. But at least it's given them the option to do this if they want to in a short amount of time, and Deepak might fancy it after a short while. Depends as to whether or not there is a drone watching around these parts in case it does become a thing. Really all it's going to take for Granite here is to get to the top of the building, drop in with the Monty, and then start your push forwards from there. I just worry that if a member gets caught out from a run out from someone like Deepak, it's going to hurt them. But nope, looks like they are all indeed safe on the top floor. Has taken 45 seconds to do so without losing anyone, but at least this is where the attack can begin. And with the Monty leading the charge, you can afford to take more risks. You can push forward without having to drone out every single room, apart from, of course, watching out the corners. Because with the Monty with the shield on his face, there's not really a whole lot you can do to stop him just parading his way forwards. Let's not forget that once again, though, this is a reading take, so it's going to be a case of having to deal first with what's going on the top floor. And that's why you're seeing Madman starting to steamroll his way forwards towards Panix.
Definitely so. We see Madman on that shield just pushing through, being the front line. The smoke grenade is already being cooked up right here by Panic. So the ID might be here to try and isolate that Monty, as Deepak and Vich will be playing from below. They have the C4s available. That comes the double kill!
God!
Deepak able to show up right here. Peeper of JTC is going to be able to land the kill. No response yet. But what a C4 that was.
And wasn't even just down to the C4, it was the team play as well, with the Vice shotgunning out the hole to make sure it could sail up and collect 2 kills. Looks like the side of Granite had absolutely no idea what was coming. They do strike back, mind you. They bring down a Vice, they bring down Astro. It's balanced things back out at 3 apiece, but you have lost the centerpiece of this composition. The Monty is gone. You don't have the smokes to play with anymore. You're going to have to make it work by playing some good old-fashioned Siege here, where it's guns up and trying to frag the living hell out of each other.
Trying to find out if there is actually a player behind that shield, and as that C4 came up, they're well aware now. Leonski, the last man standing upstairs, is going to be very important for this setup here. We'll be able to get 1 kill, drops the diffuser, goes for the second one, but will fail to do so. And that means that the shield will still be up. A 2-2 situation now with 28 seconds left. Panics onto the white stairs, is hurting, well, basically punching his own barbed wire. And you might be thinking, why? But both members are upstairs, and that means that he's not giving away his own sound, because the sound goes both ways. A good kill coming in from JTC there, taking a lot of damage, but will be able to survive. And as Panic sneaks himself into the laundry room, he might be able to go for a hero play here, but it looks like it's going to be the other bomb site. Is he going to be aware? Oscar is holding the feet. There we have kill will be picked up. It's Granite Gaming with the first attack win right away against the Lowland Lions.
It looks so good, and you net a double C4 kill like that, and you just think the Monty's gone. We've killed a second with him as well. This is our dream state. There's no way we should be able to lose it from here. But sadly, when JTC is striking back and finding himself a 3k here, his second round of high impact given in round 3, there was an ace from him. It's something worth shouting home about. That does put them in the lead, at least momentarily here on the side of Granite. And last time we saw that was at the end of round 3 when they set up at 2-1. So these teams have never been more than 1 round apart at any given time. We'll see if that can continue, or if we're going to see the Lowland Lions secure a round and keep themselves in the game. It could end up being a 5-3, which would not be a pretty situation. Kitchen going to be where this next site sets us up.
Kitchen coming out. Monty again on the board.
Attackers need to locate and
We'll be seeing a total of 3 C4s coming out on the likes of Lowland Lions. Valkyrie cameras, Evil Eyes, Mute Gemmers. Going to be what is necessary to stop them from just moving in. But you have that big shield you can use that doesn't really care about a Mute Gemmer. You can just walk through. You're a walking drone in that case. That's exactly how they used him the last time around.
A walking drone.
Walking drone.
This is the play in the replay look now. So you have a Vice ready to shotgun hatch out. Straight away, that C4 comes singing up. They have no idea what's going on. You even have one of them stepping back into it at the same time. And it's just so beautifully placed that it kills out both. That's like the dream start to a round, like I said. A good bit of teamwork being brought through there. Definitely more of a risk, I'd say, to have 2 of you playing on the roam like that. But even on the roam, you're only playing downstairs together. You're hardly looking to cause too much grief because you run back to the right-hand side and you're immediately back inside of sight. So I like the team play coming out of Lowland Lions there to secure that for them.
Lucky for JTC, he just managed to get himself into the bathroom. Otherwise, there could have been a triple C4 from just that one. That would have been something. Also saved them the round, considering JTC was able to pick up some huge frags right after, and because of that, Granite able to take that win. Very importantly. And right now they're 1 round up. Start being droned out.
Playing behind the pulse suggests that you're probably going to see more C4 based plays coming out of them, because now it feeds them that extra information, along of course with the Valkyrie and the Maestro. It's a lot of intel, and a good 3 C4s to be playing behind screams to you the kind of gameplay we should be expecting to see, given it is that downstairs defense. There should be C4 Kingdom coming through, and Deepek agrees, establishes the new empire for Lowland Lions here, getting a kill onto Eastwood. And although not the most critical of kills, you have removed the only hard breach here on the side of Granite. And yes, you can attack this site without any hard breach, depending on what they've reinforced and where. It's still going to make your life hell.
It is indeed going to make it hard, and Panic's right now on that pulse. We'll be trying to get some scans out. One is on the white stairs. You might want to be careful because the entirety of Freezer has not been reinforced. And as they're coming over right now to actually go for, well, what seems like the hatch. The hatch has already been opened. Did he just hit him there? No, okay. I was going to say, it looked like he was about to hit Badger. Badger able to survive. As he starts opening up with the flooring right now, will be possibly followed up with some C4s. And here we have it. The pulse is guiding it. He's going to be getting some bins in. There we have it. The kill onto Badger. And that's exactly the danger you have to be worrying about when there's a pulse on the board and when it's downstairs. As JTC puts himself a good drone on the board, this might indicate into a quick drop to come through to try and, well, basically get that plant down. And as they're inside right now, they are aware. JTC gets swung on and taken down. Madman wants to go for a push here. Needs to go for a hip fire, but he's not going to be able to land it. Leonski will be able to pick up that kill. A flawless one from Lowland Lions to reply against the, well, basically godlike comeback from Granite Gaming in the previous round. And we keep on going back and forth so far.
And notes just quite literally for this round say, oof. Flawless round, 2 C4 kills, kill someone as they drop into Freezer, kill the Monty in a 1 versus 1. Big oof, my dude. And that does balance things out at 4 apiece, rather than going to that 5-3 scoreline we suggested could be a possibility. Next up we head to is going to be Bar and Cocktail on the top floor. Haven't yet seen the side of Lowland Lions defend this site, so I'm keen to see what hijinks they can bring out for us. Looking at the lineup, it's suggesting it's going to be a very similar style one, potentially 3 C4s coming out, a couple of sets of intel with the Valkyrie and the Maestro on side. They could just do it all over again and play behind those C4s for the side of them.
All right. They indeed saw the C4s coming out of Granite Gaming. They're like, we too can play this game. Don't worry about it. Bring it out in massive force. And it's something I'm basically missed. I haven't seen this much C4 play really in EUL APAC yet this season. Just consistently bringing 2 or 3 C4s and actually like hunting the kills with it. Beautiful. Feels like we're back in like year 1 Siege almost.
I wonder how much of that comes down to the fear of the yellow ping. Like, knowing if you're playing on the roam and a drone manages to spot you from the room across and they just keep on pinging where you are. Like, you can get isolated very, very quickly if you aren't careful. So I think that might be part of the reason why you haven't seen too many EUL teams doing that. But who knows, maybe it's just a stylistic change and teams are starting to lean away from that style of play. Clearly, the Lowland Lions are not. Nice camera outside from Deepak here, gives them full coverage on what's going on towards the north and the east. And oh my god, please tell me he tries to go for this. I think he might be a little bit too late now. No.
Nah,
But at least he knows what's going on. He knows 3 are on the north.
Yeah, he was going to go for an attempt at wallbang through the window right there. Sometimes you may be able to hit someone through it. But hey, at least he's going to be able to get the complete north side on cam now. Not that it will give you much, because there's literally no window there that you will be contested from the side. But you also have the complete east side under control with that one. And that means that if they're trying to go for a similar kind of setup as that they did themselves, they're going to have full information out on those players.
Peaceful start with nothing outside of that information being collected to suggest there's any ill intent from Lowland Lions towards Granite. The melee starting off on the roof, it looked like they were in the right sort of spot, but most of them now chose to go down for the rappel out towards the west side. So it's going to be the second floor take coming through. Trying to bust out what's going on the second floor rather than focusing straight away on the top floor seems to be a viable tactic. But for me, you just don't want to walk into those C4s. And I imagine now you've identified how many C4s there are. You just don't want to get yourself hung into too many. Leonski going to pick up Eastwood, though. That Hibana going down first again. And potentially C4 was coming out, but no one being snagged away by that.
Alphage being flashed where he's trying to get himself into safety there. Luckily for him, Madman just went onto the roof, and that means he will be recovered. As ping will be coming through Oscar, knowing now that someone was being picked up. Means one is on 20 HP or lower as Leonski gets tagged. Just ever so slightly. And Granite Gaming now have, well, somewhat control of the piano. They have full control of Cigar. That's going to be allowing them to at least start making some moves now onto this top floor bomb site. Oscar, however, picked up by Astro. Diffuser dropped again. Not that it's a big deal. Nice shot being called, because it indeed was so. And 55 seconds left, and now the road clear starts coming in. Pretty confused about that one.
Don't think Oscar even saw him, so yeah, completely understandable. And for Madman, again, they know the fear of trying to go for a plant with C4s in hand.
Oh no.
Well, that's a Deepak just looking to cause trouble here. Surely he knows, they both know where the other is. It's turned into a bit of a 1 versus 1. Now it comes down to Madman, gets shot from above, up by Astro of all people. That 2v1 coming through, and a good save onto Deepak there means he can pull back to site. It's a 5 versus 2. There are a few low health members on the side of Lowland Lions, but this round feels like it should be theirs to put in the bag and pull them forwards into 5 and 4.
Yeah, indeed, as 2 kills now come through.
Please,
Astro and
JTC.
Panics will be taken down indeed by JTC, but keep in mind there's still a C4 available on the board for Deepak as he gets a triple kill. Is he going to ace yet again? Don't think so. He definitely is allowed to as he gets a quad kill. The diffuser is still down, I believe,
C4.
as Deepak dropped him earlier, and there is a C4 available. There's chems on site as well. He needs to go for it now. Is the C4 going to land? That is the question. There comes Deepak. There comes the C4. There comes the bang. And that is the round for Lowland Lions. You're going to be able to pick it up after JTC almost, again, manages to get an ace.
Oh my word, that's 3 rounds now. He's almost got away with pulling off something like that. And Avaish, he likes talking some rubbish sometimes and telling Astro to shut up, but he is correct. JTC is cray-cray. Avaish, that's too far now, man. Sit, stop. 3 rounds that we've seen JTC pop and drag his team towards the finish line. I touched earlier on after round 3 that we haven't yet seen enough, and I didn't want to count round 3 as an air quotes good defense because it came down to 1 player popping off. Admittedly, Lowland Lions wanted to turn that into 5 separate 1v1s. Not the best call when you can play for a trade, but it is what it is. He's now gone on to look and do that in 3 potential rounds, but here didn't quite manage to catch it out as Deepak was patient, and that Astro save earlier on in the round, as Madman tried to contest onto Deepak, that pretty much won the round. I always pull it back to the small things in Siege making the difference, and that 1v1 was a great example of it.
It was definitely a great example of it. And right now, we are going into round number 10 with Lowland Lions 1 ahead. We keep on trading these around, as they just managed to win 2 consecutive rounds and are now going back towards that. This is second floor, right? My Dutch brain cannot handle this. I think you guys in the UK also use bait like ground floor and then first floor for the second floor, right?
We do. Yeah, it's an American
Yeah.
thing, I think, to say first floor is ground floor, then second floor, then third floor. But truthfully, at this stage, my mind has been so twisted by how much Siege we're casting, I'm kind of like...
That is true. Cafe always gets to me,
what's
though.
right and what's wrong anymore?
Because, like, every map has a basement. This one does not. Which is, like, the confusing thing, right?
Why is
Or
that
at least
confusing?
a lot of maps. Well, because it doesn't have a basement. And most of the maps do. And then I just lose the counting because I go from 0 to up instead of from 3 to down, you know? Maybe it sounds like a me problem.
It sounds like a big time you problem, Hap, I won't lie. To us, basement would be like -1 rather than 0.
Yeah, it's like basement, and from above that is 1, and then 2, and then 3. You know?
What if there's 2 layers of basement?
There's no 2 layers of basement. Which map has
can
2
be.
layers of basement?
You've been to hotel, not in this game, in general.
Yeah, okay, I get that.
I'm talking
Well,
about buildings in general.
Then I just lose my mind. It's I do not count further than -1. It's impossible.
And this is how you break a Dutchman. Let's see though if Granite can break this hold that's been going on now. It's been 3 rounds in a row where we've seen the opening kill go the way of the Lowland Lions, and admittedly 2 of those rounds have fallen to them. Round number 7, as we saw, went the way of Granite. Madman, he hears me. He says, Des, you're absolutely right. It's time to break the curse, and panics, gets caught out bright and early by Madman on the rappel.
There's also the smoke on. That is a very painful sight for the likes of Lowland Lions, and that is going to be a lot less of delay that you're going to have available to you as the defender. Badger tries to hop over a drone. Won't be for long though, but he got the information out of it, and that is the valuable part. C4 will be missing. As JTC took out a cam, knew exactly what was coming. As now Leonski Des being hunted has to be careful to not lose his head from that rappel. It's so dangerous. Why do you keep playing there? It's like such big... Oh, there comes the C4.
Oh.
Second one to come in. There's a lot of pressure gone suddenly. Madman will be able to pick the kill.
Oh my god.
Followed up by Leonski, who goes for the trade. And that is going to be a 3-on-3 situation we have right now with 1 minute left. And he's the last man standing upstairs. So the likes of Granite will be going for the hunt because, well, Leonski's still up there. He needs to fall because otherwise they're not going to be able to do much about it.
Back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back. They just keep on trading those blows in those first couple of minutes until now it's somewhat settled just for a few seconds whilst they all start to square up for what is going to be, no doubt, an explosive end to this round. Eastwood having a bit of a firefight through the floor but can't connect anything. Surely someone gets caught out in that head-to-head. The answer, absolutely not. 30 seconds to go, still 6 men left alive on the field. This one could get pretty explosive. Here we go. Oscar with 1 onto Deepak puts us into a 3 versus 2 for Granite. Leonski taking a trade onto White Stairs, yet not able to find the kill. Same story carries across for Granite, mind you. A Vice with a wonderful flick up onto Eastwood, who's pushing into reading door. That's the diffuser down. There's got to be a push forward now from Badger and Oscar. Otherwise, this round is dusted and Lowland Lions go to match point. There we go. Badger striking onto Leonski. A Vice all by himself. He's got the diffuser by his feet. All he's got to do is not die, but no, they push from 90. Granite collect that kill. And I said to you after 4 rounds earlier, Hap, are we heading for a draw? It's really starting to feel like it as both teams currently sit at 5 rounds apiece.
It's definitely looking like that would be the second draw of this group. As the previous round, well, match, also went into a draw. The question is, however, who will be the first team to go to 6? Because they will have the least amount of pressure going into that round number 12, as they are not the ones fighting for any points at that moment in time. Well, they're still fighting for points, but one is still better than none. As right now, Kitchen will be brought up again. Granite Gaming with a very good recovery yet again. I still don't get the diffuse was dropped and it was picked out underneath a fighter's side. Like he was watching up, of course, but the diffuser got picked up, and I don't think he actually realized that.
Whoops.
Attackers need to
Big
locate
whoopsie.
and defuse bombs.
Hate to touch on a couple of members here since the rehost, of course, 4 rounds back, I believe it was now. Currently got Eastwood sat 0 and 4 and Panic sat 0 and 3. Very minimal contribution from both players since we've came back into the game, and I'll give a bit of a lean to both. Panic's was the opening death at the start of the last round. Eastwood in both of the 2 previous rounds. So it hasn't exactly been the easiest affair for them, but although it's only the start of CL, let's not forget what waits at the end of this road. The team that finishes in first place, auto-promoted into the European League. The one who's in second, who falls down to the playoffs, they all find themselves in a spot to be able to compete for that second spot where they will face off against the 9th place EUL team when it comes to the EU finals, I believe in December. I'm pretty sure you'd rather avoid that trial by fire of going up against the 9th place EUL team if you can help it out.
I think you do so indeed. You want to make sure that you close it out in the Challenger League, and a good thing to add here is that the top 4 out of each group will be entering an elimination bracket, meaning that this first win is also valuable, because 4 out of 6 out of your group will be moving through, and if you're able to put down a win on the board straight away, you already have a big edge up on one of those opponents, one of those 6, who will be below you.
It's not quite the last round just yet, but we are guaranteed to see all 12 rounds in this game. So with this being the penultimate one, Granite starting things off on the horizontal attack, not even bothering to look above for now, at least for 3 other members. Their focus instead is going to be on taking the north side, pushing into restaurant and trying to take control of the red hallway. That was a C4 attempt coming out of Panics, but found no one. Oscar and Badger outside the front door, not going to be caught by it at all.
That was a valiant attempt right there, because he knew people were out there, but they were hiding behind a pillar, so no real damage being done. Long angles are being watched here by Granite Gaming, but there's also going to be like a 3 to 4 man halt towards this side as Panics gets flashbanged down. That should be the direct move from Granite Gaming to try and capitalize on that, but JTC instead will fall. Panics able to pick up that kill right after you said he was yet to find someone. Find yet another one as Leonski will be able to pick a Badger. So it's looking like a good round right here for the Lowland Lions, as they're not even able to get through the front door yet. But as I say that, Madman on that roam clear able to pick up 1 kill. And he's going to be looking for the second one. It is going to be Deepak that is walking around the area. He's going to be able to get the spot down, but is he going to be able to get the kill? That's the important one though, because he gave away his position. I mean, goes for a complete flank. Campbell spots him though, so they're going to know the around position where he's going to be coming from. And if Leonski gets yet another one, it's a 2-on-4 situation now for Granite.
It's very similar to what Granite did to Lowland Lions back in their first half, just wasting their time on these upstairs roams. And even though initially they positioned themselves to go for attack through front door and go in horizontally, they've had to send someone upstairs. They had to send Madman to go and contest at least a little bit. And he really can't collect too much for his team. 4 versus 2 and only 45 seconds to go with no vertical control. This is looking really dicey now if you're on the side of Granite.
And they know at least on the likes of Lowland Lions that one of them is going to be a bot, but he will be taken care of with that C4 because they keep on coming in. And Panics closes it off with the P10 Roni. Oscar will fall. And the Lowland Lions will be onto match point right now. They have one opportunity to close this into 3 points and be the leader of their groups. Or they will be joining Windstrike and what was it called? Fedora? Yeah, Fedora. Onto the group of ones. Milady.
It is interesting to think this is just his first day as well. There's still so much more to come across the next few weeks to see how these teams develop and who really pulls themselves ahead. I mentioned a few times already all the predictions that came out. I thought, well, give it a day at least to see what they're all made of. And given all these games have been so close and so down to the wire so far, it's looking just as hard as it was at the start of the day to put a wedge between any of the 4 teams we've seen so far. If Granite take this one, that's 2 draws to kick things off, and all 4 teams looking like they're going to next week on even footing.
Would you reckon we're going to 6 draws today?
No.
That would be something.
Let's not, please.
I agree, let's not do that. But it would be something to have 6 draws coming out in the opening game of Challenge. It would show how evenly matched these teams are in the national leagues, and it basically removes a lot of the doubters who were saying like, we're not going to be getting the most competitive CL season like this. Well, just look at the scores so far. It's 6-6, it's 6-5 currently. These 2 games seem to be highly competitive.
I was speaking to Milos before this all started actually, and was just like, you know, it almost feels very kind of nationalistic that everyone's kind of like, oh, well, I've got my team from my region, or there's some players from a region there. And he was saying, it's, you know, nationalism is when it's kind of blind, when there's no genuine reason. When it comes around to some soft competition like this, it's totally fine. So I guarantee you, once we see Eminem playing later, if it ain't me, it's going to be many of the people spamming the living death out of things like UK Massive in the chat. You've got a lot of fun coffee bastards to look forward to for all the fans from a given region when it comes to their teams playing in future weeks.
We already had it
right
just
now.
now.
It's just cat jam.
Well, yeah, but at the start of the game we had the Dutch at it again. I'm pretty sure now I say it, you know, Dutch, they will be able to come at these copy passes again. They just need to be activated every now and then.
Save them into a little text file, put it on your desktop, and you can just change teams at the whim.
All right. Some good cam coming out right here. Also some good information about a player, the Kali of Madman, who is just standing there. And Astro is thinking about a potential jump out. I can tell you that. As he's on those white stairs, around the window. A fight's going up on that drone again. Astro now, there we have it. Deepak just shot him down, running out from the bakery door. And that is going to be your entry. That is going to be your Kali gone as well. No more big sniper rifle to play with. And JTC goes on the hunt now. They realize, okay, that was not according to plan. We need to go for a bit of hunt. And here we have it. Deepak able to potentially go for a second one. Will he hear him? There he sees him at least. He's not going to be able to get the kill.
How does he not
JTC able to pick up that kill. The man is absolutely onto something as he wins that gunfight that he shouldn't have won.
Onto his last leg. He's on about 3 HP as well. I agree, Deepak. Like he saw him, dude. JTC's flick then must have been genuinely insane to flick whilst being sprayed out at that range by Deepak and still connect the kill back the other way. Unbelievable. Small misplay by Deepak, but a brilliant gunfight coming out of JTC puts us at 4 apiece. I'm kind of glad that you started talking when you did, by the way, before Madman died, so I was totally going to be like, we haven't seen this yet. They've got somewhat planned here. It's something secret, clearly, because they haven't used Kali yet so far. And then he gets domed like that off the bat, and I'm like, well, he's got 0 impact now. That's it. Round done.
0 impact indeed, and here we have it. The X-Caro's being used. Are being taken down because the Mew Gemmer is there, and there's also a Evil Eye that will be shutting them down just bit by bit. And that means that their X-Caros are not going to have any use. They will have to force themselves through the B bomb site door. Cigar, that is. Oscar goes in, and I believe it was Badger that follows. It's going to see with a hot breach, but he will be taken down. So at least they're going to have that one going for them. Badger will go down as well. They're being sprayed down as we speak. There's a response to come through, an air jump to go off, but it's the Lowland Lions to take the first win as Astro takes the final kill. And they will be on the top of the board so far, with only one match in a group to be played today.
Unlucky, I guess. I appreciate the intent. I appreciate the desire of wanting to rush through Cigar into the bar and try to clean things out, to clean house before Lowland Lions knew what was going on. But you saw they were prepared. They called out JTC trying to get himself in on the rappel. They couldn't catch anyone else out from beyond that point, and Lowland Lions just collapsed in. Almost, I think, because of the fact that there was no Kali on side, they knew they couldn't deal with that Maestro camera, so they had no hope of getting that wall open. Unlucky, I guess, but a really good game between both of those teams. Another 12-round fixture to start the day off. That gives you a lot of promise of what we're going to see from all 4 of these teams going into future weeks.
It does give you a lot of promise, and indeed, as the Kali was taken out, they weren't even able to create these angles because there was also Mew Gemmers on the spot. So the Kali being removed definitely hurted them a lot there. So not too sure why it was, just droning in such a, open position. But then again, who expects someone to run out from the bakery door right there? But let's throw it over to the analysts to talk about this game.
Yeah, let's talk about this game and this game indeed. Geo James, you're back on the analyst desk. Lowland Lions narrowly avoiding the L extra one added onto their name, James.
Yep, they got 3, I guess they don't want any more. It was a really good game. In particular, I want to highlight Lowland Lions' attack. Granite really fought tooth and nail, but the fact that Lowland Lions was able to get 3 attacks, I think, was the definitive part here, because that set them up really well when they moved on to their defense. We talked about how Cafe's defender side of map. Now, I do have some replays I'd like to toss up and talk about one particular attack. Milos, do you give me permission to show the replays
of
now?
course. You're the man in charge. Go ahead.
All right, can we freeze frame this about here? So in a moment, we're going to see, there you go, Medic zooms in on that player who'd gotten taken out. The way that Lowland Lions decided to attack this was bypassing Granite's piano presence, the way they'd extended with Castle and Goyo shields and hard holding inside shop. And instead, Lowland Lions decides to go for an east side push, primarily repelling. Now, they catch off Oscar on the roof. That's just a nice free kill. And Astro goes down into reading and opens up these holes in the floor to flush out Eastwood, who is the solo player on the cocktail side. Now, if we can move over to the second replay that I've got production, which they'll be able to line up in a minute, we can see how Lowland Lions actually went for their execute. Now, Hap commented on this concussion from Deepak. He's worried about the presence in the white hallway, so he sends that concussion down a flashbang as well. You notice Deepak doesn't even peek. Once that second flash goes over, he hard peeks the tarps, takes out Eastwood, who I believe was actually stunned, and by this point, Lowland Lions managed to repel into Cocktail from one of their other players who was on the window, and Leonski forced that diffuser down. Everyone else from Granite, all the other 3 players, are now shut out of sight. One in washrooms, one at Pixel, and Madman over at the new balcony who was taken out. This is a really nice way that Lowland Lions completely bypassed the utility investment from Granite, where they'd put all of their players and investment on the piano and shop side. And so really cool from Lowland Lions to completely bypass that and make this quite difficult and finicky strategy work.
Smart man, smart plays from the Lowland Lions. There it is, victorious at the end of the day. A narrow one though, Gio, because it's not like Granite were kind of rolling over against them, were they?
No, not at all. They really held their own in a number of the rounds. I mean, particularly we saw JTC shining. There were 2 rounds where he got 4K. If we look at round 2 and also round 9 at the very end. And also if you look at something like round 6, which is where you had this 1 versus 2, I believe it was JTC who was planting, so this is on their attack. He had like 1 HP, really low. Oscar was watching his back, and it was all down to panics on the side of Lowland Lions to try and, you know, prevent this this plant from happening. When the plant is that low HP, you think it's going to work out, but he wasn't able to win out in that engagement, and so that was a round take there for Granite. So there were evidently real you know, marks of brilliance from this team. It just so happened that at the very end, Lowland Lions could take that last round and push themselves into a win, even though the series looked like it very much could have gone to a draw.
All right, guys, thanks so much for your input. We'll be back here just to prepare for our next game. In the meantime, we have an interview lined up. Of course, we'll only do interviews for the winners. That's why you didn't see it for our first game, much like we do in EU. Well, let's go and have a chat with Leonski. Goedenavond, Leonski. How are you doing?
I am absolutely fantastic.
You know what? Hap was telling me to call you Eglonski, so would you prefer that?
Whatever you prefer, to be honest. I could assume that's maybe a bit hard, you know, and you have to repeat it 5 times in a row.
Don't worry about it. Well,
all right.
in the end, Lowland Lions narrowly avoiding the extra L added on the name after today. Biggest question, of course, for everybody watching out there, they're big fans of the team. How is it preparing for this Playday with Astro and Panix coming in only a few days ago?
It's like we've been working with Panix for quite a while. We worked with him when Next One was there still as well, because Blaz had already told us he was like retiring. Going very well. The preparation was all great, and then out of nowhere we actually like heard that Next One got bought out. So then everything had to happen quickly. Like adjusting to 1 new player wasn't so much of an issue. It was actually going quite smooth, but then having to add a 2nd player, that's just a whole nother beast. And ever since then, we've been looking for consistency. We have a very high level, I think, a very high potential. It's just like the consistency that we're trying to like aim for. And that showed in the match today, I think, as well. Like we had some very good rounds, like tactically that were very sound. And then we also had some gaps falling in some attacks, some defenses where with a bit more practice that would not have happened.
Yeah, with a bit more practice, you win those. That's really the most important thing to take out after our last season, that's for sure. Now, looking at operators here at Cafe Dostoevsky, you guys banning out Ace. What's the mindset behind it, especially since the operator was just now introduced?
So we personally do not really rely on the Ace on Cafe. So we didn't really have info, obviously, on Granite if they would be playing the Ace since they hadn't played it yet in Nordic. So we decided, well, if we're not going to play it and we don't really have anything else we want to ban, because we knew they banned Thatcher. So we might as well just ban the Ace if they're comfortable and if they've been practicing with it, just take that away from them. Yeah, that's the main thought behind it.
Did you expect that Mira to be banned? That's unexpected on Cafe.
Yeah, our analyst told us. We've been working with Phenomene, the ex-Easy Dream analyst. And yeah, he told us exactly what was going to happen, and basically everything that he said would happen happened. So couldn't be more happy. We definitely expected that Mira ban to come out, yeah. Good.
All right. Understandable. Just to know that, you know, Sternap isn't having much of an effect. That's all that we kind of need to verify at the end of the day. But Leonski, aka Egalonski, anything you would like to say to all the LLL fans out there, and a lot of the Benelux viewers that were watching you today?
Well, this is obviously our last Playday under Lowland Lions. So I just want to thank them, especially for the last few months we've had under them. Keep your eyes on Twitter, because you know, it's a little hint. This is the stripes, you know, those are the little hint. And then yeah, thanks for the continuous support, everyone.
Stripes, I wouldn't know who you're talking about, like genuinely.
Yeah, exactly. That's the let's keep it vague, you know.
You really know how to tease, don't you? All right, you know what, Leonsky? Thank you so much. Congratulations today on your victory, 7-5, Cafe Dostoevsky against Granite Gaming. We'll see you next Friday for some more action. We'll see if the Benelux players can bring it back again. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Here we are. We're back. And we're almost done with this matchup. James, Gio, anything like to say before we head out?
I love watching Deepak when he's playing Valkyrie. There were so many C4 kills coming out. I think in the first 2 rounds of their defense, the Lions had 4 C4 kills. And like the aggression with those Valk cameras on the east balcony going for runouts. They didn't dedicate to a lot of them, but it was awesome. I love seeing that.
By the way, for those thinking or asking themselves what's going on, Gio's internet for some reason has crashed. So don't worry, she's not still on her phone. This is not what she does. Don't you worry about it. All right, that's it. Let's move on to our next matchup. You'll see we've already gone through 2 of them today. Well, we're going to come back and continue with Group A for our matches in this Playday. So let's get on with it. Where it is. Why did I lose my matchup for the day? Why is going on? Reminder for everybody, by the way, that we're doing Group A, then Group B. And up next, Heretics versus Mako. Let's be back in just a few minutes to continue. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, our final game of only Group A. Because remember, after this, we're going to go back and talk about Group B and focus through the 3 matches on there. Heretics versus Mako. Our schedule, by the way, for those that might not have seen it yet. We'll update you on the matches that we've had so far. A tie and a near tie on Game 2, but Lowland Lions were able to beat out Granite, much to Desuchu's dismay. I gotta say this.
Yeah, I've been fortunate so far, mate. No one needs to see more Oregon. The Butcher Bite this week. I'm keeping a tally. I think we're at like 11 so far. Don't disappoint me today, boys. I want to hit at least 12 before the day's over.
All right, let's go through this match. Heretics, we'll talk about them first. Of course, our Spanish team here, bringing the likes of Barros on them, who actually used to play competitively at the top tier way back when in the G-Bots days, for those people that remember that.
I still remember because way back in the day, I was a Flipside fan when G-Bots knocked them out of, I think it was Year 2 Season 2 or Year 2 Season...
Them.
Yeah,
I casted them.
I was... The good old days. But yeah, now this Spanish roster's been around for a little while. The Team Heretics is, from what I've told, shout out to Alex Polo, the Spanish caster, who really helped me out a lot learning about Heretics. Heretics, an org that's really supported this team. They brought out some of the best players from Movista Riders and Existence, which are some of the other really strong teams in Spain. And you've got players like Barros, as you mentioned, a rich history, even played for, believe it or not, Ninjas in Pajamas at the Tokoname Pro League finals. And along with Polo, made sure footwork of Rec, at least on a few rounds. But they've had a roster change. They lost Polo and have brought on Illusionist. So I have high hopes for them.
All right, Des, your duo usually, Jess, would be all over this squad right now. That's why I guess she's asking them. Mako spent billions of euros, the entire spending national defense of Europe to produce the video that they did yesterday, and here they are today with a squad that a lot of people have been looking forward to. Is Sir Boss on it?
Yeah, absolutely. These guys are really interesting. And Keenan, the player that I knew from back in the UK, forming part of an old lineup called Randy's in the UK. Shout out to the boys that used to play in Prem. Infamous for destroying pretty much all of Coastline with 5 shotguns in one of their games. No one's ever going to forget that, especially my ears. Across the rest of them, though, there are a bunch of players on this team, some that have been around the scene for quite a while, but Teb, one of their players, a new, fresh, ranked star, as you might call him, 18 years old, an absolute gunner. There's a lot to look forward to. The most interesting thing about these guys for me is the story of the org itself. It's headed up by a guy called Antonio Tedesco, a very famous entrepreneur in Italy, got a lot of tattoo shops, pool clubs, all kinds of stuff going behind him by the looks of it. And guess what? It turns out he loves Siege. They've built a purpose-built house for them. They've got loads of really cool videos. I really recommend, if you don't follow them on Twitter, go and check it out because their content is top tier.
So you're telling me that Desichu will be moving to Italy soon? Is that it? Oh, is south of Italy,
Mate,
just south of Bari?
Sounds like you've been bought out.
Contracts. We've already met in suits. We shook hands a few times. You know how these business dealings go. Yeah,
social
absolutely.
distancing CEO plays. You'll love to see it. Let's go through our map bans again. 7 map pool down to 1 at the end, and it's Consulate. All right, you know what? I'm loving Challenger League today, and thank you, Mako, for deleting Oregon out of it. Cafe Dostoevsky removes to have that decider on Consulate. James, I see you shaking your head. Anything you'd like to add?
Yeah. Oh, good map for both these teams. I mean, admittedly, I don't have a lot of data. I've actually only got one play from either of them. Mako's actually got a 7-1 last time they played it against Italian Gaming. So I'm keen on them for that one. But at the same time, last game that Heretics played was against Vista Riders, and they won 7-4 on Consulate. So in their respective nationals, both of these teams performed quite well on the map.
Yeah, and I think looking towards Heretics, they are regarded by many as a team that are the kind that will get up in your face and give you hell. So this is the perfect map to get up against windows, to get against doorways, and be giving you grief from the second the start of the round kicks in. Either way, we are in for an explosive game between these two teams.
All right, you know what? Let's toss it into our game. Des, James, thanks so much for your input. It's time to push us through into our third matchup of this evening. Our final one from Group A before we move on to B in EUCL. Heretics versus Mako Esports. Go ahead. Wow, look at James. He looks so pretty. Go ahead.
It is Spain versus Italy that will be going up here today. I myself have to go for the Spanish community because I'm tight with them like that. But I think, Jess, you have another one on your mind, don't you?
Oh, look, Viva Italia. Ciao ragazzi, let's go at Italy. I'm so excited for this game. Look, it's not just the Italians on Mako, of course, they're an Italian-led organization, but the biggest thing on there is we've also got Sabos, who's able to lead the charge with a lot of his experience. Everyone knows him from back in the Penta days. He also featured on G2 for a while, so he's a big name, got a lot of that experience. And then obviously my old player, Jenna. Very excited for them. You guys see JN? That's Jenna. So if we say Jenna, that's the player we're referring to, followed by a couple of these other Italian teammates. And I'm so excited to see what they've got here. I got big, high hopes for the boys.
I thought honestly you were going to be going at what Gio said before, as in your girlfriend lives there as well, and you're going to be crying the whole match.
No. This is all about the boys, especially the ones that I used to live with, work with, everything like that. You know, Sabos, Jenna, etc. They are hard workers. If I've ever, probably some of the hardest working players I've ever worked with. So this is really their time to shine.
You heard it here, and it is the first time a Spanish team is finding itself into Tier 1, Tier 2, I believe, since G-Bots. Not quite sure what year it was. Was that year 2? Was it even year 1? Yeah, I was going to say something around that time. It might be around that time indeed, and that was the last time really a Spanish team had any success on like global level. And right now they're back. They are finally in CL. After many failed attempts, just getting short, you know, in the last 4 of a qualifier, or in the last like 8, whilst there was only 4 spots, losing it out in the last matchup. But they are here, and that is what matters. It is the Spanish super team. A lot of money is behind it. They bought the best players of the best teams, and they're here right now to try and compete, to try and make it happen with Illusionist as their newest player.
Well, why not? We love a bit of fresh blood. It's seen a lot of success in EUL with bringing in those new players. So we want to see it work here in Challenger League as well. Looking at the lineup of both of these teams, a mirror in play, not banned, considering a Valkyrie and a Malusi out of play there, which is interesting. That's probably a lot of,
Defenders,
I guess,
protect your
strategies
bombs
that will
from
have to
being
be
defused by
remixed here. A
attackers.
lot of people are playing with Malusi these days. In fact, I've seen almost 100% pick rate of her where she is available. So this is something we might have to see a little bit of a shake-up here from Mako.
And the close to 100% presence in the APAC and EUL, I believe. Have to wait until the exact stats come rolling out of the press before we can make those headlines. Definitely having impact, but not being banned quite enough that you would say it's, you know, an unplayable operator, or operator that's hard to play against.
I mean, a lot of people have been worried about how much utility you have to sink into those Banshees. She's got quite a few of them as well. But look at this, they're starting downstairs, which is not very unusual. I mean, a lot of teams, they like the downstairs actually because it often has a more positive win rate than the top floor does. The top floor has a more positive win rate for attackers oftentimes recently. So not a surprise to see them go downstairs, but a little bit of a surprise, Hap. We're seeing that infamous bathroom hold.
Seeing that bathroom hold coming down indeed. As just quickly looking, Heretics seeming to be attacking from every single side of the map. Well, so Boss is all the way up in the bathroom solo. The hatch still closed, but the scores has that ITA 12S, I believe it is, or S12. It's 12S. There we go. To open up on that hatch. I never know which comes first, the number of the letter. It's one of the two.
We got to do the Australian thing where you just give it slang and you just call it the ITA. That's it. But Keenan will kick things off here to Sake, and that's a great opening kill there. The Jaeger able to do that job exactly to the point. I think Keenan, I mean, a lot of people have spoken really good things about him, and he's able to show us here today on his debut.
Oh, triple kill coming out. Hello, Keenan. Man from Ireland. He's trying to be an imposter by running a similar flag to the Italians, but not quite speaking the language. Definitely speaks the language of aggression right here as he's able to pick up these 3 kills. Curry and UK are the last, well, 2 members left that they need to play against. Well, he needs to play against, rather, if he wants to get that ace.
I mean, they've still got the hard breach in hand, but it doesn't probably mean much at all because Teb takes him out, almost cast a curse there. Keenan, he'll get his ace stolen, but that's okay. It's a team game here, and he's looking to get the last one. That's a 4K for Keenan. Flawless round for Mako, and I'm telling you what here, Hap. Whoo, the Italians are firing up here.
They're definitely going to be firing up about this one here. Keenan able to pick up that 4K. Not going to be able to get the 3rd ace into the Challenger League, into the 3rd game as well, but the round is way more important than that, and that is the one they have into the bag right now. Console meeting will be the next stop they will make. And with that 1 round in advance and basically a flawless one, they are going to be feeling quite confident because Heretics still yet to find a kill.
Well, now they're going to top floor. Not going to choose to go lobby or the split site. Fair enough. You know, generally you find console as the 1st or 2nd bomb site for most teams these days. A little flash of the clash, and he'll 6-pick off onto the Legion. It's funny, actually, because back when he used to play for Samsung Morning Stars, you would have seen Jenna more of a fragging role. He's the, you know, the Jaeger main, etc. Now that they've got Keenan, I mean, he's got to sit back a little bit. He's got to give a little bit of that limelight over to Keenan.
All right. Interested in the setup here that is being put up by Mako. As said on the desk, a lot of backing up from an Italian investor. Would you reckon that they make their strats with like tattoo equipment?
Get the tattoo gun out and
yeah,
I mean, as someone who's got a lot of tattoos myself, that would absolutely see me popping off in game if I got a fresh tattoo, that's for sure. But we'll see. And now the one Maya in hand and also a Jaeger double projectile denial. So this is going to be extra hard here for Heretics. They need to keep their players alive. I don't think an admin take bodes well for them, given what they did last round. But given where Illusionist is sort of placed on the map, maybe he'll try and go in between Visa or admin. But Hap, looks like an admin take is the play now, Hap.
Seems to be the case indeed, and of course Keenan will be playing around there as he hasn't been removed ever since last round. Just stuck there as well, even in the preparation phase, not moving away from it. This is his spot And you have to clean him out before you're going to be able to repel in, because otherwise you'll be meeting the fate of that 416 he runs. Sparrows wants to take control of the balcony. He's getting some shots directed towards him, whilst Boss and Keenan are putting up some pressure onto that admin room. The first entry is there, however. Illusionist is inside. Question is, are they going to be successful? Well, Burrow starts it off with a kill onto Keenan, and that means that admin is safe. Don't worry about it.
Well, that's a really good pick onto one of the star players of Mako here, but don't worry, we haven't seen how much the other players can handle Heretics right now. Jenna decides to rotate all the way down, and I'd be careful if I was him. Not sure if there's an air jab to accompany him if he does decide to rotate up. With ping 2.0, you've got to be careful of those drones that really could be sitting anywhere. You can yellow ping with them. He can hear the air jab, and surely there's a drone looking at him as well. This shouldn't bode well for him on this flank, and it doesn't. Free kill for Duke.
Now we have the air jab coming into effect. We'll be able to land that kill indeed onto the Legion, who is now gone. Not going to be able to get back into the site, and that is giving Heretics the opportunity to try and move through. But the pre-fire revelation, not going to be able to hit yet. Worried though about the fact that potentially someone will be rappelling up there, especially upside down. SMG-11 in hand, Barris trying to pump down some bullets, but not able to land that kill yet, and that means he will survive, and will survive with that SMG and potentially shotgun in hand. We all know how devastating that can be.
He could pop the hatch as well and jump down, but instead he dives to the gun of Barros, and this is not looking good this second round here for Mako. And now 5v2, it's up to Teb and Sabos. We know they're very capable flex and support players, but can they do almost the unthinkable here? Go against 5 different attacking players, all geared up, a few lit up, and this is exactly what Teb needs. He just needs them to peek him one by one, and that's what they've been giving him thus far. 20 seconds left, Hap. Can they do it?
Can they do it is indeed the case. Are they going to be able to get this, execute, basically cancelled out as Tap right here trying to go for a kill. That's a down onto the diffuser, down onto the cover as well. Suddenly it's a 2-on-1, 0-2. Suddenly Mako wins it. What happened? 10 seconds of 4-on-2. Everybody gets played downward here, 2 by Tap, but then 1 on the window to finish it off. In the meantime, his teammate also managed to take one down. It's a 2-0 right now for Mako. That is absolutely devastating for Heretics.
Molto bene, Teb. That was unbelievable game sense. He held down in connector. He held his ground. He said, I know you're going to jump in and go for the plant. I got the crossfire of Sabos over in the rotate. I'll down you. I'll get the kill and I'll turn around. I know someone's repelling behind me, so all I got to do is pre-fire it. I said they've got a tall order that round, but I take it back. This is Mako's game.
I wouldn't go as far yet as saying it's their game already, but it is definitely 2 very good rounds for them. That will be aiding them well in the remainder of this game, especially that last one. That must be a big mental blow to the Spanish players who have the hope of a nation basically rely on their shoulders and the hope for some European success again. Instead, here you see it again. The flashbangs coming in. He will be peeking in. He knows exactly what's going to happen. Down already onto the Hibana by his teammate, and just finish it off with just some grace
Incredible.
as well.
That was really incredible, and you've got to put it down to those support players that can stay collected and calm in those clutch situations. You don't expect them to win it, but when they do, that's really satisfying. And now it looks like Jenna says, well, I didn't do too well in the Legion, so now it's my job on the Wamai. Take that away from Teb. And Teb says, all right, I got the Maestro here. We need a little bit more intel. We need a little bit more guardedness, or maybe they want to anchor a little bit more now that they're down on lobby. They need that intel because it can be really tricky to hold sometimes and get that intelligence as to where they're pushing and where they want to play it.
It is indeed. It is indeed tricky to try and get that plan down. A lot of it relies on the upstairs control you have, of course, as directly feeds into rooms like piano, antechamber, and even to complete a lobby. Might be only struggling trying to clear out that bathroom, but if you manage to open up anything else, there's not much you have to deal with after that. It's up to Heretics though to try and find out the best way for them to try and go for this approach. Also Sir Boss onto that pulse has the opportunity to go for a cheeky C4 to go up and try and cancel out a plan when it finally does come through.
Sounds like someone took bullets there, but probably very minor, might have even been a concussion. As a result, it looks like a couple of the support players will be holding off the fort there in lobby and bathroom, or antechamber more specifically. And Jenna, I think what he wants to do is go for a run out or a jump out. He wants to get aggressive really early. Yes, he'll open Visa double doors and the Visa window. This puts extra pressure on the attackers, and either they use an air jab for it and waste it. You can see Duke all the way back and spawn in case there is a double projector window jump out. That's very common. And oh, he might feed them here right now. Is the timing bad? Is it good? And it's great.
Beautifully held. Able to shut down that jump out. Jenna not going to be able to make anything happen there. Next kill coming in. It's Keenan, though, however, to get a trade. It's Saka to go down, and there we get it. Barros moving in. Will be able to pick up one. Knows exactly when it's on bench. He's able to shut down Sir Boss as well. That's going to be the Ash coming through, but the diffuser will be dropped on site. It's only up to Keenan now, though, in a 1-on-3 situation. Is he able to clutch it? No, he will not be. Barros cleaning that out. It's Heretics to win that first round. As the old Pro League charm actually being run right here on Barros. That shows how much of an OG he is.
Yeah, we love those players that have been part of the game for so long. I think you can talk about experience being one thing, but I think it's why those type of players do so well in so many different situations, because they're used to it. They know what's to come for the most part, and only thing that really changes over time is maps, maybe some meta, a couple of operators and some gadgets, and the rest just sort of comes with time. So I think that's why he's leading the charge for his team here.
I mean, he was part of the only Spanish lineup that ever reached pro play of G-Bots back then. So,
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many
I mean, it's
bombs
good to see like him together with Choi, Lion, Wesker, Dride, or Drid. I don't know what it was, but he has a lot of history behind him, and it's good to see still active, trying to make it back to the level he once was, to show that the Spanish are not to be mocked with.
Well, we'll get yet another piano hold. This time, Sabos setting up downstairs first, so he has a security mirror. Then he'll come rotate up after Jenna reinforces his walls. Nice little replay here of just... That's why having a really good flex player, especially someone who's there to either watch your jump outs or watch your rotates or flanks, etc., is a really good investment. If you can get a player that knows how to do that well, exactly how we saw Duke do, then that's really going to do wonders for your team dynamic, give the opportunity for your team to focus on other areas of the map.
Oh, well, indeed. And as you say, like, just that one kill that could save you the round, because if he was able to just jump out, get a kill, maybe even two, from the people who were repelled up, and jumps back in without being punished, suddenly you find yourself in a 5-on-3 situation yet again in a disadvantage. So, good flank watch indeed, and you can see how valuable it is. As often when you do not have that flank watch in position, you're going to be losing 1 or 2 players because of it.
I think the trouble that Mako's had is that they're not able to deal with all of these drones. I would like to see them sort of get elation, maybe having some of those mute jammers in more key positions, because it's been probably getting them killed more often than not. So I think for the most part, that's been the biggest weakness here. They're running a mute, but they're still getting spotted out left, right, and center. And that just goes to show how good Heretics are with their drone economy.
They definitely are. 1 minute left, 2 minutes left actually, just 1 drone lost. They're trying to push themselves away down into that basement, towards the garage, towards security, towards kitchen, just to be able to get that execute going. But there is an issue. Mute jammers are still there, and that basically, well, steals them away of the information of will someone be in bathroom or not, because if there is someone in bathroom, they're not just going to be running in, so they need to be aware of that first. They need to know whether or not someone is in bathroom. A rotation will be created now, or line of sight rather, as drones are coming in as well. Sir Boss playing here, going prone, hoping to pick up 1 at least, as he's getting some support from below with elation on that shotgun. I'll be able to pick up Barras if he moves up a bit too far. And Saka trying to get an angle from above, but Sir Boss not moving. He's staying put. Going prone. hoping to get the kill. So much time is being wasted right here. Are they going to be able to find it? That is the question. There goes the pre-fire. The kill's not coming through yet. Another pre-fire has to come through, but Bauer is able to come in. But the ITA, and he'll be able to get 2 kills with that shotgun. That's not an anti-personnel one. That is one to try and destroy the flooring with, to destroy the walls with. And it's going to be going for another one with that shotgun. A triple kill, Sir Boss. Able to keep Mako steadfast on that middle floor, able to keep that bathroom under control. He's opening up the hatch now, most likely, and will be dropping anytime soon. As a response finally comes in, but not to Sir Boss. Yeah, he's still standing. He's still moving. He still has that shotgun, well, dear to him.
A bomb is Attackers dropped the diffuser.
My goodness, let's just give a moment of silence for every single man who just laid down their life to that ITA. Will he get punished again? Not really. He'll down him. He won't collect it. Supposed to walk away with those padded stats. And never have I seen an ITA hit as hard as I just saw the ITA hit. Wow.
I hit your giggle.
Of
I
course
like a
I
little giggle
giggled.
coming through.
Of course I giggled. I actually almost muted my microphone because I got to the point where I thought, surely not. And then the next kill, surely not. And then the next kill, I thought, you know what? At this point, just feed the mess. They call him a
Just
boss
ace
for a
with
reason.
it.
Just go nuts.
3-1 right now. Mako stepping up. Are they going to be able to keep it up? That is the big question. Are they going to be able to put up a very decisive win here after we had 24 rounds of the last 2 games?
Whew. You got to take a little bit of a breath of fresh air after those parts. I mean, we've seen Keenan pop off now. We've seen Ted pop off, and now we've seen Sabos pop off. Tell me this isn't a team full of absolute gunners.
I'm not going to tell you that. I believe.
Why?
I have to believe that they are
You got
indeed
that
gunners.
bias.
There is a lot of
Wow.
gunners indeed on that team.
10 seconds to go.
But man, the ITA is not an anti-personnel shotgun. Of course, in that range, it will be able to do a lot of damage, but I don't think it was ever intended to be mowing down 3 people running at you like that. Oh man,
That
look
was
at that replay.
impressive. Wow.
Beautiful.
Well, at least we now know what these Challenger League players are capable of, and you spoke about before. A couple of them have a lot of experience,
Bomb has been located.
and that's fair enough, and that's showing here today, I think, for both teams.
Diffuser has been dropped.
But for the most part, we need to see Heretics at least get one more round on the attack. Let's say both teams coming out of this quite defensive-sided, then we need to see them get at least one more round for us to feel confident going into their second half. I believe given their speed and their drone economy, like we spoke about before, that's very possible for them. And at the moment, Jenna can't seem to hit a drone, so
I mean, you hit some heads, but you miss some drones. I mean, I know I'd rather hit the heads in that case, because that is actually helping you towards winning the round in the end. More so than, well, I mean, I might say more so than a single drone, but it depends on where the drone is located and what info it feeds. Situational, of course.
Speaking of situational, 1 minute, 10 seconds to pass, and looking like they don't like this admin push at all. This time they want to go for that B-bomb push. If they can get the player out of connector, that might do them a lot of... Well, might give them a lot of opportunity here. And actually, I said they're not going to do an admin push, but it looks like they're going to do a complete pinch from both sides. That can often work if Sake holds his ground doing his solo push on admin. If he loses his line, it all becomes a one-dimensional push.
Jenna just opened up the garage right there, but he knows there's a drone, so he's not going to be committing to it. Otherwise, his garage runout might be coming out. Will be denying, for example, Barras, who's on a repel. Could be losing his life here if he's not careful. Surely someone is there to try and cancel it. No, Jenna's just going to fall off. No worries about it. And that means with his last minute left, we will see a 5-on-5 fight most likely happen on near the site. As they're attacking the Spanish casting office. Illusionist will be able to pick up the first one. A step will go down. Missile response are coming down. Oh, that's a quick repel. Fury will end up way further than might have been expected by one of these players. And suddenly it's a 1-on-4 situation. It's only up to Keaton now. The man already managed to almost ace. He's going to be able to try. Maybe we'll pick up 1, maybe 2 more kills. And if he manages to do so, he would keep them in. But Heretics is going to be able to pick up that round. And pushed himself just a little bit closer onto Mako's. and try and push them towards a 3-3 score, of course, as there's one round left.
You did get it in the end. I'm proud of you. Remember when we did 3? Well, now we're doing Heretics.
No, I'm not doing that. Heretics I can do, but 3 is too hard for me.
No, see, I reckon you're a lot closer these days, but I digress. That round was a lot more convincing, and I think it came out of the fact that they were willing to adapt to their opponents here. They went, okay, we've been struggling with our admin push. We've been struggling with really getting control of Projector and doing it the way that we need to in order to get that plant down. Last time they clutched against us. We don't need to have that going down again. Maybe if we switch up our push, they won't read into us and we can adapt to them better. That was definitely adaptation. I think Jenna got caught off as well. I think the problem with being a roamer is that sometimes you can get caught off in a part of the map where you can't really do anything. And it sort of makes you play a lot more passive than you should. I think Jenna played far too passive there, and it gave Heretics a lot of opportunity.
To give him a lot of opportunity indeed. As, well, they took use of it. 2-3 current score. 1 more to go on this half, and we might be going towards that infamous 3-3 scoreline, which often indicates into a 12-round matchup. I'm not sure an APAC and suddenly 4 rounds are being won by the team that just swaps over to the defense right after, but I'm not sure if that is going to be happening here.
I'm a little confused why Jenna decided to run through that teller's wall when Sabos is running the primary shotgun and he has the bailiff in hand, and Teb also has the bailiff, and Elation has a shotgun. You get what I'm going with here.
You save a lot of ammo maybe, and you only take 5 damage nowadays. Maybe that's the reason. Just no, it's quicker. They have time to set up elsewhere, possibly. Not sure either. Like, just trying to make up an excuse for him.
Well, looks like it will be yet another drone into admin. Some shots being peppered back at them. I'm not sure who is firing back there. Can't really see that particular outline. Looks like it might be Keenan and Jenna together. Jenna wants to take this gunfight, but he doesn't really have the weaponry to do it, especially long range. There's a bit of a drop-off there. And well, finally drones will come in. That's Elation's job to get rid of those, and it's a big top floor hold here.
Big top floor hold indeed. Heretics trying to move through. Not able to find anybody yet. As there's also, they're running out of drones slowly but steadily. Only having 6 more available to it. Of course, it's still quite many, but they will be starting things up with the frag, and that is something that will be helping them more towards the progress of winning this round as well. It's going to be Teb that will fall. Barris hoping to find a second one as he's taking a gunfight here with someone into the console office, but Elation already dropped down. These are only up to Jenna now onto these yellow stairs on the Oryx to potentially put some damage up. Of course, has the ability to jump up these hatches, so as soon as they're no longer worried about that top floor, he's going to be able to just jump up and try and frag around. And I was just going to say, you're surely going to be tossing up a C4, but that's a closed wall, so he's not going to do that.
If he can toss a C4 up as they enter in, Sabos might just get a few easy kills. Unfortunately for me, I'm a little bit lagged out. I don't see much.
I'm a bit lagged out as well.
Welcome back to our faces. What a shame we missed that last bit there, because Sabos had noticed 3 people outside of the double door. Imagine he tosses a C4 up, even up through the hatch or not. It doesn't really matter, but whew, we might have just missed out on yet another multi-kill, so...
Might have missed out on a massacre there by one man and his nitro.
Yeah.
But yes, no, it's definitely an exciting one. We're not going to be seeing that into progress. I believe it was a spectator bug.
Crash.
Yes,
Yeah, it won't be a player crash.
That...
They'll play out the round, and then we'll find out what happened, and then, yeah.
So that means we might be getting back in soon. We might have a re-host. We don't know at this point, but the round is definitely being played, and that means it is either going to be 3-3 or it's going to be 2-4, depending on whether or not Sabos is going to be going on a massacre or not. Like that is basically the one key point. If he succeeds in getting all 3, the round will be won by, of course, his team. But if they won't, then the Spanish will be coming away, and they will be able to potentially get the 3-3 on the board.
I think the biggest thing for both of these teams is that I can't really put too much stock in how Heretics are playing just yet, because attack is so different to defense, especially on a map like Consulate. Consulate is one of those maps where good map knowledge, especially on the outside of the map, and good understanding of game sense as to where you can be aggressive and where you can't. That's why I think Teb, after his opportunity of a really good clutch when they were upstairs, I think that showed his prowess, but I think he got caught off multiple times rotating around the map, and that's a real strength of Heretics on attack. They got good flank drones, they got really good flex players who know how to hold rotates, and Mako's getting caught off by that. I think they just need to be less fidgety around the map and understand that they're constantly being watched, and it's that drone economy that I love there from Heretics.
Yeah, that is the important part indeed. They're getting a lot of information, and even in the late round, they still have these drones in position, might be even flank drones, but if you have those up and you have one man down, you know that you're not going to be, well, shot on the back, so to say, since you finally start to execute. So that's an interesting one. It's a 3-3
I'm getting
split.
word that it's a 3-3 split.
There we go.
Which is great for Heretics, maybe not so great for Mako actually, because I mean, I'm hoping they're not just defender-sided, and if they are, well, I mean, maybe that won't help. I don't know. I think for me, I'm just so happy that we've got two sets of countries head-to-head here. I know there's a lot of national pride. We've seen it in chat. You know, we saw the Benelux boys, as you know, they were absolutely raging through chat in the last game, and shout out to them, the boys made it through. But when you get into this particular game, I know that there's an Italian stream. I'm not sure if there's a Spanish stream as well, but I know everyone in those chats are absolutely blasting off. We've been having people talk about, you know, an Italian team being in Challenger League, let alone makers as well. This is awesome. And you spoke about Spanish team not really being in tier 1 or tier 2 for a long time. This is their chance to really gain that national pride.
They indeed have a Spanish stream as well right now.
Oh, they
I just
do as
quickly
well?
checked. I'm like, they surely do. And there's like, you know, 1,600 people watching it as well. So there's quite a lot of people on there. So, you know, you can see that this match is indeed very important to the Spaniards. I'm not sure how many are on the Italian channel right now, but, you know, that might be a little competition as well. How many people are watching?
You can't just check the Spanish one, and then you can't check.
I mean, I said I was going to sim for the Spanish team. You said you were there for the Italian, so it's up to you.
I am. Look,
who's winning this battle?
There are just under 1,000 on the Italian channel at the moment.
Oh, that means the Spaniards are winning.
No, it's not a winner chicken dinner kind of thing. But for the most part, that just goes to show we got all of you guys here watching the Challenger League. We thank you so much for getting involved. This has been probably the first time that Challenger League has ever been broadcast and had this much invested into it. So big shout out to Ubisoft as well, who's made it their, you know, point and aim to have Challenger League mirrored as like a tier 1, that entry to tier 1. So I'm really thankful. We've been pushing that for a long time. So boys and girls, we finally got it. Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
We got him.
We got him. We got the Challenger League on the mainstream, indeed, and every single match being broadcasted as well. Like, we used to be needing 2 channels as matches were taking part, like, play separate at the same time. There was 2 best of 1s being played in a row as well, which resulted in the infamous run it back on Clubhouse after you just lost it and then lose it again, which was like, what are you doing? You know, like, it's not really helping you out, but yeah, for sure. And just thinking back now, when was the last time we had an Italian team actually in Pro League? Are you aware? Like, or Challenger League for that matter?
I should know.
I know we've had Makers there for a while.
Yeah, look, Makers
season
have
9,
been the
I
biggest name in Italy for a long time now. They've been some of the big hitters. I know we've had Italian players.
Yes.
But a full Italian lineup? Not for a long... I think there was one. And look, I couldn't tell you who, but I'm pretty sure there was one because there was at one point I remember saying back when I was coaching and a full Italian squad when I lived in Milan. And I remember saying to them, you can make it like the others have. So I must have at some point been able to research the fact that Italians had made Pro League, so on and so forth. A little bit of an inspirational thing. All players love that. But, oh, I love the ASMR whispers on broadcast in our ears. We're going back soon. Thank you,
that means
broadcast.
we are going back soon, chat. We're getting there very soon. Trademarked, of course. Wouldn't dare to say it without it. And that means we're getting back into this 3-3. That is currently the matchup. And here we have it. Site swap. And that means that Mako now onto the attack. Well, Heretics. There we go. This is going to stay with me for the rest of the day at least. But it's going to try and go on that defense. Make sure that they will be that impenetrable force, impenetrable castle that Mako has to go through.
attackers need to locate and defuse.
They'll start downstairs as well, which just seems to be the favorite side here of both of these teams.
Bomb located by attackers.
Mirror in hand as well, so not really a surprise. I wonder if they're going to put a mirror up in bathroom and do a mirror hold as well. I mean, after you get blasted in bathroom by your opposition, do you want to run it as well? Is that something you go, hang on, that works really well for them. I wonder if it can work for us, or do you just stick to your guns?
Wait, what do you mean? Like run that, but like the mirror
Run
again
the same
upstairs?
strategy, yeah. I mean, now that your opponent used it so successfully against you, do you run it as well?
Don't rely against that. Don't rely against that, because that shotgun is a piece of shit. You're not using that. You're not using that anti-personnel. That is like the way that he got away with 3 kills like that. That's criminal. If I shoot someone point blank, they're taking 5 damage out of it. I have no clue how he just managed to take down 3 people like that.
It's the boss, man. Don't question.
I'm not questioning. I'm just believing in it now. But yeah, I don't like that shotgun. It's good for making rotates, but that's about it. Like, you don't touch it afterwards.
Well, no bathroom hold here for Heretics. They've spun things up ever so slightly. So if we can get Keenan to get that vertical control above, good night, Saki, sleep tight. If they can get this vertical control above in Piano, they can open those mirrors really easily. So I hope that they challenge us a little bit better than we just saw.
Yeah, it's not really the challenge you want to put up. Not that early in the round. I'm going to be able to at least get 1 kill out if you do. Not managing to pick that one up, and that means right now, top 4 control will be Mako's. Quick reply though, Illusionist will be shutting down Keenan with the C4. The last 10 of his hit points are taken away, chipped away by that explosive. Might be a bit of overkill, but at least you shut down the man who just brutally murdered your little Australian drone stealing guy.
I know where you wanted to go with that, but we got to be a little bit PG here. And
Wait, what? No, I didn't want to say that. I was actually. Don't worry.
in my country, we would have gone elsewhere with that. So don't worry. No breaching charges in Teb's hand, so he'll have to use both of those impacts in very key places to make sure that they are actually useful. Was that 3 new jammers on the wall? That's an oddity. Not sure about that one, Chief, but nonetheless, he'll get rid of all of them. And now those air jabs will be deployed, forcing them to have to stick on the site unless they're going to take it. Ace getting used as well, opening up both of the panel 1 and 2, but not panel 3. I wonder if they'll keep that closed. Maybe they're worried about the right-hand side of the white van. Maybe they're going to go for a smoke plant behind the black car.
Sometimes you also see these smoke plants in the middle of white fan and black car as well. It's a bit of a pre-fire attempt there. The window will be opened up somehow. Will that be from above? I'm not actually sure. Could be the case. If that is the case, it will definitely be working out because Heretics has been moved into, well, more passive locations further back on the site. And Barry's being stuck right behind the white van as panel 3 now has been opened up as well.
25 seconds left, Hap. They're going to make this happen. Sabos, he's going to have to stick it or quit it. C4 rains out. No one's even planting, so the smokes will rain out now, and Sabos will have an opportunity to run in. Where does he decide to go? There goes the smoke, babes. He jumps on in, decides to run through the smoke, and now they're going for the kills for some reason. Surely they hear barrels. He's a loud operator. The plant goes out, but guess what? The teammates are there, and oh, what a good cover from Tab. He's not just a clutch on defense, but he's a clutch on attack.
Gotta be careful now because it's not possible anymore to make your way back outside again because the shield is being held. And that means they are stuck behind this white van. And if you go prone, your feet can be spotted out. But if someone else is prone, you'll be spotted out yourself. And that's exactly what happened there. And suddenly Mako turned it into a 2-on-1 situation. But as I say that, the SMG comes in. He's all up to tap now, up against Illusionist, going prone again, spotting out the feed, and there you have it. The trick used against them. Illusionist able to get the defuse on. Having a 5-second extra buffer will be winning them the round.
Defenders have disabled the bomb diffuser. Defender mission
That's a
successful.
really good opportunity for Illusionist to really show what kind of player, what kind of caliber of player he is. He's just been introduced to the team, so he really wants to step up on his debut here for them. And well, that's exactly what he was able to do with that round. That round may have just won them the matchup. A round that Mako, quite frankly, after the cover from Teb came in and the plant went down, should have gone to Mako. So that clutch shouldn't have happened. Okay, there were a couple of clutches from Mako in their defensive side that shouldn't have gone their way either. So maybe Heretics are owed that good karma. But Well, Illusionist, he's stepping up for his team in this half.
Stepping up indeed. Showing up huge. And with that, they find themselves the round in advance right now. If they manage to nail this one as well, so you have 2 in a row, and you're 1 away from match point. You're 1 away from getting that draw in at least. And let's just say they're on 6 points here. Maka will have to fight back, but I don't know. It just feels like a draw to me. It feels like we're going to be going back and forth because that round was so close as well. It could be going either way. And it's just a 50-50 coin flip at this moment in time who's going to win it.
It does kind of feel like that, especially now that the half is sort of swapped over. You can see that really good control of the SMG recoil there, and the opportunity for him to just take a little stead of I guess, what was going on in that round, and that's exactly where he finds the feet there. That's not exactly, of course, Teb's fault, but he should have known that there were a couple of options to the defender there. Speaking of the man, he'll rock the Mozzie this round, and his teammate will be upstairs, accompanied by a couple of ADSs, hoping they can hold admin better than, I guess, Mako was able to do in those other rounds. Only the first round they were able to successfully hold it. And Duke, he's already getting concussed out.
Oh, look at that smart play here, actually. He had that one in pocket, and as they concussed him, he was like, maybe if I put it down now, they're not going to be realizing that they can actually go for it. Oh, look at that. All the flashbangs coming in. The grenade will follow as well, but he's long gone. Won't be actually going for the hit. The drone was there, however, to make sure that that grenade wouldn't be wasted. Somehow it's still being cooked. I'm not quite sure why, because you know exactly he's not going to be there, so you might be wasting your time just a little bit as the head gets picked up. That is the first one. Tab able to find it through the, well, basically ankle holes that were created by the defenders themselves.
A couple of really smart drones there from Mako. You can see both Sabos and I'm not sure who else was droning, but they were able to get a couple of pings off that we couldn't see. Again, there's another ping to say, hey, hang on, I see someone on this particular ping. Please, Tab, can you push onto this? He's in piano. We need to get him crossed over onto antechamber now. I believe he's got the Roni with the 1.5, but I'm not 100% sure. And as we reach the halfway mark here, they need to get this C4 away from underneath. That's going to be Teb's job now.
It's going to be his job indeed. Get the C4 removed, because if it stays here, that plant will never really happen. Keenan trying to put some pressure down as well by peppering some bullets through that window.
A bomb has been located.
Not able to find anybody yet. Predicting a potential jump out to come through. Keenan will be picked up by Saka, and that means there's more safety now. The double jump out there. It's, however, Tab that will be taking down Illusionist, and that means we're back into a advantageous position right here for Mako, who are even increasing onto that lead right now. A bit of a, well, slap back coming in from Sake, but it is still in favor of Mako.
Why Jenna doesn't wallbang here? It's not reinforced. He's got to go for it. He knows he's on that particular wall, and if he starts to wallbang through it, surely he gets gifted. Sake's been the one to deny the plan, and finally does get denied, but it's a back and forth, and it's a boss to repel on in and finish off Duke to give the round to Mako. When it's a back and forth in this second half now happen, I'm pretty convinced we might see another draw if it continues this way.
We are having another draw in the making, just like last game, however, was a draw in the making the entire time, but at the last moment in time, Loading Lines pulled out with the win. Mako and Heretics. Oh, goddamn. Now I'm so self-aware about this. I'm not gonna calm down until I have it right. Anyway, it's Heretics and Mako right now trying to get the better of one another. 4-4 current score. Moving through. And the question is, who will be the first one on 6? Because you just have a lot less pressure as soon as you reach that point from a standings point of view.
I think a lot of these teams, especially after watching those first few matches, and we've got a couple of draws on the board already for the first group, you've got to wonder, and it does give you a little bit of pressure, you need every single point you can get here. It's not a huge season. I mean, obviously it's replicating that of EUL, but for the most part, you don't want everyone else to be just trailing in front of you, a point here, a point there, and then you don't get any. And I think that might be playing on the minds of some of these teams, these players, these coaches even, who are thinking, I mean, at the very least, if the other team gets 6 rounds, we've got to get that draw. We've got to, because that might be the game or the point between getting pushed out and keeping that top 6.
That is the thing. You need the top 4, or actually, yeah, I was going to say the top 4 out of your group if you want to be promoting towards the actual elimination bracket. Lowland Lions right now being on 3 points. You kind of want to follow. You don't want to end up behind them. Like if everybody draws in the season, that's okay, you know, because you're all going to be still around in the same point. You've had a tough opponent because otherwise you wouldn't have drawn up. But as soon as teams start winning, you don't want to be left behind. But you definitely don't want to be losing, because if you start losing, you're suddenly finding yourself in the bottom 2 spots of your group.
A bomb has been located.
A couple of evil eyes peppered throughout that lobby, as well as a Kaided hatch. Keenan had real good success getting that entry kill last time. Is the drone accompanying him here? It'd be Teb to move on forward as well. So what they'll need here is an absolute assurity that it is clear upstairs, and it really wasn't. This is what I meant. I didn't see any drones sort of zooming on in to make sure that they were safe, and now it's going to be Saki to feed the intel to his fraggers of Duke. I think Illusionist wants a bit of it as well on Spiral Stairs. Keenan is still alive. I'm not sure if he rotated out or not. He did indeed, so now he wants to try and get someone to drone him in. It's taking a little bit of time.
They want to get control on the projector room. It will be opened up, but no one is actually there, so there's a lot of time being wasted by just trying to take the control as right here with Relation trying to go on the hunt here for Juka. He doesn't seem to be aware of where he's actually going to be coming from, and well, if he just peeks out right now, can shoot him in the back. Just walk to the left. No, he just runs past. He has no clue. Relation is aware now, though, that someone just passed that part, but Illusionist is coming in as well, and that might be a double peek that is in the making right here. As Elation, his position is known. Tries to fall back because he realized someone indeed ran by. And all he has to do right here is watch Harry Potter. He sees the shadow, but he's not able to get the pre-fire done. He should be aware of the fact that he's in that corner. He's again going to try and go for it, but he will be failing. It's Juka to come out on top, and it's Heretics to go 42-minute advantage so far.
Hap, I've not seen this player denial tactic in a very long time.
Yes.
You can use your Grismon to throw it through the hatch rather than a C4, and as soon as the Grismon goes off, you'll be pushed off the plant like a yokai drone, but of course, no yokai drones in play, so it'll have to be that Grismon to really come into play. 15 seconds left. Surely we get some kills happening here. Yes, we do. A couple of double peaks coming out. Keenan can't maximize on the second. Grismon surely stops this. No. Yes, it does, but it's too late. Hap, it's all over. Surely Mako are able to capitalize on the plant being down. Keenan doesn't miss, but Jenna does. And well, now it's a retake situation. Lobby's a hard one to retake because they can all go outside.
They can all go outside as well. You might be finding yourself in a position where you can go for a long arm, as that is indeed what Juka tries to do, but he will be taken out with Sir Boss. Saki, however, will be coming in. He needs to go for the jump up, but he cannot jump over that right there. He will be spotted, so they know exactly where he is. 15 seconds left. You need 7 to start going with that defuse. The round is won by Mako. There's no way that he can stick this in time. You will have to go for it. He's already too late, but of course the peak will come in right after. So Boss will land that last kill, and Mako take the lead yet again here in Consulate, going up to 5 first. Are they going to be able to make this 6? Are they going to be able to secure that 1 point? Or is it going to be Heretics to move back in? Slot themselves on that 5-5.
These have been really close rounds. It's come down to the fact that I think Sabos has said to his team, I want to get in, I want to plant, so make that possible for me in some way, shape or form. I think there's been a little bit of carelessness, for lack of better words, of Tab on attack multiple times there. Maybe some miscommunication on the drones or whatnot. And Heretics have really taken advantage of that sloppy droning, that sloppy intel collection from Mako. And so it's coming down to these players being forced into these wild endings to rounds. Of course, a rehost will be called because... who was it? I'm not sure who crashed there. I missed that one, but I believe it will come back to us. And yes, it does. Another rehost simulator. You know what they need to stop doing? Players need to stop alt-tabbing. That's what's causing the problem.
Don't alt-tab. That is a big problem. You know, you just have to alt-tab and quickly look up the strat for the site you're going to play, you know? Isn't that how it goes?
Well, that is what players, of all teams I've worked with have done. Alt tab.
Oh, is it
There's the
actually?
PowerPoint with the strat. Go back in the game. Okay, I remember exactly where my reinforcement is, especially when you're trying to pocket strat or you're trying a new strat that you had in your scrim, you know, a couple of weeks ago. So I can understand.
Need a little tablet
but-
you can scroll through.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, or a little laptop on the side or
around.
something.
Yeah, well,
why
I mean,
not?
laptop is like that big. You can have like a little tablet you can just put under your screen, you know, so you can actually just read off. It's like,
Well, phones these days are as big as tablets. I don't know about you,
phones,
but
indeed.
I bought a phone recently.
I don't even know where
and
I left my phone.
have tiny baby hands, and I can barely like type. I need both hands to type on my phone. It's ridiculous. So maybe that's just a me problem. Everyone else finds them to be
you
normal
know, there's
phones.
like a one-hand mode for your keyboard as well, right? So you can type with like the keyboard
Yeah,
turns
but
smaller and to the side, like.
I might need that. I'm a little bit of I'm a bit ashamed to actually to admit that, but that's okay. That's all right. Sometimes small, it doesn't matter. We're not here to discuss that. We're here to discuss these two teams going head to head, of which has actually been a really good matchup. I really like Consulate, especially as a competitive map. I also enjoy playing it as well. And a lot of people really dislike the map, depending on the team, the dynamics, etc. I think G2 is a team that's shown multiple times over in multiple seasons. They've not really been a fan of it. And then for the most part, we'll have teams like this go, yeah, actually, I really enjoy this map. Let's give it a go. And I don't think we've seen as much aggressiveness on this map that we've seen from EUL teams, which I would love to see. I think they're being quite passive, and that might be nerves. It's first play day here of the CL.
Yeah, it's the first play day indeed. There's 4 more still to go before we're finding out who is top 4 in each and every group. Basically, each group is a single round robin. You play each other once. That is going to be it. So you got to make your match count. If you win it, that is great. You're not going to have an issue with that opponent anymore. Let's say if mini leagues occur later on in the stage. But if you lose it, that is going to be the thing as well. You're not going to be able to improve your scoreline against that team. That is what stands, and that is what you have to work with. So you got to make sure that your points right after are going to be counting, because you're losing out, and then, well, like let's say Granite and Lowland Lions, for example, they will be placed 4th and 5th. But because of Granite actually losing out against Lowland Lions, they will be winning any tiebreaker that will be coming up. So like that's how huge it is. And since there is no double round robin, there's not a second chance to try and make up for what you've, well, basically achieved in your first try.
Which is a shame. And if you're all wondering what we're talking about when we're talking about groups, if you haven't seen the groups, that's okay. Make sure you do follow R6 Esports EU on Twitter, though. That's where most of that information gets delved out as well. Liquipedia is a great source. Siege GG is a great source. We've got so many people working on this side of Siege Esports. Shout out to them. They put a heck of a lot of work in. But if you're wondering who's in the groups, for Group A, it's Lowland Lions, Team Fedora, Windstrike, Mako, Heretics, and Granite, which is why obviously we're seeing these two teams go head to head here. And then in Group B, we've got Be Kind, Kawana, Izako Boars, Eminem, Auglis, and Penta. So, I mean, there's pretty stacked groups, but I am getting a little whisper that I think we're going back in, which is great time.
I was gonna say I had a bit of an ASMR in my in my ears. But if you want to know more about the groups, you could go for ! CL groups, I believe. I made that comment earlier on. So you're going to be able to find them there as well. Going to be able to read back on what was just said. If it went a bit too quick for you, if you missed out on one of the names or two of the names, it's all in there. But round number 10 is just about to go and start off as the preparation phase is in its last 20 seconds. Again, seeing that mirror coming out. Let's see how that one will be used this time.
The biggest thing here for Heretics is last time they didn't hold Piano as effectively as they needed to. They got one of their players picked off really quickly, and that lost them the mirror pretty much effectively instantly. They got the roof open above, they popped that mirror that was inside a cafe, and I think that mirror is not really effective for what they're trying to do. I would even keep it as a pocket mirror for maybe, oh, okay, the push is coming from the back. Let me do a reverse mirror, no problems. I'm not sure whether or not he set that up. No, he's still got that double mirror, one on a soft wall, which is a bit of an interesting one there. But what they do is they'll hide inside of that rotate hole where the shots can't really come through underneath, and they'll use it as an angled mirror so that their feet, their legs and everything are safe, but they can still see through it towards the default plant spot. So I like the idea behind it. It's a really interesting one, but we don't see mirror a lot these days.
We don't see it a lot indeed, and definitely not much on the likes of Consulate. And if we see it, it's often downstairs. I gotta give that. but it's still a lot you can do with it. His Illusionist will be able to get the first kill. Lation will be caught off guard inside the Visa office, but one of his teammates will fall as well. Stamp will be able to pick up the kill on Sake. That is going to be your Mozzie gun, a little fella off the board. That was actually what I wanted to say, but I couldn't actually find the word, so I went for Guy.
I'm really upset for Mako here because Elation lost his life and wasn't really able to deploy any air jabs at all, I think, from poor droning. You can't just enter Visa, face check everything, and then go, yeah, I'm all good, because you're going to get taken advantage of. This is not national leagues anymore. This is tier 2. You can't make those sort of mistakes.
You're basically having the hopes of your national on your shoulders here. Because we've seen other Twitter banter going on, or just the serious discussions like, why did these guys have a spot? Why did these guys have a spot? You know, where's Hungary and all that kind of stuff. This is the moment where you can show you're seeing why they are there. And that's exactly what they're trying to do right now. We are getting close matches over and over again. We haven't seen anything close to a blowout yet. And I doubt we're going to be seeing that here today as well.
Yeah, it's really good you pointed that out. They've been all very close games. Prep C4 there, that's a bit cheeky. Does Jenna know it? He can hear it, surely. Surely they can hear this.
Ooh.
Yeah. Oh, Jenna, do you lose your life to this? Oh, not indeed. Jenna, that was really well played from him. He could hear it. Tab can hear barrels and gets the head, and 30 seconds left. Time has dwindled a lot quicker than I thought happened. They've got a rush on the side. Curry still has all of his smoke babes. Not looking good here.
No one is on the bridge. Oh, there is one. Never mind. I was going to say no one's on the bridge, but actually one is. An Illusionist will be able to get the kill to Keenan. Sorry to cut you off right there, but they are about to get in. So Boss wants to go down for that plant. We'll be taking a little bit of damage from that smoke canister, but not too much. Smoke will be eaten by the ADS. That's unfortunate. He will be down. That is the diffuser drop. That is the round for Heretics. Just maybe even purely because of that smoke being picked up. Basically not blocking out the vision. Because of that, the plant couldn't go down.
I understand why Sabos, and that's been multiple rounds now where he's had to run through those smoke babes because they've left it way too late. I'm a little curious why they're not playing those verticals a little better and then coordinating that pinch down. I guess the time is making them have to, you know, sloppily push the side at the end of the round, which is fair enough. But for the most part, if you're going to push the side of the white van and you know there's going to be a rotate there, and you haven't really dealt with the mirror and security, are you not better off running between white van and black car and planting, I guess, beside the bomb chassis? I'm wondering if maybe the mirror on the wall that's looking from cafeteria since it's been popped by Jenna, that's their worry there. But you got to be planning those executes a little bit better, or you can't just be relying on a sort of Hail Mary as you rush on it.
Well, we're going for another 12 rounds. 36 rounds will be played in Group A today.
Wow.
Will Group B match that, or will they give us a quicker set of matches? That is the question. But the first question is, who will win this match? Probably the more important one as well right now. Or will we go for yet another draw between Matchco, as that is how it's supposed to be set, according to Des?
Yeah, yeah.
I've been saying both names wrong the entire time now.
Oh, look, I had my partner message me before because obviously the Italian way of saying it with the C is the ch. And then if they have a CH, it's a k. And so as I slowly learn Italian, inglese per favore, though. Yeah, it's Matchco.
All right.
Yeah, there you go. I've been saying Mako because for English speakers, that makes absolute sense. Same with Heretics, etc. So I think we won't be, we won't get in trouble if we say Mako, I don't think.
I hope not. If so, please forgive us. We are just mere English speakers. Well, I also speak Dutch, but I mean, that doesn't really help me here.
Oh, that was an
Wait, how did that stun go off?
Yeah, that was an ill-positioned one as well.
Bomb has been located.
Was that, did that get Illusionist maybe? As he was sort of, I mean, it couldn't have.
How did that one go off?
I'm confused.
You cannot stun yourself. I mean, the proximity doesn't go off on himself. Oh, no, well, that grenade just took care of everything, but the person that was standing there. That's unfortunate. And I mean, so it's actually Hookah will be running out. Will be away, safe, deeply tucked in to the side, and Matchco will have to try and continue hunting him down. As they successfully do so, as Teb takes him down, that is going to be giving them the man advantage here to go into that final, 90 seconds mark, as they now have 2 in their hands. But look at this, Illusionist is going to be able to potentially pop through a C4 as here's the repel in. Here it comes. Boom, goes the dynamite. And Tep goes down. Brings it back to a 3 and 4 situation. Still a man down, but it's a start at least. Especially since he has been fragging out so badly. And he's been so impactful for the team.
I think they call that one a Kobe, because that was brilliant. I love that he had already pre-planned that in his head as well, because you could see, I mean, you opened that up for the yellow stairs line of sight into default plant, but you can also use it for that particular reason. I love that. I don't think they've cleared him out from below either, but there is a better number count here on Mako. I'm not going to say Macho. I can't do it. I can't. It's not.
Machko?
Nah, it's not feeling right. I don't think they've cleared him. But they've got a lot more time on this particular round than they did last round. Does Jenna have any more of his Ash charges? Because he'll need them to be able to get rid of that Evil Eye, which will spam Intel and Illusionist. He's just allowed to run rampant around this map.
He's going to be able to possibly sneak up onto the yellow stairs as well. And if he manages to do so successfully, you might see the flank of the game to come through. If he manages to successfully take down Keenan, for example, or put some pressure onto Jenna as well, this might be a Heretics round to come in, and because of that, they might be the first one onto match point. Here we go, a bit of Zeps coming through right here from the Evil Eye, and the plant needs to go down. That means that this actually needs to be taken care of. He goes right into the connector, but the time is going to be running out soon, so Boss needs to go for this plant right now, and that means it can be cancelled out. There comes 1, there comes 2, Pirates comes in clutch. It's Heretics to go for the 6 rounds first, and that means the least amount of pressure will be on them for this next round, because they have 1 point in the bag. And right now, Matchco can lose every single one of them that they have been glooming at from the start of this game.
Oh, these last second executes will be the death of Matchco. See, I did it. I got there in the end.
Proud of
Just
you.
took me a few. Thank you. It took me a few seconds to get there eventually. You with Heretics, me with Matchco. It's all right. It's all right. But for the most part, those last second executes, those stalling out in the late game, those pre-execution, I don't know, mind blanks that it looks like Matchco are having, that's what will lose them this game. Either it will be a draw now that we're on the 6th round, or they will flat out lose this one. And it's a shame because they've looked so good. I mean, that's a little bit of my bias coming out. But Heretics, they're just outplaying them here. Their defense is far outweighing what Matchco are able to put up on the board. Those first few rounds that Matchco were able to get on attack, they were not really as convincing. So I think that's the problem here.
That could be the problem indeed, and it could be their, demise, as right now they are a match point behind. Yes, it has been back and forth. Yes, a potential new draw is about to come in. It's definitely in the making. It's just going to be up to the Heretics to make sure that they will secure it here. It's a very interesting opening I actually see there towards Antechamber.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Not sure if that will be there to actually try and challenge the window.
5 seconds
Definitely
before
not.
insertion.
What is that for? Is that maybe to challenge the door? Are you going to be able to actually... I think it might be that you can actually see from piano all the way to the front door.
Who's going to hold this angle? I have questions. Okay, it's being played in conjunction with the shield so that they can do a jump peek on it. Fair enough. It's a valid strategy as well. So using the shield now that it has those transparent lines of sight throughout it, and then you'll be able to sort of peek over the top of the shield onto that if someone runs in. And for the fact that Curie will play it, he needs to be able to throw his smokes through the hole. So that's what that's about.
That as well, indeed. The smokes can go through. That's a smart one, indeed. Good catch.
Also,
All
by
right.
the way, it's not Duke, it's not Juka, it's Hookah. That's his name.
Yeah, I just sent that. How do you run?
Yeah.
Because that's coming in.
I'm learning
He's being
so
like,
much.
There's being big bro right here, and he's being like, no,
Yeah.
that's not how you say it. This is how you do it. Goddamn amateurs. How dare you?
Well, we're all learning here, and that's most important. But what Matchco needs to learn here, I'm getting there, is that they need to fix their mistakes with their time management. Poor droning has been a problem, but I see a drone right there for Elation this time, so surely that's not a problem for him. He'll walk away with his life and visa this time, and, speaking of the man, Hookah will get a kill onto Teb. We said that he's been a little careless multiple rounds in a row, and there it is again. Poor droning, poor play, and may have cost them this particular matchup.
I mean, he makes a lot of these impact plays, and he might have felt like he needed to make another one if they wanted to get back into it. But you should then lose Jenna as well. It's definitely looking bad for them here. They have the top floor control, but how much is it going to buy you now if you still need to be fighting yourself a way down at least with one floor? Airtips are at least being put up, and that means that flanks will be less likely to actually happen, and you might be able to pick up one, maybe two players if they try to do so anyway. But here it is. Keenan spotting out on the opening that has been created towards antechamber from the bathroom. As you said, to toss these smokes through. Barrow's actually just checking some drones. Being the good support player he is. Trying to find out where they will be coming from, where these last three remaining members are. As they feel that 3 points are coming closer and closer right now. That's a good angle being created, but unfortunately it has been spotted on a drone, Jess.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to require Elation to watch multiple angles here. Bosses decide to go repel Piano because, quite frankly, that's their best opportunity for a plan here. And he's ever so right. Saki knows that now the default plant won't be coming out. And look at this, Keenan and Elation. They'll be able to get a couple of kills themselves, evening the man count. 15 seconds left, and Elation says, no, I want my point, and I want it now. It's all up to Saki and Curry. They've got the plant denial they need. Pings are coming out from those undestroyed evil eyes. This is ever so bad. Plant begins, spray through the wall, doesn't connect as it needs to, and all the clock runs down. Plant goes off. Keenan says, I'm ready for this, but Saki says, I'm ready too. And a 1v2, we've seen Matchco do this. They can get the clutch. Sake also very possible with his scanner in hand. He'll be able to get the clutch, but they say no. And that's a point in the hand of both of these teams as they give their debut here in Challenger League. The Italians and the Spaniards showing us exactly how to do it here on Consulate.
Another draw coming out and another point that will be lost into the void, as both will be taking home one and the other one will go to us as the talent team. As right now, that means 4 teams inside of Group A will be ending up on 1 point. Only 1 on 3. And there is one loser on the bunch. That is going to be Granite with 0. Let's see whether or not Group B is going to be as exciting as this one was, because Dan, this game, there was a back and forth as well. But let's just throw it over to the analyst desk and let them talk about this this clash of nations.
Another tie in Europe. Who would have thought, gentlemen? Let's have a chat about this game before we move on. I know you're praying to God. I'm right above you, Des, so that explains everything. Des, can you fill us in on, as you described it, the macro of this game, or the match crow?
We sat there. The match crow, yeah, something on those lines. Yeah, it was a game really that I feel Heretic should have won, being dead straight. Sorry to the Italian viewers in chat, but realistically there were 3 rounds in the first half there that were won by Matchco entirely off the back of 3 players. Keenan, the guy that I shouted out at the start, one of the players that I know, rocks it with a 4K. Then you've got Tev getting a 4K in the next round, Sir Boss a 3K 2 rounds later with the shotgun. Those are 3 rounds that are kind of those strikes of like freakish nature that just suddenly give your team a win that maybe wasn't quite justified, or you're not quite sure if it was going to go that way. Heretics in the second half really playing around intel denial and intel collection, really slowed Matchco down. Almost every single round came down to an overtime plan, and you saw how that worked out. Sometimes it did, other times Heretics responded and adapted and managed to shut them down. Again, it ended as a 6-6, but I think really Heretics should have taken this one.
Hot takes? James?
It was a game where it really came down to those narrow moments, right? Like you were saying, that final round, we thought in that 5v3 it was cut and dried for Heretics, but you mentioned Plansnol wasn't quite there. They ran out of C4s in the early to mid round. And one other really close round that I want to highlight was the first defense from Heretics down on the basement. And they were in a 2 versus 2, ended up being a 1 versus 2 for Illusionist post-plant on Garage, and because the attackers hadn't had time to go outside, he managed to pull it off with the SMG-11, no less. A huge round for Illusionist, and that really gives me a lot of confidence for the Spanish roster, because coming out of Spanish Nationals, Polo was always a player that they relied on, a player that's been around in the Spanish region and the EU, even in Pro League, for quite some time. So Illusionist had big shoes to fill, certainly stepped up into them and exceeded expectations. So I'm really optimistic for Heretics.
All right, guys, this is the breakdown, our halfway Playday is just now, we're meeting it as we speak. Heretics v Machko at this point is done and dusted. All 3 of our matches so far have gone the distance, all max 12 rounds. Who knows what may happen in our next ones? We move on from Group A onto Group B, and this is where we'll see the likes of Be Kind, Kovana, Zako Boars, M&M Gaming, Orgos, and Penta. Coming up next, Penta Sports versus the Zako Boars, a big game, the French Penta and the Poles of the Boars. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Our European clash here, I guess, continues. All these teams, national teams, move on. Ties everywhere. We've had 2 ties so far between Fedora and Windstrike. So that was our first matchup between the mixed German team and the Windstrike or Russian team. The Low End Lions, unfortunately, for the Granite that is, we're able to beat them 7-5. Benelux will prevail against the Nordics, but only just by a hair. And then Heretics versus Machko at this point, or Spaniards versus the Italians, ends in a draw. For now, Penta Sports versus the Zako Boars, French team versus our Polish squad of the Boars, starting in just a few minutes. These are in Group B, by the way, Group A and Group B, 6 teams in each one of them, 3 matches that we're going to go through in every one of our playdays here in EU Challenger League every Friday here on the main channel with the usual talent, crew, and more in the future. By the way, let's start talking about our squads here and bring things up for Penta Sports. Des, talk us through it.
They don't need too much introduction, I don't think, to be honest with you. If you watched last season of Challenger League, season 11, that is, you'll remember Penta as a team that were basically guaranteed a spot in Pro League, or now as we know it, the European League. Problem is, on the final day of the season, when everything looked to be tied up, they came up against Sisu, one of the bottom teams in the whole competition, and fluffed it. They lost their chance, they stayed in Challenger League, and other teams instead got to ascend over them. That's where it came down to the game between the teams now known as Team Secret and the Lowland Lions. But they are still just as terrifying. No big changes coming in. Keep a very close eye on Blaz. He is one of the best fraggers in the whole competition, and of course with other players blacking him up there. I'm sure that in this case Jess knows a few of these players as well. Enemy and Revan being from Penta since 2018. There's a lot of history to these boys. This could be their season. Everyone has got this team's name on their lips.
Big history for a lot of these players, and Blaz, a very young player, French player that is, that has really risen to the top performance in EU Challenger League over the past year or so. Jess, let's go through the Zako Boars here. Polish squad, winners of the Mistrzowska Polski, the Polish Masters, on the line.
Look,
only a bit ago.
I'm really excited to talk about the Azako Boars because, I mean, it's got one of my old players as well, and they're talking about all my old players. It seems like they're littered throughout Challenger League at the
your
moment,
children
but
just.
they're all
This
my
is like
little-
when a
I
mother
love
walks
them.
back in and it's like,
I
oh,
know.
my countless children, you're all here.
I'm so proud of you all. No, I really am proud of Mexus. You know, back when he was with Samsung Morning Stars, he showed that he was a very, very good flex player. So he joined the Azako Boars. Now he's full of a full Polish roster. Then I spoke to Auer the other day and he said, guess what? I lost 2 of the Polish championships twice in a row. I come in and he goes, 3rd time lucky. Here we are. And he said he's joined by some really new blood as well. Players who've never really even played Tier 3 have joined the gang as well. The rosters, Reba, Royal, Foster, Auer, and Mexus. And of course, they've got a sub with them by the name of Yoin. I don't think he'll really ever be involved as long as these players, for the most part, keep everything, you know, heads up. And I'm really excited to see how they do. I think the biggest part of Polish rosters, for the most part, is they don't get a lot of introduction to a lot of other regions in Europe, so they often play really insulated, and that can hurt them sometimes.
Yeah, we've only seen like a few players that came in, like Saves, for example. We talked about way back in the day with Invicta, etc., that played a bit with Poles. And we had, like, the last time they played, quote unquote, internationally in Europe was the EU Clash of Nations or something that happened in Milan Games Week, and I was there with Demo and with the crew there, and that was all the way in October of 2018, almost 2 years ago. So yes, finally we're able to see more of them here competing against people outside of their usual league. Of course, supported by one of the biggest streamers and commentators in Polish broadcasting history, as Izako. So a lot of people will know him from Counter-Strike. We'll know him, of course, in Siege under this squad. In preparation for this matchup, though, let's go for our maps and see which one we're going to be playing on. 7 in total, down 6.
Is it time?
They're going to go.
Do we break the chain?
Theme Park, let's go!
I love being theme park.
Ooh.
Let's
Okay.
go. I'm so
Yeah.
excited.
I'm pretty sure.
The day
Didn't
we're
James
hyped.
turn around and say, like, yesterday that he has
Yeah.
never cast a game of theme
Yeah.
park in the last 2 stages?
Yeah.
That's very true. He was actually sitting in chat and telling us, like, oh, you know what? I'm not sure it's ever gonna happen. I casted it like last time back in, Six Masters back in May or whatever. Well, now he's gonna get the whole thing. That's for sure.
I swear I heard him whisper, just like, let's go, really quietly.
Well, Des, your take on this, please.
Go ahead, Big Bro.
I mean, it's very hard to kind of take a take on any of these teams right now because it's all very fresh. But Penta, we've seen play before. I mentioned already around how Blaz can be absolutely terrifying if you stick a few drones at his feet, especially with the help of the new yellow ping. My God, this could be an absolute destruction. But because we know very little about the Boars, this could be a really exciting game. So don't switch off, don't go anywhere. I'm looking forward to seeing how this shapes up on Theme Park of all maps.
Look, you say we don't know much about the Boars, but I mean, if we talk about the 2 players of Auer and Mexus who used to be part of the PG Nats, which is the Italian team, back, when they played Italian League, everything was about gunning. It was about who could be the most aggressive, who could respond to that aggressiveness the most appropriately, and, end with their lives at the end of the round. So I think for those 2, if they still have that same mentality in their head, this could be a very aggressive game. And Theme Park can be rough that way. There's some jump out, there's some spawn peaks, there's some flanks you can do left, right, and center. There's not a lot of C4 opportunities, so if you're a little bit more strategic, could be iffy, but we're going to see some gunning, that's for sure.
I'm very excited to see this Polish lineup. When I lived in Poland not long ago, we'd get to talk to the now full-time commentator on the Polish league, Marciu, and they would explain to me how really in Poland, there's a lot of this talent, but they're all kind of everywhere amongst so many different teams. And now that everybody kind of gets the old guard out of the way and kind of refresh, do their own thing, this might be the big resurgence that Poland has been needing for quite a while in Rainbow Six. It's been a while since seen them competing. Also, there was some big moments close to Six Invitational, specifically qualifiers for SI 2019. It's been a while, so there's a lot of things to kind of keep in mind for the future. Our game is ready though in the meantime, so let's toss it over to our casters for the first time ever casting Theme Park in this official competitive stage. James, enjoy.
Okay. Just James enjoy then. All right.
You don't get to enjoy, Gio. This is my game, my theme park, all right? You got to buy tickets for the rides.
I don't want the ride. But
right.
if these teams want the ride, I guess if we're going to figure out some way of doing this. Theme Park, it shakes things up. Obviously, the joke right now is that we've had so much Oregon. So this is a nice spicy bit of a difference that we're seeing. But Izako Boars have actually been playing it a decent amount in the Polish Masters. You look at the playoffs, they played it twice throughout the bracket, so maybe they're going to be feeling prepared.
It could very well be the case, but my concern here for the Boars, for the Polish, is that of the 3 times they've played it, and actually 4 times they've played it, they've only won it just that once. They've lost it in that playoffs bracket to Devils 1, even though they eventually won that grand final. And on the flip side of that, Penta, looking back through some of their stats, we've got season 11 of CL, we've got the 6 French League and the 6 Open, and Penta have just been storming everyone here on Theme Park. 5-0 at the moment, including a 7-0 against Be Kind in the French League. So this is very much home turf for Penta, and it's as if they needed any kind of extra advantage in this matchup. Penta is already favored to be one of the top teams in the Challenger League, potentially breaking back into the EUL, and on top of that, it's on one of their best maps. So I'd be scared if I'm the Polish right now.
It's a very good point. You mentioned how Penta are significantly more revered than a number of the teams who have currently entered into Challenger League. Regardless of how much talent we're seeing from all nations and all teams, Penta so narrowly missed out on the opportunity to actually get into EUL last time. They came 3rd in Challenger League Season 11, which was kind of a heartbreaking loss for them. So everything was very close. They went 7, 3, and 4. That was their win, draw, loss, I guess. And yeah, you're right. So this is, I think, going to be an uphill battle for Izako.
Yeah, and talking about Penta a minute, like you said, their run through CL, they looked pretty good, and then final Playday against Sisu, one of the worst teams, one of the teams that hadn't been performing so well in the league, I should say, and they did choke against them, and they got a draw and a loss, and that really set them back, and that basically gatekept Penta out of the EUL. Otherwise, we would have been casting them last stage and, of course, this stage, Gio. And on the flip side of things, I would love to be a champion of Izako Boars. I would love to be putting them on a pedestal and telling you how they're going to do well, but it is a bit grim. They actually came 2nd in the Polish Masters regular season to a team called Slavgent, but they managed to make a miracle run through the lower bracket in the playoffs themselves and eventually came through. But that was 3-2-1 close matches, including, as we mentioned, a loss on this very map of Theme Park. So it is an uphill battle, as you say, for the Boars. But I do have a pretty enthusiastic and optimistic quote from our mate Marciu, who cast the Polish Masters. He reckons if Izako Boars do beat Penta, they should finish top 4. If they lose, Marciu probably reckons it's the end of the story for the Polish team and their chances of making EUL. So it's look, there's a damning side to it, and there's an optimistic side. I don't know. I just want to see. I don't know. It's what he told me. So I really want to see the Polish do well, because I have heard some crazy nuts things about their play style. Super aggressive, super adaptive.
I mean, way to put pressure on them. And I think something really important to bear in mind about this team is their coach, Coach Bugs. Some of you will know him. He coached United in Pro League Season 11 in the North America region. So they definitely have that veteranship, if that's a word, coming in from there, and they'll have that behind them for the support. So maybe that'll be enough to pull them through, as of course, talking about veteranship. Going up against a team like Penta, well, there's absolutely a lot of that.
That's going to be an easy peasy bandit trick for Revant. And ours on the Boars is struggling a little bit to breach that wall. Restyle is very much the name of the game here on Penta. You can see Bandit, Mute, and Kaid. Really all that they could possibly ask for, but a nade sails in, makes it a bit more difficult for Revan, but once again, that Bandit just denying any kind of breach here on the maintenance walls. The Boars have quite literally hit a wall.
Yeah, and you could see them sending in their shock drones from the Twitch to maybe help out in that endeavor, but it was just being watched straight away. The drone hole meant that the shock drone didn't last very long. And as you say, that makes it very hard. Foster, he's just going to back off as he does see one of the players of Penta not too far away. But so far, everyone's still standing.
Nice roam from Blaz, the young gunner, as has been described already on the desk. And Foster looking for that player, but the first one to fall is indeed on the side of the Polish. Alive, stays alive, but ends the life of his enemy, and Cactus jumps in as well. It's looking to be very difficult for the attack as Penta seem to have complete map control, and the Boars are just running circles.
The Boars are going to find themselves very bottlenecked in this situation as Blaz brings down another and out goes a C4. Won't quite catch its target, but with time ticking as much as it is, this is still a very tall task ahead for Royal and Ours. You have to find some way in despite the fact that the wall has not been breached, and you still have roamers from Penta, and there's Blaz bringing down the diffuser. 7 seconds to go. It doesn't look like there's much hope for Royal. Can he do anything with those last moments? He cannot. Penta secure themselves a flawless round for their first one.
And this is, I guess, a confirmation of our expectations, Gio. We've had all close games so far in the CL. Tonight we had, the draw and the 2 victories, but 7-5s, very, very narrow. And, now it's looking like Penta are going to come out swinging, show their prowess, and they are indeed everything that we have hyped them up to be. Of course, it is only one round here, but it was indeed a decisive one. Flawless in terms of how many operators Penta were able to keep alive, but on top of that, Penta simply trumped the Boars when it came to breach denial. There was never a moment where it looked like Hour was able to get that breach open, and the roam clear was pretty much non-existent. Not for a lack of trying, Penta was just better there. Roamers managed to stay alive and find all of those engagement, the Boars looking lost. But there's still time. Theme Park is notoriously known to be fairly defensive-sided, and the fact that Mira is on the table doesn't make that any easier.
I mean, Azaku are going to try and bring the Twitch once again, so I suppose Foster could put his utility to attempt to get rid of some of those mirror windows, but I am really reluctant to be too optimistic about that fact, just given how it went last time. He could barely get the shock drone in through the drone hole before Penta got rid of it. I mean, they had a player lying prone watching for the emergence of the drone, so...
Very typically
could be done.
the Twitch is only effective when it's unexpected. And the fact that Foster played Twitch last round does indicate to Penta that that operator is in the strat book. It's a tendency for the Boars, and it means they're going to be much more aware. Now, there aren't any drone denial operators, no Mute or Mozzie on the table, so that does make it I guess a little bit easier for Foster, but with all the choke points that drone will have to get through, I think it's very unlikely it'll be able to find the mirror. You can see Alive is so cautious, pre-aiming at a low level, and he's actually pinged out for his teammate to watch that second wall. So Penta are very vigilant here for this Twitch drone.
Coordination between them is palpable, and there's going to be the lifeline from below to try and remove the mirror,
lovely.
but that just gives Revan a chance to shoot through the floor. He doesn't quite find his target, but they do now know where the positioning of that player is.
What's great about that, with the mirror now open, Boars actually have exposed another angle into the bomb site, and Revan will have to keep his head down. Or just go and peek and take down Nexus. My goodness, the absolute confidence from Penta, no fear whatsoever. They are gunners. They are getting in on the action, but the trade comes out. Ravon manages to somehow detonate his C4 from the grave and take down Foster. Penta, still a numbers advantage.
A numbers advantage, but Izaku are starting to look like they might have a bit more teeth, or maybe that, they're growing in their milk teeth and eventually they'll fall out and they'll grow their regular teeth, but Alive says, no, I can bite harder than you can. Still continuing on this reign of terror, and just a couple of rounds in, but Penta don't seem to be letting up as they're here with the 4 versus 2 advantage, and a minute remaining. That's a devastatingly long amount of time that Azaku Boars have to go up against this very strong team.
Penta know very well that all they have to do is wait. Doesn't mean they're going to. Enemy taking an aggressive angle. He easily swipes off the head of Royal. And now it's all on Ours. The last hope, no drones to his name. All he has is the 5.56 in his hands, narrowly aiming down, looking to find one of these players, but he'd be walking directly into the shooting range if he took a few steps forward into cash, but time ticking away. He's just saving the AWP at this point, but there's no point whatsoever, so he starts to push on in. Penta's not going to give him the satisfaction of a gunfight. Eventually the swing comes out and, well, a live win those. That's Penta for 2 dominant victories in a row.
It just looks effortless so far. I mean, you could tell at the end, obviously, Al was left on his own. There's only so much you can do there, but he was kind of peeking around. He didn't know where anyone was. Penta are just holding the rings around this team. And I think one thing that's really worth bearing in mind is in the current ongoing French League, the only team who are ahead of Penta are BDS, who right now look like one of the most terrifying teams in the world, not even just in Europe. So that really says all you need to say. That in such a, a dominant and upcoming region as France, Penta are only behind one of the best teams in the world.
Yeah, and Penta's actually beaten Vitality twice in the French League already, and Tempra once as well. Even looking further back, right, Penta had such a good run through the Challenge League, of course, up until that final day where they lost out a map to Sisu. But Penta was dealing with strong teams like Salamander, Lowland Lions, even the former Secret roster, which was so well touted at the time. Penta was even taking maps off of Tempra at the time when they were known as Izzadream, which was one of the strongest teams in that league. And, well, Penta, I feel like they've got more experience, and I hate to just use that as a cop-out, but Penta are the experienced team here. Individually, every one of their players is highly skilled. They're practicing regularly against the best competition that Europe has to offer. And I think Boars may be a little bit out of their depth.
I think it's also, of course, worth noting that this roster have been together for such a while now, and it's definitely no secret that in Siege, in the lower tiers, tier 2, down to tier 3 and tier 4, a lot of teams like to make roster swaps relatively frequently. And so the fact that they have committed to staying together, they have worked on everything they have, despite receiving the disappointment of not making it into EUL, all that does is it strengthens the mesh that you have between the team and everything that you can do against your opponents.
I think it tells you a lot about a roster that has the confidence to stick together. It's not like Penta have been hitting their heads against the wall, refusing to make roster changes out of stubbornness despite being behind the curb and losing games. No, Penta have been a really good team, consistent, with just some very, very minor slip-ups here or there. And sometimes it just is that you lose one game on your final day of CL, and that locks you out of EUL for the next few months. And now Penta, this is their chance to redeem themselves. And I know it's very early to call it, Gio, but I wouldn't be surprised if Penta come out of this game at a 7-0, a 7-1, something of a similar fashion.
I don't know what you're talking about. We've had a lot of draws so far. This is going all the way.
We have. I mean, this is very much unprecedented if Penta can take a dominant victory here, of course, with all the close games we've seen so far, but the Boars have got their work cut out for them. To just deep dive into what's happening at the moment, the Boars have taken to the top east side of the map as Penta decided not to extend. They've just fortified positions on the bomb site, and with Thatcher and Maverick banned, there is effectively no way for the Boars to clear the wall denial utility that Penta has brought to the table, particularly on that wall into Dorms for initiation. I believe Mexus is trying to use an Ash charge on it, but I don't think that's going to get the claw. I believe it must have got chewed up by something. I couldn't even tell. But this is going to end up being a final from the Boars if they can't get this wall open.
Looks like it. I mean, enemy took a decent chunk of damage in that. You got to look for the potential positives for Izaku, but as time starts to run out, you really start to become bereft of those points that could work out in their favor. A C4 being prepared by Revan, but I'm not even sure he's going to need to use it as Izaku just run around trying to decide what it is they're going to do. It looks like they're changing their angle of attack to jump down into the yellow corridor, maybe, but they've got 20 seconds left. Okay, a kill onto Cactus opens things up, but it just gets traded straight out as Royal falls as well. Foster, Royal, Reba, they're all down. Things are
goodness.
looking incredibly disappointing here for Izaku. There is a chance as Mexus is still standing.
What?
He gets a 2K. Okay, let's see what you can do. Revan, he's the only one there, but
Operators, you
time,
run out of ammo.
time, it runs out. It's a limited resource and it's gone.
I actually cannot believe that, Gio. The fact that was a 5v5, like, Boars were completely stumped for how to take control and breach open. You can clearly see the plan was, all right, guys, let's breach this main wall of initiation onto the bomb site, and then we'll have an avenue. They were trying to support with the ace repelling on the windows of break, but the electric claws prevented him from opening up his wall as well. And Boars were like, damn it, 20 seconds left. This ain't working, guys. Let's all rappel to the roof and drop down a hatch and go from the arcade side. And I was like, 5v5, 20 seconds left. Yeah, right, this ain't going anywhere. It comes down to a 1v1. That's, hey, I will say that's a good sign for the Boars. They were well and utterly defeated by Penta strategically, and they managed to pull that out of nothing. It's a very good, good sign for the gun skill that perhaps they could take into future rounds.
But it was definitely one that was running on pure, solid adrenaline. You know, you really want to be judging things like that on when they have more control, because the problem is with those adrenaline fuel fights that you have at the end, they kind of can go either way, especially if you're taking a team very much by surprise. And so you're never going to necessarily be able to say, we can recreate this if we were in the same situation another time. So yeah, it's encouraging. They know how to shoot. That's cool. Mexus got the nice 2K at the end. Ran out of time, unfortunately, but I'm not convinced it's enough.
Yep, I feel ya, but they're trying new things. I'll credit to them. Gio, instead of the Twitch, which was pretty much a non-factor, partly due to the presence of a mute in that previous round, they'll take the Kali, which is effectively the only wall denial counter that the attackers have to offer with that Maverick and Thatcher band. This is a really oppressive operator veto for the attack, and it does make me wonder whether it was the right move from Izaku. Of course, they had seen Thatcher already banned by Penta. They were the ones who decided to double down and get rid of the Maverick as well. And it's clearly proving to be difficult for them. I don't think the Kali is going to make much difference as well, because while the Lance could clear any static batteries on the wall, Penta is simply bandit tricking it. And I wonder whether Blaz actually has impact grenades as well. He might be able to impact trick as well. Indeed, he does. So, like, there are so many different layers. There are actually 4 out of the 5 players on Penta right now have wall denial utility. So I'll be very surprised if this works now. There are a couple of ways that could be dealt with, but I don't see it happening.
Oh, it's just terrifying. And, you know, they got the mute jammers set up on the maintenance wall. Opened up the top, but obviously there's also 3 C4s
C4
being held in Penta. Okay, first one doesn't work, but they still have a couple.
They got it.
Managed to get the wall open. All right, you're one step further than you got before. Optimism back on the table.
The careful trap is that opening throne from maintenance does not simply mean a win. This bomb site is very easy to anchor in, especially on that south side, because even if the attackers take vertical control, this roof above them cannot be breached. On top of that, Penta still has roamers in drug and bathroom, so Izaku have not fully roam cleared the map, and they still only have 1 avenue onto site, and that still makes it very easy for Penta to hide. Drone comes in from Reba, but Revan and Cactus deal with that. iFoster also takes one into sight, but Boars will need to take a lot more than this if they want to start forcing themselves in.
Well, they seem to know where Cactus is positioned, but it's going to be Revan who actually gets the first kill. That's onto Mexus, who you'd be hoping to be your leader of aggression. We saw that he was able to get a pretty decent 2K last time. Not an option again. Under 30 seconds remaining, and we've seen this story before. A good shot there, make that 2. Revan and Cactus finding themselves falling, and suddenly Penta are on a man disadvantage for the first time, but evening things up. Alive gets traded out, and still the pressure is on. Royal and Foster, the only 2 remaining, and they have to go up against Blaz. Still holding on to both of his impact grenades, but they're going to go in for the plant. He gets taken straight out, and Izaku, they get their first round on the board.
Well, that's a nice way to do it. I feel like the Polish fans are hating me right now because of the lack of faith I had in the Boars just then. But they showed that sometimes all you need is a wedge and a giant hammer. All you need is one tiny hole to stick that wedge in, and well, the hammer does the rest of it. The Boars had only opened maintenance. They didn't have a breach on the yellow wall, which is a common spot to breach. They didn't have the barrels wall open. They didn't even have vertical presence to flush out the players from the armory side of that bomb site. What's more, Boars hadn't even cleared out that Roma. I thought the flank from enemy on the Jaeger down through 90 hallway would be the end of the Boars, but after he found one kill, they traded him back. It was a 4 versus 3 with 20 seconds left, and the Boars managed to push on through. They lost the opening engagement. Their explosion onto the bomb site, their ability to refrag each other, trumped anything that Penta could bring to the table, and it's a good sign. Maybe they can indeed fight back.
Now, this is interesting because obviously now they've opted to come upstairs, but they actually kind of flirted with the idea of going back to throne. So evidently changed their mind, you know, during the operator pick phase, deciding that they'd rather move on, move forward, even if after a really successful first round, maybe they don't feel like going back to that same site after losing it is the play.
I do feel like there was more that Penta could have done to hold on there, and not just in terms of the roam, but even just protecting that wall. I didn't think, as I was saying, that it was cut and dried that the Boars were going to get that open.
Defender is approaching a kill zone.
Penta perhaps could have successfully bandit tricked or impact tricked it a little bit more. Like this repel from Ryber on the side. Not exposed to that cash run out. Honestly, I hate the cash runouts on this map. Those runouts are just so oppressive, and Alive knows
You mean
it.
you guys get to play on this map when you spawn there? Yeah, no, they can be oppressive. And that's really the name of the game of Penta so far. Obviously, Izaku getting that last round, pretty good, but they're going to have to keep it up and make it consistent so that they don't get tempo stormed.
A bomb has been located.
Did you just say that? Did you just?
I didn't say anything.
I see you there. I see you, Gio.
There's still the chance that it could happen. So Izaku, they just got to get another round on the board, and they won't have been. They won't have had the worst scoreline that we will have seen this week in Siege. But part of that is going to have to be some of their time management as well.
The Boars have taken the west side of map control. Very cautious of these downstairs roamers. Quite the difference to how the Boars attacked this last time, primarily focusing on the east. They've got a split. The Kali outside east, which is good for she has that sniper rifle, take these long angles, but it means her utility isn't to be utilized on the walls where it's needed from dorms into initiation. You can see that's where the ping 1 is at the moment. They're trying to breach from underneath, but you simply cannot do that. That floor is not destructible. So the Boars are stalling out a little bit here, and the Kali needs to rotate. Ravon on the long angle with the mirror window. He peeks everything, and he knows he lands his shots, but the Boars finally have an opening onto the bomb site here at top yellow.
A good start. But obviously Penta still hold a lot of broad positioning across the top of this map. And there we go, Blaz getting a nice headshot onto Royal. That means 2 players down is Izaku Boars.
With 3 players left alive, they'll try to force themselves through, but they've only got this one breach into office, and there's a player involved, but Boars are dropping like flies. Need to come through. Might find all but just a little bit of damage onto Ravon. There's a kill there for Reba, eventually traded out, but a 1v2 perhaps possible for hours, but trying to push on forward through the Banshee. Only a few seconds left. Diffuser in hand. Could plant it, but he knows there's nowhere safe. He needs to find these picks, and Alive shuts him down once again. Penta, a strong defense.
Straight into the barrel of the carbine at the end there. It's he was just so ready and waiting. He wasn't even concerned. And it just, I don't know. It seems to be the same story. Time just slips away from them. They find themselves in pressurizing situations. They clean up a few kills. It looks great, but then once the trades start to come in and they lack information, suddenly they look lost. They don't know if they should plan, even though there's barely any time left. They know that they'd be in a massively risky position if they did, but they also know that there might not be enough time to go for the kills. And do they even know where those players are to take the kills? It's just, it seems to be a pattern.
I do want to credit the Boars, though. They're getting themselves into positions where they look really unfavored, and then they're managing to find so many frags before losing the round. Eventually, that's a second time where they've turned things into a much more even man count than you'd expect, especially after losing that opening engagement, and as they have done in all but one round. And so moving forward, I think the only thing I want to see different from the Boars is just a little bit more of that breach denial utility used. In particular, Foster, if he was able to rotate over to the dorm site and use his lance on the wall into initiation, then the Boars would have been able to open up that wall. Yes, there was a bandit, but I'm not sure whether the enemy was in position to trick. And had the Boars had at least more than one avenue onto the bomb site, I think that they definitely could have refragged that out. I think they've demonstrated they have the gun skills to make something out of being in a pinch, but they need more breaches open, and that's the struggle of dealing with this Maverick and Thatcher ban.
You know, part of it makes you wonder how different we'd be seeing them playing if they did have different operator bans, because they qualified to get into Challenger League. They're certainly not a team who can't hang. It's just, A, they're going up against arguably the best team in Challenger League right now, a team who've been around for a very long time and very nearly qualified for the EU League. And B, they're going up against an operator ban that seems to be really working against them.
Well, they got one more round to redeem themselves on their attack, and then, of course, they'll switch over to defense. Now, my take on it is I reckon they'll actually perform better on defense. Just their play style, the fact that they're quite good at engagements and just playing off of each other, but not so much at util, tells me they'll do a little bit better on their defense. But Revan is unstoppable. He's got the 1.5x on the Vector, and I believe that's the 4th kill he's picked up with it. He's popping off. 6 at the moment in total, but he hasn't played Mirror every round. I think he got a few kills on the Bandit. But he has been doing really good work off these mirror windows. The lance comes through. A second one goes on, but I'm not sure whether that thermite... Oh, no, it tricks the exothermic. If Ours had just put that on straight away, he would have got that. But instead, another lance will have to be used. We are in a 4v4, however, as Blaz was taken out.
Yeah, enemy's just going to revert back to the kitchen now, and that's a nice C4 there to land onto Royal. Once again, Revan championing the mirror. It's been an operator that's worked out incredibly well for him so far. There's a nade getting cooked by Reba, but he doesn't get an opportunity to use it as Revan just takes him straight down. Disgusting from him. He's just going to do a late reinforce onto the wall next to him for that added protection. Just 2 players remaining on the side of Izaku, and they have 1 drone out of the 2 of them. There may be other ones on the board somewhere, but Ours doesn't last much longer as Alive gets a perfectly timed kill onto him. Just Carly stays alive, and this is a tall task for Foster. He's up against 4 players, and looks like he's just hoping for that peak, but at some point he may just have to jump in and whip out the SPSMG, which it looks like is what he's done. As imagine going up in that engagement with the sniper would probably be quite difficult.
Seconds remaining.
They're chasing him too, Penta. They're going to find it. There you go. Penta aren't going to let him run away with his life, even if he's desperately trying to get back to site. No diffuser. And Penta continue to exert their dominance here over the Polish. One of the team favorites coming into this league. And they've certainly shown it here. In particular, Revan has just had an insane game today. He's, what was it, 7, 8 kills, something like that in total.
He was on 6, and then he picked up a couple in that last round. So he must be on at least 8 now.
He got 3 that round, and
Let's
I think
see.
that, yeah, 8. No, that was a lot. Well,
Yeah, no,
8.
yeah,
There you
he's
go.
8. Yeah. Oh no, it's Alive. Wait, they just all have a load of kills. Life's hard.
Well, it's a tough life when you just got to sit on mirror windows and peek people. But I do love the way that Revan's been playing on those mirrors, and even the fact after he got that 3K, he just rears it off. It's just, it just shows the level of confidence and the level of strategy Penta have. In their gunfights, they're just unstoppable, and their strategies are very difficult to deal with for the Boars. But now, of course, things flip on their head. The Boars get to go on to defense, and Penta will have to deal with the lack of a Thatcher or a Maverick. They're not even opting to bring the Kali. They're confident that they can get the job done with perhaps some explosives. They're not actually running any grenades, which is quite unusual. And for example, if we see some wall denial utility, Cade or Bandit, on the walls of top yellow or the walls of box, there is no way to destroy that through the floor.
Attackers are heading out to defuse.
Well, obviously the test is going to be on Izako Boars coming into this round because, as you said previously, Dev, this is where they have to prove themselves. There is, of course, that chance that they could be significantly better on defense. And you said that looking at their playstyle, you think it will suit them better. But also you have to bear in mind that Penta could look incredibly strong on their attack. And it's going to have to be a balance of those two things to figure out who it is that's going to win. It is definitely a tall task, given how far behind Izako Boars are, but there's still the chance.
My view here is that what the Boars really need to do is play fairly passive on the bomb site, hide behind these shields that they have, and the wall denial that there's really no response for from Penta, and just let Penta themselves waste their own time. It looks like Penta have made the smart decision not to contest the east side of the map, at least not a lot. We've just got Alive entering solo with a drone from enemy. Actually, no, there's a significant amount of presence over here, the two drones and the two players. But Penta should realize, without too much time wasted, that it's going to be basically impossible for them to breach the main walls from initiation or from office, just because of the way that the util has been stacked there by Izaku.
Well, I'm going to start by throwing in some flashes, and as you say, coming in very much from the east side, which it didn't look like they were going to be doing from the beginning. They're just
I really like that
rotating all
reinforcement.
around. Oh, go on.
I was going to say, I really like that reinforcement on the office wall just near Blaz. It denies this long angle all the way in from office into that B bomb site. Oh no, Blaz was actually on another floor. No, he just jumped out. Never mind. So that reinforcement right there, medics, it's going to deny a really long angle from in office all the way over to the bomb site. But actually, two sets of X-Kairos utilized on the wall at top yellow. And well, that does force that position a little bit further back. The K trick failed, and Penta, they're doing a decent amount with what they have. What a headshot. Hour's going to be cringing over that one. Maybe there's a chance here for Penta.
Yeah, this is a beautiful start to the engagement. It looks like they're getting aggressive as Alive gets a 2K walking straight into the side. But look, Izaku, they respond in kind. Now just two members remaining of Penta, but it's all on Mexus. This was the player who we saw get the 2K earlier, so we know he certainly has it in him. The smoke is going to be coming out. That's seriously going to restrict his information, and he's got to play it by ear until now. We know that right in his crosshair is one enemy, but he doesn't know that just yet. Creeping forward, he gets the one kill onto the diffuser. Now he just needs to get the second enemy. He collects the diffuser. Mexus knows where he's got to be, and he doesn't see him. Gets his head taken clean off, and suddenly Penta are on match point.
What is that shot from enemy? It looked like Penta had it in the bag, and then finally Mexus managed to trade out that important kill, that one frag onto the diffuser player, and I thought it was everything that he needed. All he had to do was play safe, but he perhaps didn't have information onto whether that diffuser was being planted. He thought he had to peek, and enemy punished him for it. Penta, once again, they've managed to pull an impressive push together when it would have been so difficult. And I know I kept prefacing how impossible it would be for them to breach the wall from top yellow. There's a single wall like directly above the stairs, and then just like near the vending machine, there are two walls. Now, where there was two walls, that was, yeah, here you go. Thank you, medic. So the one on the left, there was no hard breach denial on. And the one that was on the right just there was hard breach denial. Now, of course, there's no way for Penta to clear that hard breach denial. So instead, they just dedicated to that single wall. And Hours, instead of deciding to hold his fort and just stay there at top yellow and try and hide, play the 90-degree angle, he decided to fall off. Penta pinched from that top yellow breach, from the waiting double door, and from Cafe. And it's not much to go off, but it was clearly enough for Penta, especially because they found that opening kill. Cactus, a very lucky shot, and a nice shot onto Hour. And from then on, I feel like there was just no chance for Izaku to get back into it. And it's a very ill omen for them, with Penta sitting on match point.
It also must be incredibly frustrating for them, given that when Penta got those opening kills and Alive got taken down, moving in very aggressively to the site through the doorway, Izaku responded with 3 kills. They suddenly had the man advantage, but they couldn't hold on to it. And that's where it's really frustrating, because it's like, man, it was so close. You just needed the tenacity to continue that grip, and it could have been yours. But obviously you can't change the past. Now this could potentially be the last round, so Izaku don't have any room to let up.
I like to be an optimist, Gio, but I don't have a lot of faith here for the Boars. Particularly because they decided to go for this throne room objective. Now, a lot of people like this objective, but especially with the Maverick and Thatcher band, I really do prefer that dorm site that they just failed to win. And the reason...
Okay.
What? Okay.
What?
That's a bit of an oversight from enemy. Gets punished. Surely not. Mexes finds double. And, well, everything I was about to say, you can just throw that in the garbage bin because Blaz gets deleted. Good night.
Penta started off by getting a bit overzealous, and then at the end there, he thought he was prepared and he was not. Nexus, more of this, please. We're gonna need it. If your team are to stay in. That was filthy. Oh, man.
Yeah, I was going to break down the strategy of why this bomb site is easy to pick apart, and also I was going to bring up the fact that this Jackal was picked. Eventually that allows them to find... Wait, what? No, that was Alive that just went down.
They know where Cactus
Surely
is. And look, they're ready for him. No! Oh my god. Okay, that was so close. It's okay, you're still in. You can still do it. We believe in you. We believe in you. And oh man. Penta really got caught out with a slap to the face, or many of them in that round.
Yeah, to go back for a minute and finish the point I was going to make before Maxis rudely interrupted me with that 3K, is that on that throne room bomb site, you can clear the utility on the walls from above or with grenades over the top of the walls, something you can't do on that Dorm's bomb site. And on top of that, I thought that Penta would be really good at clearing the roamers, especially because they've got a Jackal, which makes that job a little bit easier. They failed to drone out Maxis in daycare, and not only is he allowed to get that 1 kill onto enemy, he repeaks, finds the refragger, and then later on just absolutely deletes that other player as well. I believe it was Cactus. Oh, I don't know. It was Alive on the long angle. Someone. He just killed everyone.
Jackal, yeah, it probably was.
No, it was Revan or
it was
Blaz.
someone.
I don't know. It was someone who got deleted. It doesn't matter. I don't care who you are. Maxis certainly doesn't.
He's just counting the bodies. He's not looking at the faces.
That's it. Yeah, so, I mean, I feel like that round was just won based on a bit of an oversight from Penta, not droning or using the Jackal to find Maxis, and then the fact that he hit some really nutty shots. Not to take anything away from him. That's insane. But you'd think that Penta won't let that slip for the next 4 rounds in a row and allow a draw to come through.
What's also great is that we know that in the other call, Jess is going to have been sitting there going, yeah, Maxis, that's my boy! She'll be so proud.
Yeah, no doubt. But, well, let's see. What's the play this time around, Penta? Are you going to be a bit more thorough with your drones? I expect so. They are going for a... well, this is the office initiation bomb site. So they're hitting the side of the map where the bomb site is, rather than going for a map control take. It is very difficult to clear any wall denial utility that's present on this bomb site, but guess what? The Boars have actually elected not to bring any. Instead, deciding to lean into the shields and lean into the mirror windows. In fact, it looks like the Boars are actually playing primarily from off-site. They've got mirror windows looking into both objectives from both dorms and the top yellow, where we saw mirror windows previously. The great thing about these is they can't be popped from below, but they are vulnerable to a push from the west side if Penta decides to take from Arcade.
Well, Izaku, you proved that you had it in the last round. You've got to carry it through here. And Penta will likely be a bit more vigilant and do their due diligence more. And it's actually not going to take them long to use the Selmas onto the control room wall. So that's very early control of that wall that's been taken. But as you mentioned, the placement of the mirror window means that they are still directly in the line of sight, in the line of fire of Izako.
But there is this small area behind the shrine where Blaz can sneak through. If his teammate could get in here with the diffuser, he might be able to make it happen, but C4, if it rings true, it does not. Blaz finds him, gassed out now, but Reba's struggling to compose himself. Blaz going hell for leather, but he gets taken out. There's another, what, Rivan kills everyone, including one of his teammates. A 2v2 now, Mexus has to come up huge in the 1v2 for the map. Can he do it?
Oh, it's so close. He's pulled through before. We've seen it happen, but he's so low on health. So is Revan, though, so he might be an easy kill, but he's got to bear in mind that Cactus is still there, and he could take the time to plant. That's exactly what he's going to do. Suddenly, the pressure is on, and Mexus is just peeking in through this same doorway, and they know where he is. He has to move forward. He doesn't have a choice, but he doesn't know where the crossfire could be being held from, and that's exactly where it's being held from. Revan gets that final kill. A 7-1 victory for Penta. The quickest game of the day so far, and the David and Goliath story that could have been isn't going to continue forward. A beautiful and succinct win from Penta.
Well, Penta are just flexing in the CL at the moment. They've been there, they've done that. Challenger League is theirs, they say, and they come out swinging a 7-2 that could very well have been a 7-0. Swings the way of the French, and the Polish are left reeling. That's a lot of work for them still to be done, but Penta got to be happy with this victory. And if it's any indication of how their form will continue through Challenger League, then I think, Gio, we may well be seeing them in 2021 in the European League.
I mean, given that they really narrowly missed out on EU League, you could kind of say they're smurfing. Yeah, a 7-2, very impressive scoreline. I think I accidentally said 7-1 at the end there, but it wasn't quite that
felt
bad.
like it.
It certainly did feel like it. I wonder what the analysts think it felt like. Let's find out. Milos, take it away.
It felt like a wash. I gotta say, the French really going all over. Yeah, are you okay, Jess? The lights?
You know,
Hold on, Jess.
it's about to be morning here, so I thought I'd lower the light, but it didn't quite compensate as much.
Jessica, you don't need to turn on any lights. Your face is radiant enough.
That's really kind of you. Shut up, Des. No one cares about your opinion. Go on, Milos. Everyone loves you. Go ahead.
No, you know what? I need all of your opinions right now because Des, this was not great of a showing for the Poles day one.
No, do you remember that action you did with your hands just a second ago then as you said my name? Can you do that for me again? Exactly. You just described all my analysis. Next point, please. No, very seriously, that was a clapping by the side of Penta. Literally in that first half, it felt like there was nothing the Boars could get right. Every single time they came up against Penta, there was denial to the high heavens, there was mirrors, there was bandits, there was Malusis. They kept playing denial, but it took 4 rounds, well, say 3 and then say number 4. It took them the first 3 rounds to really realize what was going wrong, and in the 4th round, started bringing Akali to respond. But by then, you'd already seen the effects of what was going on. There was just the gun skill flying through on the side of Penta, and the Boars, bar a couple of rounds leading in towards the second half where Mexis popped off a couple of times, they really struggled to keep up mechanically as well as strategically. That's why there's a 7-2 scoreline on the board.
Yeah, look, I think the biggest thing there was you said the mechanical skill was outweighed as well, but there was a mirror on the board, and Penta players, especially, you know, you think about some French players or ex-EUL Pro League players rather, that are really comfortable with mirror. Back before it was like insta-ban all the time, that was something that they were very comfortable getting to know and having strategies around. And so I think for the most part, Penta felt in their element, especially there on defense. I also have a little bit of a sneaky clip to bring up to show you how confident they felt, and if production could bring up a nice little slow-mo. It did come with some karma, rightfully so, and you could see the end of round 4 here. This was when Izako Boars finally pick up their first round. You think, okay, this is pretty good, 3v3 times clicking down. Surely this doesn't go to the Boars. Enemy does a good flank in his own right, but he does get shot down by the SMG. And here we go. Now it's all up to Blaz. And if we pause right there, look Look at that. What does that say? That says from Blaz easy. Now, not only did he have an opportunity to use, I'm going to count about 15 to 20 bullets to write that little message, he then gets a little bit of karma and gets clapped back. Now, we say karma, that was in their hands, no matter which way that round went particularly. But that's a little cheeky one to throw out there. Some people are going to say toxic. I think it's really good because this might put a little bit of a storyline between these two teams.
Look, there's
a really good saying in all this, by the way,
go
Milosh.
ahead.
And this is a word that, I know, Hap said it a few times tonight, so I feel I can get away with it without being told off. Chat shit, get hit.
Chat shit, get hit.
That's a very good point, I gotta say. Yeah, in the end,
It was as simple as that.
it's simple as that, really.
Calm as a...
In the end, doesn't matter what happened. It's still more creativity than we usually see from pro players. So I gotta be honest. It's very
Beautiful
very,
handwriting, Blaz.
Beautiful.
Someone taught you well.
very cursive, I gotta say. But you know what? We have an interview lined up with Penta Sports, so let's have a chat with them. Bonsoir, enemy. How you doing?
Hello. I'm good, and you?
Good. It's been a while since we've seen you here, and here you are again in Challenger League when we can have a talk with you. First, preparation for theme park into this. Was this the plan all along?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Preparation for theme park. Was this the plan all along?
To play theme park?
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, not really. We are kinda ready on every map, so yeah. Let's the vote. Like the veto is going, and Playos is looking what is the best for us, and that's it. And when you say we play theme park and we start defense, I say okay, that's fine. Let's go.
Ended up working very well for you, that's for sure. But the other question is, how you were so effective in keeping on your attacking side your drone alive, for drones in general, alive for so long. How do you really put them in the right position, and how does Ping 2.0 enter into play given this situation?
To be honest, normally we lose a lot of drone in the preparation phase. It's funny you tell me that, but yeah, so good point. But yeah, for the Ping 2.0 is like really good. I mean, it's kinda not OP, but I will say it's make more team play actually. So you enjoy more as well to play with your teammate because you can make some stuff, you know, like if you. Like for me, for example, I was in defense, I was hiding a line, I'm pretty sure I got drone, and the guys ping me, and just like his friend just pressure me, you know? So it's make more team play and stuff. It's look really interesting, actually, yeah.
All right. How do you enable someone like Blaz? Okay, let's be honest. We talked about Blaz in the pre-show and saying that, you know, this is a French prodigy, a very young player that has a lot to show here. How does he work with a team? And considering the fact that Penta has a lot of these players like you who have been around for so long.
Yeah, I mean, Blaz is our little, yeah, he's a young player, yeah, but he's like, how to say it? He's happy to play with also experienced player, so we can like bring him what we can, and he bring us what he can. And actually, he did good. If you look at Challenger League or last season CL was pretty good as well. And tonight, for example, he played good as well. But as you can see, Riven and Alive are not finished because they also shoot very well and play very well. And yeah, actually, these three players tonight, the opener and flex player, play really well. And me and Cactus was just like chilling on site and and in attack droning and stuff. So yeah, we couldn't make some stats for us, but yeah, like they play good, and yeah, we're happy together.
In the end, the most important thing is the team stat. 7-2 victory that you have today versus the Polish team of Izako Boris. Anything you would like to say to the fans out there after your victory?
Yeah, thanks for everyone to cheer for us, and good luck to them for the next match, and see you next week, and thank you, Milosh.
Oh, please, thank you, enemy. It's always a pleasure to have you on here. We'll see you next Friday in your next match in Challenger League. Bonne nuit, enemy. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Unfortunate there for the Izako Boars. Niedobrze, as they say, not good as day one. 7-2 loss on Theme Park of all maps versus the French team of Penta Sports. Wrap-up ideas, Desachu, please go ahead.
It's kind of what everyone expected coming into today, I think. I think every single list that I've seen ranking the teams and how everyone expects they're going to do, Penta has been near the top. Today you saw why.
Just
I think I need to see Penta go up against a more equally skilled team. That's not to say that the Polish boys aren't quite there. I mean, it's more to say that they just need a bit more time, I think, to synergize and get themselves to the same tier level that some of these other teams are in. I mean, you gotta think Penta's in French League, going up against some of the best teams in all of Europe and having to prepare for that. So that's the kind of caliber they've been playing at for quite a while now. Shout out to Enemy, who's grown a few more grey hairs there. I see you. But you know, for the most part, I think that the skill level varies a little bit between them. So I've got to see the next play day and maybe even the one after that for me to really judge.
You'll need a few, to be honest with you, to be truly honest. They're playing against Sector 1, now known as Orgless next, and then they've got Be Kind after that. So let's wait till Playday 4 on the 16th of October when they face off against Eminem.
Yeah, I think that between Be Kind and Eminem is going to be the real big bangers for Penta to prove themselves in CL outside of their usual French league. That said, we still have 2 more games to go. Orgless, Old Sector 1 versus Kovana will come in just a bit. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. No hot mics, fortunately for all of us. GeoHap, we are back on the analyst desk. Let's have a quick chat about our next game. First of all, our schedule. For those that are not really sure of how CL works, it's 2 groups here in EU, 6 teams in each one of them, 3 matches, best of ones that we'll go through, similar to the format that we have in EU League, minus the groups, of course. But that just means that best of 1 series with no overtime is what we have to deal with. We just went through Penta versus Zako Boris, a very, very quick game. Orgless versus Kovana is up next. Let's have a chat about them. Gio, go ahead. Dig us.
Yeah, so Kovana, obviously, I figured since, you know, I'm the Brit here, we've got a Brit and a Benelux representative, so we take our our representative teams. Kovana, they have been they've got quite a name in the UK. They came first in the UK Ireland Nationals, so did pretty well there, going up against good teams like M&M. You got Navi in there as well. And obviously, I think most people will remember the game that they played to actually make it here into Challenger League, which was the closed qualifiers, which they narrowly beat MKers in the finals at the end there. Demo had a hell of a cast. They alluded to it on the desk earlier. So Kovana have really clawed their way into this competition, and I'm very excited to see how it is they're actually going to show up against everyone else.
And Hap, well, Gio was just mentioning it. You got the Benelux team on the other side. Orgless now, but Sector 1, as a lot of people knew them before. Please, fill us in.
Oh, yes. Sorry, I didn't hear what you said there for a second. But yes, no, indeed, it's the Benelux team. I was like, what do you
wait, what's my job? What do I do here? I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
We're just so used to drowning you out, Milos.
Yeah, just, no, whatever. But
what is this, Bully Milos Day? Okay, you know what? Let's go. Continue.
Okay, now it's good. So we're going right into the game. No, but it's Benelux team indeed. Played with Mickey earlier today. He was saying like many are underestimating us, but then he fell off the roof in Oregon, so I'm not really sure how that is working out. I think the real player to watch here is Duco. He was the MVP of Benelux Season 5. It was his first showing in competitive matches ever. My question is, will he show up as huge as he did? They also had some roster changes, but like, will Duco be able to show his true potential as a gunner and an entry fragger as he did in Benelux?
All right, you know what? Let's take a look at our map Veto. We're going to bring it up again. 7-map pool. 6 are down. 1 is left. And who banned Or? Oh, good lord, no!
It had to happen. It had to happen at some point in the day.
Wait.
Yeah,
So,
Sector 1 picked it. Mickey
Sector
fell off
one
the roof, so...
I like these people. I met them at Benelux finals
Not
and all
anymore.
that.
They don't like you.
Apparently, they don't like any of us. Oregon's gonna be here. You don't like me today, that's for sure. Oregon
I never
is
said such a
on
thing.
the chopping. Oregon is on the chopping block for this one. Stein, having cast Sector 1 and knowing a bit more about them, we'll call them just Orgless for now. What can you fill us in for this map?
It's gonna be tough, considering they had some roster changes. Wishmaster left the team due to receiving a baby. I believe his wife was due yesterday.
Receiving a baby. Did he
No,
get
I
it in
mean,
the post?
mail.
Baby's getting born. He's getting a baby. He's becoming a father. His wife was due yesterday, but still not born yet, as far as I know.
Congratulations.
So
His
soon that
wife's
will be
not born
happening.
yet. Oh my god.
Oh,
come on.
Gio! You know what? This
we
is
go to
not
game?
Gio's day. Is not today. Let's be honest.
I'm already having a headache, and now my language
He's
is
having
being
a
locked even more so.
migraine.
I'm being mean. I'm sorry. I forgot that you were ill. Now I feel bad.
You know what?
Alright.
We will be saved. Let's just cut it off to the game. I know everybody's waiting for it, so please let's kick it to our matchup casters. Enjoy another Oregon.
We will try our very best, Milos, I promise you that much. Welcome back, it's me and Jess for the first time today. The Jess and Chu combo going to Oregon for the first time of the day. It's almost like a matchup made in heaven between these two teams, between us and Oregon all pairing together. All jokes aside about Oregon, I'm really excited to see how this one shakes up, I think, Jess. Kavana didn't play in any of their final 3 matches when they qualified into CL just a couple of days ago. Orgless, I think there are some... dare I say, low expectations of them, but I personally am expecting half an upset here. They brought in the new coach, Prophet King, recently, well revered inside the UK, who I'm hoping has had time to shape them up because the team that he departed was none other than Kavana themselves. So he's got some dirt on them. He knows how they play this game, and this could be a spicy game.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. If Kavana haven't changed up a couple of their strategies and you're going up against your old coach, that's a big, big, scary thing to go up against because you think to yourself, hang on, they know exactly how we play. If they know our strategies on this, in fact, if they made our strategies on this, this could get dire really quickly, especially in the ban phase. Now, Ying going out, there's a little, in chat, a little sad face to follow, and that reminds me of a little target ban that, we've seen ever so frequently.
They're just like,
Counter ban Grog. Well, that's what you got to do sometimes, and this is what we were talking about. If you know the players, absolutely hit them where it hurts.
What it comes down to sometimes it is the target bans coming out, the mirror being taken away, seeing her become quite popularized in some of the sites actually on Oregon, so not at all surprised to see that one disappear. Otherwise, things looking pretty plain and simple. Nothing too surprising about the Thatcher or the Valkyrie ban from Kavana. Let's get into round number 1 then, Jess, and I think some of these players will be relatively unknown. On the side of Kavana, I could stand here and shill pretty much all of them all day long. I've seen them in and out of the UK Prem, out of UKIM for the longest time. Kayak recently playing under Fierce came in and had a massive performance the other day. Big support line for them and also an incredible IGL that I think anyone in the UK would give their respects to. And Sloth. Man, I've always got to watch this guy. If there is a window that exists, Sloth will find a way to be outside of it. Think about Joe on Na'Vi, but on steroids in some of the games. This could be really interesting. Let's see how it shapes up in round number 1.
Well, if it wasn't for Kayak and his teammates, they wouldn't actually be playing here today. Might have been their opponents. And that was a huge game. Makers barely being able to edge it out and get themselves into Challenger League, so... they're only here really after a couple of days of knowing that they'll make Challenger League, really. So that's a big opportunity for them to pick themselves up here. I'm wondering whether or not Kavana really had time to be able to analyze their opponents, considering, like we said, they only knew they were getting into Challenger League the other day during quals. So it's not a lot of time for them to analyze their opponents. But like you said, Orgless, there's not a lot to analyze, especially with roster changes, especially with things changing up. Who they've got to look to is their coach to give them some guidance here.
You know what I love the most about you, Jess? The amount of time for which you speak when you're analysing is the perfect amount of time for me to finish making all of my starting notes at the beginning of a round. Just well done to you. It's a gold star on your report card. Well done.
Oh, thank you. A report card I couldn't give a shit about. Thank you. I appreciate that.
I tell you what, I'm pretty sure that's more than half the talent team today has let that word slip on broadcast at least once.
Hey, if Hap can do it, I can do it. I'm Australian. I'm the one that has to hold my tongue the most.
Basically,
Hard.
Ubi, just blame Hap for all of this. It was entirely
Yes,
his
please.
creation.
It's absolutely is.
Absolutely is more like. Either way, droning on the ground floor, going on around the map, out towards the west, out towards the east, full coverage, which suggests there is going to be a freezer push at some point, as well as something in towards laundry. Normally, you'll see a lot of teams spawn with 3 or 4 members heading towards big tower or in towards construction, or you'll see them doing what they've done now, which is splitting out between going for small tower and pushing in towards armory side of the map. And from there, it is going to be the south take. Now, you and I cast a couple of games in APAC yesterday, and the criticism we levied against a few teams was it makes things a bit one-dimensional. It's a very thin angle to be able to attack through the wall or through the doorway, and laundry isn't a particularly great place to push into, as you have to contest 2 or 3 different angles as you enter the room. Nonetheless, because you've also got this very, very thin area here where you can see a couple of members of Kavana holding at the top of Freezer, and all the gadgets that are inside Freezer itself is going to make for a very difficult attack.
August have decided to give up elbow and blue bunker push completely, and that's not often what you see from a lot of teams, because forcing yourself through laundry is such a kill hole. It's such a kill highway, rather. You're just having to force yourself through those double doors. You're pretty much relying on all of those frags to even get the execute off, and it really relies on this freezer peak. This is the absolute necessity if you want to be able to get in and get this plan off. A Go-Yo shield will protect the Kayi, but they are lit as it is. So this all goes to these entry kills, and that's a down, and that is Freezer in the hands of Auglis.
Yeah, it's Kayak going down as well. The player I referred to not too long ago, Ducko, steps up, and Sloth, the man I spoke about, more like Sloth on steroids, steps up and trades one back as Gorgona finds a second for the team. That does give the advantage over to Kavana, despite the opening kill going against them not too long ago. And a moment of peace ensues here as the teams pick up the collective pieces of whatever was left after that fight and redesign an attack. It's Gorgona charging as well at the corridor to bring down Josh. Tries to take a second. In fact, no, it's an Arctic taking one on site, and that means Skeptic is all alone inside of laundry. But I mentioned how many angles you need to contest as you charge into sight, and they get absolutely clapped out there. Oh.
I was wondering what that yikes was referencing, and it was Sloth's own control of that weapon.
See, Sloth is great when he's jumping out of a window. At any other time, flip a coin.
You know, when it's too easy for Sloth, it's just too difficult, I think. I know that's counterintuitive, but when the shot should be easy. Yeah, there you go. We'll label it like that, shall we? Nonetheless, not a bad round there for Kavana, but I think the biggest thing there that I criticized, and even before the execute began, was that forcing yourself into kill holes, especially when you don't sort of couple it with a lot of utility, is not the way to go. There were no smokes in hand, just block off those lines aside. Okay, mirror's not in play, but there's still a lot of other angles that you have to focus on. No pressure from the back means that everyone can watch you walking in. Can't rely on gun skill when you're going up against people like Kayak, like Sloth. I mean, you saw Sloth after his teammate Kayak died in Freezer. He re-peaked on barely any health and was able to get the trade. It's a sketchy one to do it that way.
I agree. I think it's kind of becoming a almost frown every time I see a freezer attack being the go-to play for a lot of teams, because I very rarely see them work. I think once or twice we've seen the intent work out. Fnatic, I believe, rushed the site the other day in APAC to try and make it work and ended up just getting collapsed on from all directions despite catching their opposition by surprise. I think that was against Q Confirm, if I remember rightly. Small things like that, I just almost think that you'd, like you say, you need some pressure up towards the north side, or start your attack there and maybe look to rotate there a little bit later in the round instead.
Absolutely, and well, none of those default cams should stay up, as we saw, unfortunately, the other day in, was it APAC North or EUL? There was a unfortunate mishap where one of those default cams stayed alive.
Yeah.
That was a feels bad, man. We need a feels bad man in chat.
No, we need a yikes.
Oh,
just yikes.
Yeah, just a yike. Just one singular yike, because it was one cam.
A single yike for the single cam, absolutely.
Oh,
August at least starting to do.
Yeah, we're thinking the same thing. We're thinking the same thing, aren't we? We are happy they're pushing Attic.
I also wanted to give you another gold star early, because rather than saying well in your pickups like you normally do, you said nonetheless. I was like, ooh, more words.
I'm glad you saw that.
I'm always listening, Jess. Always listening. Attic is going to be their point of attack here. They've already burnt through the ADS, but you've now got a couple of magnets as well as Malusi Banshees to deal with to get your way through. 4 members inside a tower and a couple of drones being committed to the cause at the same time. You can see the intent coming out of August here, and no doubt Kavana are aware and should respond. I'm curious to know where the 5th member is, because we only saw 4 inside a big tower, so 1 more should be pushing elsewhere. In fact, there he is. It was Ducko out looking towards the kid's window. So if they can get pressure on this by having control of Attic, which they now have, that should let them start cutting up a few of these angles on the top floor to restrict the movements of Kavana and look to try and catch someone. What did I tell you about windows, Jess? Sloth saw one, and he was out of there.
Well, he did get one, but he got traded straight back. Was it worth it? Very possibly.
Yes, this is a Sloth thing. It's about his pride mark here, right? He's got to get out windows and kill people. Doesn't matter if he dies, it's about getting the kill.
Funnily enough, I actually was on the analyst desk live during a Benelux final, and Sloth was on one of the teams, and I quoted him being one of the best IGLs I'd ever heard live. And I have no doubt him being dead means that his capacity now to give calls for the rest of his team just elevates the team tenfold.
I'd be really curious to know who's IGLing for them, and I'll ask him later on, because we do speak quite a bit, whether it's him or Kayak, because Kayak has for a long time been one of the key IGLs inside the UK scene, and I know that Sloth is more of the action caller. He calls when things have got to go away from plan and really snap, but Kayak is more of the kind of guy who will call out what's going on in the round, as far as I'm aware.
Oh. That Banshee will get taken care of. It doesn't need an Ash charge, just a melee. And Gorgona's just trying to get up on the desk, but he can't find the angle, and the pre-fire will come through the wall. He's very low HP, so Bash could really take him out here, but that crossfire is beautiful. Causes Skeptic to run through double window, and Anarchic, who had not so good of a qualifying game, steps up for his team here. And that's a pretty good round there from Kavana. But, I mean, if we're talking about Sloth, I really have to say, and I did say it publicly on Twitter, that without a doubt, and I'd worked with professional players at the time, he was without a doubt one of the best IGLs I've ever heard. To watch him live, I even got off the analyst desk and went into the room where they had the 2, sets of desks of players, and watched him as he spoke to the team, because I said he would be a tier 1 player if he kept that kind of attitude up, that kind of IGLing and leadership up. And you got to listen to him. It's great.
I'm sure his ears are burning right now, but he'll also be clipping all these wonderful things we're saying about him. So let's look for some reasons to take a dump on his play at some point, just to balance things out and ensure that ego doesn't get out of control, shall we? We are now on Sloth Watch, right? And no, I'm not talking about animal preservation. I'm talking about watching the player and seeing how much damage he can do to himself. If he manages to get out a window and not kill someone, I'll be his first critic. On the other side, though, looking at how things are going for August so far, hasn't been the strongest. That last round came down to everyone trying to execute at once without any real knowledge of where the members of Kavana were. I believe it was Bash that we saw swinging on the Ash from inside of Attic or inside of Pig, straight looking in towards Storms, had no idea someone was playing right next to Trophy Door, and got killed. It was a bit of a wide swing, a little bit too aggressive, and got shut down for it. It was the same story over on Big Window as the Wamai, I think it was, popped out from behind the bunk bed. So I don't know if it's a lack of intel there or a little bit of panic as the clock was running lower, but that wasn't the best execute I've ever seen coming out of August.
They're actually really lucky that the Maestro decided to spend about 20 seconds trying to get the hop on the table, or on the bed, the drawers rather, and he wasn't able to do it, so he kept himself hidden for the most part. But we'll see how this round goes. It's going to be a kitchen hold. Kitchen dining, rather. It's not a particularly popular site, but it has a very high win rate, and when you pair a clash with it, well, it makes it extra difficult for the attackers.
Especially across on this clash. Something I recall him playing quite a bit in the old days, actually, when Rendy used to be a member on this team. Clash was something they would run around with quite a bit, so clearly it has stuck with the team through all this time. And for quite a few days now, we've seen teams banning away Monty and Clash, because I know for quite a while, circulating in the Tier 3 circuit, Monty and Clash was a big thing. So much so that it often get banned away against even Tier 2 teams, and now, of course, has bubbled up to being in this Tier 2 quite literally here today. And although the Monty's available, at least here for Kavana, it's all about this Clash use and how much time they can waste by playing it just inside of Dining, where hopefully August will be looking to get a plant.
Well, this is good time management thus far, but they haven't been able to open showers, and you can see Skeptic, he needs to quick peek this disc. maybe he'll just end up cooking it, and it does go in the end. And well, there's also an ADS to accompany it. Another magnet gets thrown out, but that's easily dispatched. And for the most part, Sloth will stay pretty steady behind this shield. I think they only need one more flash from Josh here, and that should do it. And then that shield goes, but it's a grenade, not a flash. And well, that's Sloth out of commission, and now you can roast him.
Yes, I can. Staying behind a shield with no ADSs left, with a window to your left-hand side, and someone also looking to push you down the corridor. Surely you had the inkling that a grenade was coming flying through. How can you be so blind, Sloth? Sadly, Ducko is absolutely not blind, butchering two members. Grizzly going for the 360 play inside of Dining, gets one. Can he get the next? What is this? He's getting away with it at the same time. He's kept himself in it and almost beats out Ducko. Finally gets put down. It's down to the Yak all by himself. Yak attack onto the feet. Closes the round out for Kavana. Round 3 goes their way, but my God, was it not without its fireworks.
On his debut.
On his debut! I tell you what, there must be this boy's watching this now. Big up the Yak Sloth, he knows it. The Yak attack. Oh, I love it. I love it.
Bless the chat. Look, I don't know how that round would have gone if that last attacker they hadn't laid down. It seems like a bit of a weird position to be in, and as we say, get off the floor, please. But for the most part, that was a pretty convincing round. All the way up until that clash play, which I'm hoping the analysts clip, because I don't know what mess I just saw. No way 2 players lose to a 316 clash with very little health after the first kill. That's some wild stuff.
Yeah. It's the sort of thing that you only really see every now and then, but the fact that he pulls off a 1v2 whilst doing it is honestly just absurd. I do think the players that were trying to push into Dining were conscious that someone might be at the back of kitchen, so didn't want to just rush the clash together and try and gun her down. That's why you saw them lay down on the ground instead, just waiting for the fight to kind of come their way and not feel like they had to rush into it and expose themselves. But Grizzly, you can see why. Look at this. Look, you see the replay. Look. Duke's won. You got the guy with the on the left-hand side with the diffuser trying to fight someone else at the back of kitchen, in which Grizzly ends up bringing him down anyway. Then does it again in a 360 and turns around, crouches out to get back into kitchen. Does die while he's inside there, so it's not quite the most, you know, incredible play in the world. But the fact of how much time he's wasted here that lets Kaya get into position to be able to flank back around, wonderful stuff.
It's a bit of a shame that the IQ hit the side of the shield. That's what cost that trade there. Eventually does get the trade, but too little too late at that point. And now, you're right, Sloth looking for any entryway, any doorway, any window, really, that he could break open, shoot open, or even look through. So, not a surprise. I am going to guess that Bash will be his first victim, given how that has been the entry thus far. And Gorgona will be doing the elbow hold. And now Uglis say, all right, yes, we get it. Our freezer push, was not the best. So we will now push Bunker and... Yikers, Grizzly, you did well last round, not well this round.
Yeah, all things equal in front of the Lord is the way to describe that one. Not quite sure why you'd want to try and push so aggressively out there, knowing they have enough tools to be able to stun you out, and being confident that you can spin the shield out to the right-hand side to block those bullets. They can go for the feet, they can stick one to the left, they can stick one to the right and likely bring you down. A little bit over-aggressive from Grizzly, and it does cost a team, but look at how many drones they've gone through in the first 60 seconds already. They are down 7 drones in almost no time at all, so good by Sloth pushing up one towards tower, and the rest of the team holding out in towards construction to make sure there is very limited information left for August going into the last 2 minutes of the round.
Sloth is trying to do a heck of a lot here, but don't worry, Gorgonis is going to clap back as well in the elbow shield. Is that shield still up as well? That's a little bit of an interesting one. You would have thought that would have been gone by now. And yep, they're just going to slap everything back. Oh, Anarchy? Okay. Says no, I'm actually still hungry for a little bit more. ADS is still up, so that's actually the right decision. Duco is trying to crawl his way somewhere, not sure where, not to safety really, actually into enemy territory. And now Bash says, I need to get a pinch on the front. Duco finally goes down after bleeding out under the hatch, and this does not look good for August, relying on the frags here from the front. Hatch will be open, and they've defaulted back to their usual push.
A little bit better here where they've got a bit of split pressure coming in from the north and a push into Laundry at the same time, and even now look to have one inside of Freezer too, so this is much better. They've done their work to the north, rotated all 4 players down to the south, and they've dealt with the clash and the smoke. There's not really many stall tactics left alive for them. We'll see here, in comes the aggressive push. Gorgona sat in the corner, has no idea what's going on. That leaves 2 players left alive inside of supply, and they've got to do what they can here, but there is 4 rats crawling all over Laundry. They can do nothing about this. August sweep through, and even with the plank going down, managed to close out out the remaining members of Kavana, and the pace then from Auglis, just a little bit too much for Kavana to adapt to.
I think what really gave August that round, you said it perfectly, it was the pinch pressure that they were able to apply there. That's what gave them that round. I think if Bash had just pushed through front Laundry and then we had seen the Zofia push Freezer and there was no other pressure from the other side, it wouldn't have been as comfortable as we saw there. Running up to default plan in the corner, that's really smart. They were able to hold off the rotates, and rather than pushing aggressively, they held those rotates. We've seen teams in tier 1 stuff that up a heck of a lot of time. Rather than just holding the rotates, there's only two. One in Laundry and one in Double Door. You don't need to look anywhere else for the most part, as long as you've got at least one flank drone. And that's what allowed them to really comfortably hold down that execute. So much better round in the first round on the board for Auglis, but for the most part, this has looked like a Kavana half. And I'm wondering if this is maybe them just feeling really confident on defense, but I don't know.
They look good so far, but you saw, I think, in that last round, something from Auglis we hadn't seen up to that point, and that was pace, aggression, almost certainty in what it is they were trying to do. The previous 3 rounds we mentioned a couple of times looked a little bit unsure of themselves. Maybe you could say that on Kitchen and Dining you saw that same pressure starting to appear where they felt a bit better. The first 2 a little bit less so, with that kind of crazy 4-man jump in, attempt to find kills, and all 4 members of Kavana just gun you down as you even try. Let's see how this second defense of the downstairs goes. Clearly Kavana confident they can take this round away and know what went wrong for them last time. I mean, it's kind of hard not to when Grizzly's running outside on the Clash and hoping he can get someone, instead runs into 4 people all pointing guns at him.
Well, he's ever so aggressive this time as well. He's actually moving his vector all the way up to the start of the roam clear here for Auglis. He's got a different kind of shield this round, the Go-Yo shield instead, and Duco's deciding that he wants to use this clone as his hot drone. That's a smart way of using her because, well, if you're a defender, you're going to shoot the clone first because she looks ever so real before you're likely to shoot at Duco, and that extra second of delay gives Duco the opportunity to get that kill. For the most part, those drones won't last too long, so that's probably the one downfall of having a drone, or rather a clone over a drone, is that does go out after a little while, and 1 minute's to pass, and they've been able to get that kitchen control. So this is good timing for now, but there are Kaids, there are everything stopping them from being able to get these hatches open, so they need to speed this up a little bit.
Grizzly's clearly signed up to the Rat Pack. Look at this, managed to find himself away in a little hidey hole inside a tower. Is going to be able to get himself out of there. Taking at least half HP with those sprays coming through onto the stage wall, but it's wasting the time here that counts too. And yes, they need to control a big tower at some point anyway, which they have now got, but it's still 90 seconds out of the round where they haven't been able to get themselves set up to start clearing the utility inside of the tower in the first place.
Freezer just seems to be the hotspot here for Auglis. They love this. Bashed also loves Laundry Stairs, and Mickey will get taken out on the Thermite. Did he manage to do anything there? I'm not entirely sure, but Bash, yet again, able to get that opening frag there onto the Laundry. And now they know exactly what's going on. Surely Kavana are aware that this is yet again a Laundry push, yet again a Freezer push, and look at them all stacked up, ready to refrag each other where necessary there in Freezer.
My worry here is that Kavana have a knowledge this is going on, and it isn't a numbers disadvantage into 5 versus 3 like in the last round, and they've even got the smokes coming out preemptively. Now, maybe a little bit early you would wager, given there's 50 seconds left. They will burn through all of those smoke canisters before they get the opportunity to go for the execute, but it's about the time sensitivity, and everything's starting to swing in. You've got Ducko looking to push around Freezer, and Arctic holding nice and close, so he can't push out too wide. It's all down to whether or not Gorgona lives here, as to whether or not they can threaten with the shotgun. Finds one for himself as Yak finds a triple kill in this round. Beautiful play coming out of him, and that should be Josh getting shut down too. Skeptic all by himself. It's a quadra kill coming out of the Yak. Will finally get shut down by Skeptic, and he's in a 1 versus 2. 20 seconds left to play. Knows the one's in the back corner, has the right idea, but an Arctic being down on the ground, can't find anything. He's like a snake slithering around. The down comes in from inside a supply, and Kavana will take round number 5. Much better held compared to last time.
Yeah, I think having that Wamai behind the Go-Yo shield in Freezer was really what helped hold that Freezer bit. I think that's been the corner piece of their setup there. They know what the push is going to be now. It's been predictable time and time again. I think there was only 1 round, and then they ended up rotating back to that default push anyway. So I think that 1 round that they won was the only round where they actually even put even a little bit of pressure on that blue bunker area. Now we will go back upstairs around, probably off the back of the Maestro that last round where they did play in kids in dorms. But it's good to see that Duco's having a good game. We spoke about him before, hyped him up ever so slightly. And the yak, is that what you call him? The yak?
I
Kayak?
call him the yak. So in the UK, we always say things like, "Oh, we love the yak," because it's kayak, right? And I know kayak
Right.
is like a boat, but the yak is just the name. I actually think he should really rename himself to the yak, and I wouldn't keep misnaming him so often.
Protect your bombs.
Just for you, just so that when you cast him.
the yak attack sounds far better than the kayak attack, right?
Absolutely.
So it's got to be the yak. Look,
All right,
everyone's going to learn this man's name. He is a support player. He is on 8 kills inside 5 rounds.
Yeah.
The yak must be worshipped. You will understand.
Look, he's had an absolutely smashing game thus far. But padding the stats doesn't mean anything if you can't get those points on the board. They've 3 rounds in front, so very likely if they do well in their second half, they'll be walking away with those points. And Grizzly again on the go-yo. He's actually decided to move that attic shield. I wonder where that's going instead. Is this because they're identifying, yeah, there we go. Last time that was a bit of a pinch spot for the Maestro, so they've moved that shield back now, and that will play a little bit more into their strategy.
To keep the man safe, and otherwise all the shields are down, and probably not going to bother going as hard on attic for a hold this time round. Otherwise, it's just the shields down in the kind of usual suspect places. You do sometimes get one inside of attic that looks up through attic, and it helps you just to peek through the holes that are in there or to peek around the shield, so you aren't too worried about giving information to your team on who's trying to push through and when. It seems initial focus inside a small tower in case they're expecting some chaos-esque craziness. Recall. Oh no,
Jesus
Ducko,
Lord.
you know who's in this game. You know what he likes to do. Why are you doing this, boy? Come on.
As if he thought he was going to go to that window. There's 100 windows on this map.
Look, Sloth is like Schrodinger's rainbow player, right? He just appears at every window collectively all at once. You never know if he is behind a window or not until you are dead. It's as simple as that.
A bomb has been located.
Look, fair enough. That was a great opening kill. That gets rid of the Habana. That's a huge hit because guess what? No other hard breach left.
Bomb located by attack.
Nice. That means most likely you're going to see attic staying shut, so it probably mean a push has to come through trophy and up white stairs. Now, good news for them. They've managed to get up there. They had the Iana coming in. Oh my god, what a kill coming out of Bash. Straight across through into trophy onto Grizzly, who tries to peek out, expecting someone to be following that Iana up. He was right. Someone was there, but they weren't following the Iana. They were trying to bait you out. That puts things down to a 4 versus 4. Admittedly, it's the Goyo, so those shields still going to be effective for them. And the Yak, don't forget the name, strikes back against Bash. 4 versus 3, Jess, and still 80 seconds to play.
Looks like the logic bomb will come out, and are they just going to rush through the double window, or are they trying to bait people out? The my discs are catching something somewhere, and it will bait out some of the C4s, but this is an absolute massacre. Jumping through double window, good shot from Josh under the head of the Malusi, but it's all up to Skeptic. He's down. Do they know he's down? Yes, they do. Kayak finishes him, and well, another round in the pocket of Kavana, and a very convincing defensive half here for Kavana thus far. I don't know, you're making me a bit of a fan of them now.
They're a really interesting team to watch. Admittedly, a bit wild at points. As mentioned, Sloth's play style is unconventional. It's the best way I think I can describe it at points. But they do have a lot of capability across this team. And I mentioned around the clash and the Monty bans that we've seen drawn out quite a lot. You might just see why in this round as an R-Kick locks in that Monty. May get it 6 picked away, but they aren't making the same mistake that we saw coming out of August. It looks like there will be 2 hard breaches on side.
We've had 6 rounds, and Kayak almost has a 2 KPR. Just saying. And he's not the fragger, mind you.
Just saying. The guy's a beast.
Just saying. He's definitely a star player if I've ever seen one. And you hyped him up before the game. I wanted to see exactly what he could put on the board. And, well, I don't think it's just been kills either that he's put on the board. You did say that he has leadership roles before. So it's very possible he's doing multiple roles here. And a little moonwalk there. Oh, damn. Those are those moves.
There's a couple of them. I think that's everyone, actually.
Oh, I think they're all joining the dance party here. And goodbye, medics. Good night.
Good night, medics. Good night, observation. Good night, round number 7. Makes me sad, because I was really keen to see how that first round evolved as well. I mean, we saw the Monty get 6 picks away for the Nomad anyway. I think that will now play out to its completion, given it was an error by the looks of it on our side rather than on the player's side.
Yeah.
So we'll find out what the outcome is very, very shortly. It's kind of sad we don't get to see what happens.
Look, I think I'm hoping, and I'm looking over here, hoping that Medics gives us a little bit of an indication that he can reconnect, and maybe we can get through halfway through the round or 3/4 of the way through, and even maybe possibly get to the execution. That's a lot of hopefulness, of course. But if we do have to rehost, then you have to look at our faces for a little bit longer. And I mean, if you're gonna look at Dez's mug for too long, I'm not sure how you'd feel about that, to be honest.
I mean, you might be here for a while because we've got to get through that round, which might take up to 3 minutes, then rehost the lobby and get other players back in. So I hope you're used to this move face. It's going to be here for a while.
You know what's been really frustrating me, and I guarantee some of the viewers have identified it, is that you kind of cut off here. Like, can your camera go down? Can you tilt it? Just, oh goodness. Oh my God, my OCD is just, wow. Thank you, Dez.
I explained this earlier, but because I'm in my little office room, I have my quilt on my doorway. Look, this is my door.
Oh, it looks
because
like a
this
normal blind.
No, it's not. The blind's behind my computer. Because like, at the minute, I've got a towel in the window. I've got a duvet here because I need to block sound in the room from bouncing around like madness. Because this room is empty right now. It's me, my desk, my softbox light, and that's about it. And a quilt, of course, that's here as well.
It's a grand setup. It's a gamer setup.
It's going to be proper tomorrow. I'm getting actual blinds tomorrow, so I won't be blinded by the sun anymore. Wow. Good start.
Speaking
but let's talk a little bit about this,
sun,
because I just saw as well that Kickstar came in chat and was just like, Kayak's really hard to say when casting. And I was like, look, if you want to throw more fuel on the fire and give me more reasons to start calling in the yak, fine by me, brother. More power to you.
Why not? I mean, that first half, and you're right, let's dig into it as analysts that we really, truly are on the inside. I think the biggest talking point there was the prowess of Kavana. I mean, they looked confident, they looked comfortable, and it looked like they identified really key points for the attackers and going, okay, this is where we think they're going to push. Let's move some shields around. And we got to talk about how many shields they run on defense. Not just the go-go shields, but I saw like 2 shields in bungs. I saw multiple shields in freezer at one point. I mean, is this their big play?
The shield heavy play, I mean, that's kind of been the meta for the longest time, right? Normally when you see a my banned away, admittedly, you can get away with it more because you haven't got as, sorry, you get away with it more when he isn't banned because you can't destroy those shields as easily, and he brings his own. And I suppose because he's on the board here, knowing they can play behind these and knowing they can play behind the Goyo as well as they have, I think it's more knowing how much time they can run down towards 0 and keep on keeping the opposition away at bay. And with Sloth running around the map, let's not forget, think about how much time he wastes. The fact that he's at a window killing a player and you're like, oh God, Sloth somewhere in the map, we've got to kill him before we can push side, he's going to flank us and kill us later on. So as soon as you've dealt with him for 2 minutes, you then got to deal with shields and go for utility dump games, assuming you haven't lost your only hard breacher, your Zofia in the process, things along those lines. Cabana just like to make it really difficult, I think, to actually go for any solid executes. And if that disruptive style of play works for them, more power to them, keep at it.
You know, I think the big thing is, and I'm getting a little ASMR again, we're going back in. The big thing is that Sloth can do that 1 or 2 rounds, right? Where he gets the opening unexpected kill from a window, and then he could seemingly never do it again. But guess what? He'll delay those attackers in every preceding round because they'll be checking every doorway. They'll be checking every window. They'll be careful where they repel. It's that mind game as well that you're able to give your opponents.
August will be going to bed later and checking every single door. They'll walk into the bathroom to clean their teeth, checking behind the door in case he's there. They'll opening every window, just checking he's not outside. They'll be constantly living in fear of Sloth until the day comes around when they have to face him again. And I'm sure that's the impression he likes to leave in the minds of his oppositions long after the game has concluded. Let's go then. Round number 7 looks like it is going to be a crash for one of the players at the same time, actually. So it's a full reset. We do get to see round 7 after all.
Really?
Really?
Interesting. Currently on Wi-Fi. Nice, Mickey. That's a true gamer setup. I bet he has the lawn chair as well. You know, the unfoldable chair that sort of just goes out when you go camping. I bet he's got one of those set up at his computer as well. True gamer setup.
5 seconds left before insertion.
But for the most part, yeah, I mean, why not? For the most part, my biggest thing to point out here is that Thatcher's banned, but there's a lack of Kaid. Why not? Why not bring a Kaid, especially with the new Thatcher nerf, which is what I like to call it, or the changes. I think a Kaid becomes exponentially more powerful. Why not bring it, especially when you've got Hatch? You've got 2 Hatches, even if you think about it. And they don't have one this time. What is it that's stopping them from taking such an important operator?
I think because what they've done here is they've electrified 3 different walls. So you've got supply wall electrified on one side, you've got the wall to the north of supply also electrified, and then the 2 leading in towards construction area also electrified. So rather than just going for the 2 with the Kaid in this case, or committing 1 to the hatch and only electrifying 1 wall, clearly there's quite a lot of investment in them here to keep all these walls up towards boiler room, reinforced and electrified as well. Again, whether it's a slowdown game, I think it is, given the operators they brought along, looking towards the Legion, towards the Mozzie. There's a lot of time wasting on their side as well. So what we saw coming out of Kavana with aggressive roaming, you might yet see it to be the play coming out of the other side as well. And Sloth almost getting himself gunned out nice and early is a nice reminder that there will be roamers around the map. In this case, it's Josh holding out inside of Kids, potentially looking to cause some trouble as the round wears on.
That was a really good wallbang there onto the stage wall. Collects almost all of Sloth's HP. Unable to get a drone down into pillars, which is where they really need this intel right now, because they need to know if someone's playing the pillar, if there's an ADS, and how many of them are there. And have a look at the attackers now. Still 2 grenades in hand there. It's going to be in the hands of Grizzly. I don't think they've been able to make any quick work of the walls just yet, and over half the round has surpassed. Sloth will go down, and he was on barely any HP to begin with, and well, I think Grizzly did manage to get the hatch open very possibly, and whether or not they make work on Blue Bunker or Elbow as well is yet to be seen, but time is running out. In fact, they haven't even opened the hatch.
Yeah, got electrified earlier on, so they know they've got to deal with, not electrified, sorry, reinforced both inside a meeting and in freezer. So there's a couple there they've got to deal with, or I guess security if you want to look at it that way. Again, it's another obstacle. It's another wall that is reinforced or electrified, another obstacle the team have got to get around before they can look to do anything. And even now, with 45 seconds to go, it's taken Kavana quite a while to start getting these walls opened up. It will be an Arcade trading one back, so they're into this 4 versus 4, with Sloth, of course, already gone. I'm kind of concerned here, Jess, that there's only 35 seconds and there is still so much to do for them, though.
Did they manage to bandit trick that, or did they impact trick that? It doesn't matter because it keeps that wall firmly closed. Oh, Skeptic goes in the line of sight, but somehow matrixes all of those bullets in the end. Good peek there onto the bandit, does manage to finish him up, and now it's up to Duco and Bash, 2 big players here for August. We've seen them step up on their attacking half, but are they able to stop this impending execute? Pre-fires coming in. Duco gets a good flick around. He is flashed, but he does manage to get a lot of health. Oh no!
The plant comes through. Oh my god, it's a 1 versus 4, but the plant's going down. Oh, it doesn't connect on top of the wardrobe instead. Oh, on top of the shells even. No. Sorry, it doesn't connect and blow him up. That's unfortunate. Kavana taking round number 7. My god, was that a close affair. There you go. You can see it there hitting the top of the ceiling. Not quite managing to catch the plant on the other side. Ever so slightly misplaced. Otherwise, that would have been a round going the way of August. But as it stands, Kavana are steamrolling through August. Next round coming up. Into round number 8, and there is one final chance here for August to keep the dream alive.
I'm getting a little bit of a confirmation here from Medics that when I said that they may have even impact tricked or somehow got rid of that Selma there on the elbow wall, what actually happened was the attacker shot it because they didn't want the defenders to be able to rotate through it. They just wanted to use that as a line of sight. That's a risky play, especially when you've got, I don't know, no option to get into sight. It's the last 10 seconds of the round and you're only giving yourself a peek hole, no entryway into sight in case your teammates die. They're very lucky there because had that, I guess, C4 had hit, they had maybe 2 seconds left to be able to get those kills, and holding 1 line of sight from bunker wouldn't have done it.
Let's see how the Oryx plays out in this round. I can't say I think I've seen an Oryx before on Oregon of all maps. You see occasional maps like Villa stepping in there. It's limited use case. I think we referenced it the other day when we saw the Villa game come through actually and said really we've only ever seen it used to the dream effect once, i.e. you get behind a whole team, you flank up a hatch, you kill everyone as they're trying to push into sight. That was the kind of big ideology behind him and the fact that he can jump up hatches, but no teams ever really seem able to make use of that due to flank drones, due to teams having nomads on side, things like that. And Arkikia bringing that along should mean they're pretty safe from it, but we'll see what Skeptic can do.
The only time I've really seen it being used to good success was on Consulate, and I believe it was Leon Gids or Aces, I can't remember, but from Rogue, one of their players has managed to jump up the box hatch in lobby, stop a defuse, kill someone else, and then drop back down, which was a really cool use of him. But if I can remember one game, and I cast 5 games, or not 5 games, 5 days a week of multiple games, it probably goes to show he's not very effective as that kind of sort of flex player, as we would call Oryx. I really wouldn't call him a fragger just because his weaponry is not really the best.
Now, we've seen some having a lot of fun. I strictly remember saves on Na'Vi playing it. I want to say it was in their game against G2 when he was roaming up on the top floor and just looking to waste time. Good for that kind of purpose if you do have a multi-floor map where you can jump up and down multiple times. But Oregon, not really built for that, to be honest with you. Let's see how this round plays out either way. 60 seconds in and no one's gone down dead. Sloth hasn't got himself into an unfavorable engagement too early on, which is a pleasant surprise. Otherwise, Attic looks to be the main focus. It's where you're going to find the Maverick positioning himself, and I would assume that wall is going to get opened up on the top side soon enough. This is where some teams have got us a bit stuck in the past, and Fnatic are a team that I recall doing this the other day. They started out with the ace down south inside of Master, rotated it up to this side of the map to open the wall, then back down south again. By the time they'd done all the drone work and all the setup they needed, there was about 30 seconds left on the clock, and it was just like, you've wasted so much time in making this attempt of an attack that you need to be getting it right from the off every single time. So here, at least that they've got the map on the right side, does mean they should be able to move fast. And even looking at it, game room has been opened up already too. So they have the right sort of tools here. Now it's just about engineering an attack.
There's also a C4 below, but no one's in closet to collect it. Not sure if it's going to be a pre-place and he'll wait or whether or not that will go off soon. Talking about that Oryx, he has decided to go all the way downstairs. Looks like a rotate up towards white is the play, but most of the players are focused there on bedroom and attic. And now one of those air jabs will go off. It was Bash trying to rotate through towards trophy door, and Sloth shuts him down very quickly, and that's a good opening, but it's at 50-second mark. And so for the most part, these defenders should be feeling pretty safe, but a lot of walls are opening up around them.
They are, and I think here, even though it comes down to a closing second execute, all the right pieces are in place for Kavana to close this one out, as long as they don't get caught out by players like Skeptic hanging on the downstairs. Do they even know that someone's inside a meeting here? No, they don't. Takes the spray, but it misses the shots. Grizzly taking literally 20 damage from that. That was the dream opportunity for Skeptic to have a massive impact in this round. That's simply not going to be the case. We are down to 15 seconds, though, so the execute needs to come through now. Time is always up. The smokes are coming out as Sloth finds a second for them. The Yak is in for the plant, trying to get it down, but gets injured in the process. Sloth collects another, not that it matters, as he swings in for the 4K in that round. 2 members went down, but no one died. A flawless round coming out for Kavana. And my God, is that a statement to the rest of the league that you should be terrified of this open qualifier team?
It's a double statement, isn't it? Because they were able to come in, finish on a flawless round, and they were the open qualifier team, which, well, you see there, Sloth saying up the Yak. I would love to see his stats at the end there, because he had a bit of a game and a half. He actually didn't do too much in that second half. So if you're looking there, post sort of rehost, a couple of assists and 1 kill. But for the most part, I think his biggest key takeaway from that second half was the fact that he was just so effective in getting those walls open for his team to do their job. That's exactly why we saw such a flurry at the end there.
I'd say across the whole team, really good execution in opening up the walls they needed to. We saw game, attic, everything was being opened up that they needed without really much pushback on the other side of August. And I guess for them, there are some learnings to go away and look at here. Outside of maybe 1 or 2 rounds where they really managed to contest, that was a Kavana game through and through every single round. Lots of work for them to do before next week, but that's the nice thing about EUCL at this point. You do have a week to go away and look at these things and bring them back some fresh ideas to the table, ready for next week's opponents. Let's go over to the desk and see what they thought about that game.
We are back on the analyst desk. Geo, Hap, I have to say, again, one-sided game. Very unfortunate here.
It's like we have 2 different groups, don't we?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we even said very early on when we first saw the groups, we thought Group A was going to be like the group of death and Group B was a bit more divided, and it looks that way.
Yeah, that's a tough one for Orglis, for you especially, Hap, as a Benelux personality yourself.
I have to say, like, when I saw Mickey play, like, Oregon, because it wasn't Oregon earlier today, and he fell off the roof, I already knew it's not going to be it, but they chose to go and play Oregon either way, but...
They chose to play in general, it seems like it, from this game.
Did they?
I mean, Dicko and Beth show up, and Josh as well. I'm just,
Did it matter if you end up
There's
losing
some stuff they need to work on. Let's keep it like that. I have faith that they're going to be able to get some stuff together and at least make sure they're putting up a better fight next time.
Yeah.
7-1. You got to walk away from this pretty happy, Geos, Kavana.
Yeah, Kavana just seemed always one step ahead, and obviously you've got some great gunners on the team, but even in times where maybe they got caught somewhat out a little bit more, obviously round 4 being the obvious one, that was the first round that August took's the only round that they did. We kind of saw some overzealousness come out from Kovana because they were playing the Clash very aggressively in the blue construction door, got taken down very early, and that was used as the in from August. But once they, came back from that, they went back to the same site, down on Laundry. They changed their approach, made sure that every avenue of ingress into the site was covered, and August just couldn't do anything against them. So even when they did have those lapses, and really it came from their own ballsiness and overconfidence, I think, they were always able to bring it back.
Definitely so. It looked like they were super comfortable with this one. As Des was mentioning, it was, kayaking downstream all day, every day. The yak at the end of the day, I guess, is enough to win it for you. What's the deal with the naming scheme? Because even Kick says, as Des mentioned, was in chat and saying, like, you know what? Maybe the yak is the name to go for.
Yeah, why not? Everyone's got to have a cool nickname, I guess. I can't say I was present for the... the
naming
the
ceremony.
What's your cool nickname?
What's my cool nickname?
What's your cool nickname? Yeah.
I'm not going to talk about it on. Why'd you have to ask me that, Milosh?
Well, everybody has to be on the spot tonight. Gio, thanks so much, Hap. I'll be back to you in just a few minutes. Let's have a chat with Kovana. Mr. Officer 88, congratulations! Hell of a game. I have to say, if there's been a good intro, it's definitely a 7-1 victory today.
Yeah, I don't even have words. I'm extremely proud of my boys. Like, we went really confident into this game, and we were pretty sure that we were gonna beat them. But this was just, way above what I was actually expecting. So, yeah, it was a great game.
I mean, it was mentioned by Gio now that a lot of people were saying Group A is a group of death, and Group B might be more skewed towards one team or the other. Do you agree with that?
I'm not completely sure, to be honest, because I think every team in this league has the potential, especially in a best of ones, everyone can surprise. I don't like to categorize people in that way. I think everyone deserves a chance, and regardless of the group, I think everything can happen at this point, yeah.
Well, if you look at your group, is there a team that you really find you want to play against and really show off to the world that you guys are prepared?
Yeah, you know it, brother. If there's one team, it has to be M&M for us. Of the simple reason of the history happening in Yukin as well, we really want to prove that we are worthy of being here. So M&M is closest to our heart in that regard, yeah.
Completely understandable. Final question. Are we going to see a name change to the Yak instead of just Kayak, please?
Yeah.
Please, Des.
We'll see. Maybe I can bribe him somehow. We'll see.
Definitely a possibility. Mr. Officer, thank you again. Anything you'd like to say to the newly acquired Kovana fans, at least, after this game? I'm sure many people are very excited to see more of the squad.
First and foremost, we just want to thank every one of you that are working your ass off every day to make this being a really good thing for everyone. And then secondly, to our fans, they have been super great in the qualifiers and especially today as well in the chat. So mucho love from all of the Kovana family, and best believe that we are going to give everything we have. Challenger League for us is just a step in the right direction. We are going to Pro League. That's our goal. So thank you so much for the support, and good luck for...
Super excited to see more of your team, Mr. Officer. Again, congratulations on your victory today. We will see you next Friday here on the main channel. So for a lot of the fans out here, if you're looking to watch this team again, we'll see you right here next week. Mr. Officer, again, thank you so much. Good night.
Good night.
He's so positive
Victory.
and happy. I mean, I don't blame him. His team did great. But it's just like, it's not just, yeah, we did great, I'm so proud of the boys. It's everyone has the potential, and I hope everyone does a really good job. And it's like, oh, that is GLHF. That is like
But
the
they are going to
personification
Pro
of
League,
it.
they said.
Yeah, exactly.
He said that's their goal. And they're playing like a team who could get there.
Maybe something to look at. Honestly, I think I found my long lost
Hat's
brother.
just
One
salty
of
that
them.
it's not the Benelux
No, I'm not
region.
salty. No, I'm not salty at all.
Huh?
First of all, I'm more of a Lone and Lions fan. They got a win today, you know, so it's like, And these guys, they left the Benelux basically with leaving Sector 1.
You're officially saying that you are biased towards the Low-End Lions.
Yeah, you're biased.
Even if I say I'm not, BK is going to be turning around. He's going to be like, oh my god, biased caster. So it's like, I'm not escaping it either way. So better just embrace it in that moment in time,
disgusting.
right?
Gio, you don't have much ground to stand on, okay? You cast APAC, I know it. You cast EU, I know what it's like to see you rooting for one or the other, all right?
I've never rooted for a team in my life, Milosh.
Let's, okay, you know what? Let's not dig around for the different esports jerseys that might be sitting in the drawers behind. Let's move on to our next game, our final one for this evening, Be Kind versus M&M. We'll see you in just a bit. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Jess and Hap on the analyst desk. First of all, our schedule of the day. We've already gone through the majority of our matches for today. There's only one left. Be Kind versus M&M is coming up in just a few minutes. As M&M themselves tweeted on social media, cringe words from that today for their game of R6CL. We play Be Kind today, and after that, they will be gone. Can we get a... Yeah, can we get a sigh in chat? Can we get some cap jams?
Will they be gone? That is the question.
Follow us through this one. Honestly, it would be very bad if they are not
R6
gone.
events of R6 events
I
coming
love
out.
those.
Yeah. All right, you know what? Let's go through our rosters. Be Kind first. Let's go through them and the details.
Yes, they are the 5th place team in French League, currently behind, well, basically Penta and the European League teams. They managed to qualify with 1 win, which shake that, like, everybody was like, man, how do you qualify with just 1 win? But, well, if everybody in front of you is already up in the league, then you're gonna get that. But it doesn't mean that these guys do not have a chance. They consist out of legends, Rivers, Zayden, Valkyro, and Chico. And those are the 5 that are going to be trying to make their region proud and show that even with 1 win, you could be good enough to take some dubs here.
As many wins as possible. We've seen already one-sided victories today and very tight games in Group A. We'll see if the story here continues for Group B with one-sided matches. M&M Gaming, though, Jess, the Yukon team, is up on the board.
Yeah, look, what made me really interested in this team is not just because M&M is known for fostering great players, right? Shout out to them. They've been absolute heroes and almost handing off great teams, great players, left, right, and center. So that's really cool to begin with, that this org has been such a mainstay in UK. But most of the X-Crazy roster is part of this roster. We've got Dats, Jonk, and Nathan, Fonkers, and Users. And I think I think Focus came from Team Secret, but I think the other came from Vex Gaming, which is another big organization in the UK as well. So X-Crazy, X-Team Secret, X-Vex, they're all in there. And I think a lot of people, as you heard before, you saw Mr. Officer, and shout out to you, I miss you, my dude, you're an absolute legend in the scene. He pointed out that that's probably one of their biggest contenders that they really want to get out, and that's probably for a good reason.
Probably for a good reason here. It's as he mentioned, it's really that UKIN rivalry, and M&M definitely at top of UKIN currently. Team to definitely look at as potentially making it into a Pro League. The squad that used to play under M&M, the now Na'Vi, well, they went pretty darn far. I gotta say, let's take a look at our map bans in the meantime. Put it up on the screen for everybody watching at home. Again, 7 maps, down to 1. Oregon first, out. Thank you so much, M&M. Clubhouse will get that as our decider. Hap, what do you think of it?
Technical map. I'm really keen to see. I know M&M can play this well, right? They are strong on this, but I still have to see what Bekind is able to cook up here, because as we said, they lost most of their matches in French League. They also tied a bunch. So it's really hard to say. They also had a recent roster change. Arv got removed for Chico instead. So I'm really keen to see how they will be able to pick up on Clubhouse here. But I think that M&M is the one favorite, especially with this veto.
Yeah, look, the last time they played in French League, I'm looking at their stats. It's hard to really compare, because when you're going up against teams like BDS, you're going up against real big giants of the region at Tier 1, it's very hard to compare. So now that they're at what we would technically consider their level, I think Clubhouse is a good map to do it on. It's a very technical map. I'll be interested to see what side they start on, because on your first Playday in Challenger League especially, you got nerves, and that first half can, make or break the mentality on the team oftentimes. So I want to see them do well in the first half.
All right, let's see how this goes. Bekind versus M&M, the classic French versus British rivalry here. We'll toss it over to our casters. No bias, promise.
See, the problem is, Milos, you say no bias here. You're literally looking at UK Massive Shill himself coming up with M&M. I don't know what else you come to expect from me. But thankfully, to balance me out is Dev. We haven't cast together for a long time now. I'm pretty sure it was probably back in the middle of last season.
Yeah, I remember a G2 Rogue game that we did together. I think that was our debut one. Yeah, good times. It's been a while though, and I'm keen to get in here on the age-old rivalry. It's France versus the UK.
It's like as old as the world itself. I mean, M&M come out as the shining stars almost from the UK. I think they were the team that beat Na'Vi twice when it came round to the playoffs to earn this spot in CL. And interestingly, I know that you've got these stats as well. They beat Na'Vi twice on Clubhouse. So it is a map they are comfortable with, they are familiar with, and this could be a banger of a game. Either that or it could be over in a flash with M&M steamrolling their way through.
Yeah, another thing about M&M on Clubhouse is they do love to ban the Montaigne. They've done it quite a bit before in the past to Na'Vi, to Fierce, and a team called London Esports. And the funny thing about that is that Bekind actually have one really good gleaming result on Clubhouse from the French League. That was when they 7-5'd Vitality themselves. So these guys beat an EUL team on Clubhouse. But guess what Legends played almost every single round of that game? Montaigne. So the glove fits perfectly here. M&M's common attacker ban happened to be an operator that Bekind leveraged to beat an EUL team on this map. Now, what that says to me is M&M are looking really, really strong going into this. Not only do they have the results on their side, but that little trick up Bekind's sleeve is already off the table.
Exposed, James. There's nowhere to hide. It's almost like they've done their research like any good team should and gone back to see what it is the other team does on this map. Imagine my shock. Let's get into this go. First round coming up on CCTV and Cash. You're going to find Bekind start things off on the attacking side here without their beloved Monty, as you mentioned. I wonder how many rounds they can take away. As we know, Clubhouse generally one of those defender-leaning maps in the pool.
Yeah, and sometimes we've seen if a team can edge out a 3-3 on their attack, that really does enable a victory or at least guarantee that draw in the second half. But I'm going to be keeping my eye on a few players from Be Kind on the attacking side here. In particular, Rivers went 1.6 rating, plus 11 on his KD last time that he played this against Vitality. So I'm going to be looking out for him. And in this case, on that Thatcher role, an operator left unbanned and likely to be leveraged by both teams here. You know what, Des? I'm interested to hear your take on this, because I know you're a nerd like me, right? You love to get into the nitty-gritty of the game, and for me, it's always fascinating to see what hard breaches attackers elect to bring on Clubhouse when you have them all available. Here we've got all 4 of the hard breaches, plus all the secondary hard breaches, and Thatcher. So there's like 2 completely different opposite mentalities. You could like, I'm going to Maverick trick the walls and then soft breach it, or you can just go for the more stock standard Thermite or Ace, and that seems to be what Be Kind is going for.
There's a lot of thought, especially on this map, I think, as well, because it is one of the maps that dictate you tend to bring a Hibana along, or at least before Ace was a thing, you'd have to bring the Hibana because of the number of hatches you have to open up when you're attacking onto the downstairs. But I think here they kind of get the best of both worlds, where Thermite retains his spot as the big hole opener. Everyone knows his famous quote is opening a big effing hole, go figure. You've got the Ace here, I think, more for the Selmas to make use of those hatches if you need to, but if you're on a site where the Selmas aren't required for hatches, hey, go nuts and start throwing them at walls. Between them, they have got so much destruction, though. Think about it. Although the Selmas aren't as big as, say, a Thermite charge, you still have 5 very decent holes you can open on a number of walls here. So even with the Bandit coming along, they should still be able to find something. Not that that matters right now, because Jonka has found one of those ratty little runouts from Strip Club Runout and managed to pick up one on the other side. Most critically, it's one of those hard breaches we were just discussing, James.
That's a significant blow for Be Kind here, but the deployable shield from Smoke is a little bit too late. And that enables the Zafir to throw that concussion in through the drone hole, which then denies the bandit trick, which allows the Ace to detonate the Selma on the main wall. What a back and forth there. This is one of the things I love about Clubhouse and the way that the meta has developed. There is a counter, and then there's a counter to the counter, and then there's a counter to that counter. And, well, I guess one way to get rid of all the utility and nullify it is just to peek and kill everyone. Eminem is absolutely on point today. What a disgusting 3K. Bonkers steps up massively to finish, or very nearly, this game.
Well, that kind of came out of nowhere. A man going highly aggressive up the back of Catwall, dropping down and killing someone on the doorway, and that's after killing someone through the CCTV breach. The man doesn't miss, and he makes it a 4K for himself. A flawless round to kick things off for Eminem, and Fonkers doing all the work that his team needed. Although given the general flow of that round, I'd go as far as wagering that Eminem looked pretty much in control there. The only wall being opened up was the CCTV one. They had a single Selma remaining with the exothermics gone because Legends died early. That was going to be a tough call, I think, for the other side of Be Kind to find anything in that round unless they came up with a wondrous execute through their single opening inside the CCTV wall.
Yeah, I tried out a Finn joke, because he's from Finland, Finnish, but I don't think it works, unfortunately, because he didn't get the final kill. So I'm kind of sad now, Des, not gonna lie. But hey, good start for Eminem. These guys have clearly not only done their homework to counter out that Montaigne, but they've got so much confidence in their 1v1s. Great run out from the Valk, as you said at the start, from Yonka. And I mean, to be honest, Be Kind of won that utility battle on the Kennel's wall. They managed to breach it open nicely, and they were in progress of exposing the angle at the top of Garage by opening up that single reinforced wall from CCTV to Rafters, when Eminem just decided to go full send and peek absolutely everything. If I'm Be Kind, I'm definitely going to be a bit more cautious in my angles in the future.
Looking at the lineups in this round, we spoke a little bit around the potential use cases for the hard breach operators that were brought along. Here, Legends has played away from playing on the Thermite and is on the Nomad instead. We've got Rivers moving over from playing on the Thatcher. He instead is going to go to that Hibana that we mentioned. No Kaid. We'll say our Kaid is banned away here, I should have said. Of course, we're not going to see it brought along in that case. I was going to say otherwise no Kaid to electrify anything up for them. But clearly the hatches are the least of the concerns for Eminem here. Not going to dedicate too much time to it. Be Kind, I think, should be more worried about this tiny little bullet hole that has been opened up on the other side. And surely he spots it. I think he might have seen it for almost half a second, but completely missed it out. This could be a free opening kill for Funkers if he ever saw one. No.
Decides to play a bit passive, but you can see Be Kind rattled. How much time are they going to spend watching these angles? Eventually it does pay off, and Fonkers shut down early. It's nice to see. Be kind. They're not going to let Eminem walk all over them. Not for the whole game, at least.
I mean, Plonker's trying to re-peek up there when he's already heard a few shots come back through that window. Probably suggests that Be Kind had an idea that something was going on. They may have seen the bullet hole. They may have just known that that's the kind of thing that Fonkers likes to do, and re-peeking it is always going to put you in trouble. It does give them that small advantage that the Legion isn't on side, so you're not going to see two more of those goo mines littering the site later into the round. And otherwise, it's control of dirt. They have two there. That grenade eaten up by an ADS, so users will receive that hot notification that someone is trying to push through dirt and trying to give him something else to think about.
Good drone from Zayden. Spots out users on the bomb side. Be Kind, unusually dedicating so much here into the dirt tunnel. ADS chews up that bit of utility there from Zayden, and Walker looking the drone in through. Users looking for that one as well. This is great information gathered by the French, but still not a lot of progress to be made. Actually, that's a nice pick. C4 in reply, doesn't find anything. We're looking now, can Be Kind begin to take map control, open up that kitchen hatch, because it very much looks like Arsenal is at the forefront of their mind.
Although they have got a couple here playing out, well, a couple playing through, sorry, into dirt, as you mentioned, and a couple more playing down towards the south. You've got Legends, by the looks of it, playing down inside of the tunnel. And you got one playing up on the rappel above them all as well. So with the members they've still got, and there's of course one more lurking around. That'll be El Chico, I think, playing on the drones for them right now. They still, of course, have smokes to play around as well. Yuzu's going to pop up and find two for the team, though. Walkero and El Chico gone, and like that, a minute and a half or so of effort they put in to get themselves into a 5 versus 3, erased by Yuzus on the Valkyrie.
Zayden's been here the whole round, but that Valkyrie has been slipping through his fingers. Legends trying to push through blue. Yonker is holding that angle. It's a 3 versus 3 with just a few seconds left, but Nath does find that kill with the SMG-11. 3 versus 2 now, and there's no chance for Be Kind to get back in this. Completely gassed out, and Zayden will be forced back. Really, it's just exit frags, and thank you, medics. The diffuser's still in kitchen. There is no hope whatsoever of this round swinging back in the French's favor.
I only just realised, to be fair in all of that Nathan has renamed himself to Nath.
Yeah, I was. Well. I noticed that. I was like really unsure whether to call him Nath or Nath. Is that meant to be like an in joke or like a lisp joke?
Nath is the lazy way of saying like Nath with a TH, right? N-A-F-E, like Nath.
Yeah.
The Nath. It's like people who say free as in, yay, I'm free, rather than I'm 3 years old, for example. I think that's kind of what he's going for with that one, but it's definitely Nathan. Don't worry, there has been no mystical roster change at the last second for Eminem. It is very much so the team that was together when they destroyed Na'Vi previously. Gym and Bedroom going to be the third site that we head to, and as you saw, Eminem are currently 2-0 up. That site then looks a lot better for Be Kind, mind you. I think things worked out a lot better. They didn't find themselves running into these gunfights where Fonkers was more than happy to take constant 1v1s. Things were more coordinated, but sadly, when Usus pops off the way that he does and undoes all of your hard work, it's a bit of an uphill struggle there with the time running down towards 0, and smoke canisters still left on the side of Eminem.
Well, the shame is, for me, looking at that from the French's perspective, is they did really dedicate hard to pushing through dirt and oil, but if they maybe had a bit more control in kitchen, they could have leveraged that hatch to completely nullify the position of Yonker deep in Arsenal. That position near the green boxes can be exposed. You can get some really good angles, especially you got an ACOG from that hatch, but I mean, Eminem's just peeking things and winning them. And surely that's not just simply their mechanics trump Be Kind's. That is very rarely the case. Do we see teams at this level have simply just one team can just peek things they shouldn't be allowed to because their mechanics are that much better? Typically, it's the team that is losing out a lot of these 1v1s is not expecting the aggression. Maybe they're tunnel visioning, they've got cluttered comms, and that then affects their ability to take these 1v1s. So I think Be Kind just needs to wake up a little bit. I know it's a bit harsh to say, but start to expect some of these peaks. You can take the advantageous angles. You've got the ACOGs, got those high magnification sights, and start to punish Eminem this aggression that they're getting away with.
They have enough tools here, same as last time, to get these walls open. Thankfully, Legends has not been ran out from Strip Club and killed this time too early. Can commit at least one of those exothermics to his team's efforts to getting this round underway with the CCTV wall being opened up. And now comes the question of where they rotate next. They look towards going in through Garage. They try and take over construction. I spoke about this quite a lot lately, where teams are varying between the two. In the games that we saw earlier on tonight already, we saw a focus in towards Garage especially, whereas in things like EUL, it seems to be the focus instead leans towards taking over construction, pushing into cash from there.
Like that angle there from Fonkers. C4 in the pocket could be tossed up all the way through into Con as well. Keep our eye on that later into the round to see exactly whether that is successful, but Be Kind looking to take control. What is this? That's completely unaddressed, gets a freebie. And, well, I think that tells you a lot about this game so far, Des. M&M are quite literally running circles around Be Kind.
Quite literally, and that feels like one of the most obvious places to put a Claymore as well. Like, I can't think of a round that has gone by where you aren't looking to play up there, where there isn't an air jab or there isn't a Claymore sat on that garage door waiting for someone to go for a run out. Unfortunately, it does work out this way, but that is the Thatcher down and dead. You got Legends, who's rotated all the way across from opening up the CCTV wall right out across towards Strip, and is now looking to push his way back in. Quite a hefty rotate for a Thermite, if I do say so.
Yeah, nice that he at least got that black eye camera on site. Bit sad to see that he's still got a Claymore in his pocket though, and that could have saved his teammate. He's now looking to pressure from below. Oh, but he doesn't commit to the fight. All he does is land a tiny bit of damage onto Fonkers. Remember, that is a very hard-hitting rifle, the 5.56, but Fonkers, he knows not to re-peek, and Yonker as well, ready to flank from below. So, especially with the C4s in the pockets of these players downstairs, I don't think the French have gotten in here.
Not just yet, they haven't, with 2 more kills flying the way of M&M. It barely feels like a challenge in a couple of these rounds. And oh my god, you're walking right in front of a man that has just railed one of your team members from the same spot. Even as C4 comes out to join the party, and impact nades are being thrown as well. Nade's going to swing back out once more and bring down Zyda. And my god, they have closed it out again with a second flawless round in just 3 rounds. I said to you at the start, this could either be really close or incredibly one-sided towards M&M. It definitely feels like it's leaning towards the latter.
Yep, very much so. I think M&M is well and truly in control, and I know a lot of people have been talking about who you expect to come out on top this Challenger League season. We just earlier had a big talk about Penta. Casting their game earlier was just, it was a masterclass. They made short work of Izaku. I was honestly surprised that the Boars were even able to get 2 kills. Sorry, 2 rounds rather, not 2 kills. I'll give him that much credit.
Surprise.
I mean, the Polish are all right, but, you know, the French are struggling here as well. And to loop it back in for a minute and talk about the bigger picture here, who is going to make EUL at the end of the day, right? You've got Penta with their experience through Challenger League, barely missing out last season. You've got teams like M&M who have made short work even of EUL teams such as Na'Vi themselves in their nationals in the UKIN. And I've actually got a quote here from old mate Doki from Na'Vi. He said, "Good luck to the CL teams starting their journey to R6 EUL tomorrow. My bet is on M&M and Penta. IMO, they are well above the rest of the competition. However, prove me wrong, I guess." Well, at the moment, it looks like the results are proving Doki right.
They are definitely in the right way, with Kavana also having that 7-1 in the last game, putting up a fair challenge. And the last time M&M played against Kavana in UKIN, it was a 7-2 to Kavana. That was all the way back on July 2nd in the very first week of UKIN while the team was still taking shape. But I'm always thinking in the back of my mind, what if Kavana hadn't faced off against Na'Vi twice when it came to the playoffs? And what if they'd managed to get their way past Na'Vi potentially and even beat M&M to get that auto spot into CL? There is a lot more heartbreak to come in this story for at least a couple of the teams here in CL, and we are only in the first week. I really can't wait to see how this competition heats up. This round, though, being pretty passive to begin with, 30 seconds in, no one dead. Nice pleasant surprise for Be Kind after how the first few rounds have gone. Otherwise, on the side of M&M on the defense, nothing really big to shout home about. You're looking towards a similar sort of setup once more, where they have the Bandit being brought along to help electrify a couple of these walls. But nothing I think to shout home about for either side, at least initially. It's more trying to deal with those that are playing in sight, and by the looks of it, trying to get control of Garage, given 2 of those walls have now been opened up.
No action, Des? Well, that's because Be Kind is playing so passively and so cautiously. M&M have scared them. I do not whatsoever. M&M has terrified them with all of these runouts and aggressive peaks, even from anchor positions. Good Claymore there, as noted, but you know there are ways to deal with that. You actually can jump out and shoot the Claymore mid-jump if you're fast enough. Be Kind trying to deal with this. I don't think the util is there from the Zofia to counter that bandit trick. Oh, actually, 1 bit goes off. That's a nice job, but Yuzu's managed to get the most of one side wall, and now we're really going to be looking at El Chico to use his final Selma and breach that right side. It's not perfect for Be Kind, but it's something to work with.
It's a wall that's been opened, and after how many they've already opened up in this round, I'd say it's definitely a standing success for them. The thing is, though, it's just given that one angle of attack, and after all the work they committed into Garage, I'm expecting that to be their next point of focus. You can see the drones flooding in there right now. No doubt going to have noted that Fonkers is indeed up on that walkway. But looking at the drones as well, only a few out in the field right now. They've killed over half of them on the side of M&M. So when it comes around to Be Kind's execute, this might come in somewhat blind for them, and they've still got a few magnets to clear out on that catwalk.
In particular, speaking of drones, El Chico, he's completely out and out of utility, so he's basically just a gun at this point. Dats finds one from down an oil pit. Be Kind desperately trying to take control of Garage, but breaching these two bottom walls doesn't make much difference if you can't move up forward. And of course, Legend's taken out. Fonkers is playing passively. He knows he doesn't even need to peek, despite that 3k he got from this position in the last round. Nade may come up from the sledge, but Be Kind just... is he out of nades or what?
I don't know so much out of nades, more that he can't, because there's an ADS up there. There's two magnets still deployed. Like, what do you do? Well, apparently, El Chico walks up the stairs and just kills him anyway. Beautiful to find a kill for them. That clears Garage out, but M&M have cleaned them up elsewhere. They're only down to 2 men left alive. Yes, they have Garage with only 10 seconds left. It's been a bit too slow, I'm afraid, here, boys. M&M put them in the dirt once again in convincing fashion, and these rounds are just flying by. What I can't believe the most is Group A tonight. We saw 36 rounds, every single game going to a draw or 7-5. Here in Group B, we've seen 3 rounds so far go the way of the losing side. This has been a speed run in Group B. They're not messing about.
It's a tough draw, isn't it? Yeah, I feel sorry for some of these teams like Be Kind and the Boars, who haven't really had, and August as well, I suppose, who haven't had the chance to show their true potential because they're going up against these insanely good teams. But of course, we are in Challenger League. There's no handouts here, and teams like M&M aren't going to take any prisoners whatsoever. Now, are you a betting man, Des? You want to say how many rounds do you reckon BK is going to get here?
The thing is, they have got 4 kills in 4 rounds. I wish there was a piece of evidence I could cling to suggest they might get something, but I'm not feeling optimistic. And given most of the... On this M&M side, we have a little bit of history where I think across the UK, Crazy was the lineup that I think of that had a lot of experience in attacking onto Clubhouse. And looking across the team now, I'm thinking that there are some remnants of Crazy in here. I wouldn't be surprised if their preference, and this is genuinely a preference they would often pick to start attack on Clubhouse, has carried across to this team. And I asked them at the time, what's the philosophy behind starting attack on Clubhouse? And they said, we're so confident we can get at least 3 rounds on attack, but we know we can go into the second half and the other side is going to be nervous about it. And no one expects us to pick attack first, so it just kind of helps. Bit of a mental game thrown in there as well, but we just know we can be successful. And given how they're doing on defense here, I would be very, very surprised if we get to round number 7, where M&M go on to attack. They then turn out to lose that round. This might turn out to be the first 7-0, and I'm willing to bet you a beverage of your choice when we do eventually get ourselves together in Paris. Unless you agree with me, in which case we can just buy each other a drink and call it a day.
Yeah, I'm cool to go for the trade. I think M&M's probably got this cut and dried. I would love to see Be Kind get in this with run round, but it's a story of two opposites, right? M&M, the team that has exceeded even the EUL professional teams in their local region, winning over Na'Vi and Yukin, and Be Kind, who has really struggled in the French League, which is stacked full of EUL teams. In fact, Be Kind, they qualified 5th. Above them was only EUL teams, which is why they got the spot halfway through the French League season. But a couple of play days more along, they've even dropped behind 2 more teams that aren't in EUL. They're currently sitting in 7th. They are literally dead last place in the French League right now. I think Be Kind may be a bit out of their depth here.
Quite possibly. And speaking to a few coaches around the scene who have scrimmed against them and played them, they said, actually, they aren't that bad. They're not as bad as the numbers would suggest. And just seeing it on paper that they've only got 2 wins. I believe one of those was against Team Vitality, who we know have looked shaky for the longest time. And one of them was a default win anyway. So I guess you could put that as saying there is 1 win for this team right now. And yes, the other one on paper is there, but isn't really a thing. Yeah, on paper it looks bad. And I thought, okay, I'll give them a chance. I'll see how they play come into the actual Challenger League season. And you have got one of the toughest, if not the toughest opponent you could face in game number 1. But this is not a good look, boys. Fonkers getting the opening kill. And once more, they're just finding themselves stuck. Here playing inside of oil. They've got a couple pushing down inside. Once more in dirt. What can they actually achieve from this? And when does Yuzu's toggle on and just murder everyone?
You can kind of imagine what this push would look like if Bekind did have a Monty, but of course that being banned out really has changed things. Now my question, is this impact trick successful? Goodbye Selmas, and yeah, there is absolutely no chance. Absolutely no chance of that kitchen hatch getting open thanks to Rivers being the first pick, and those Selmas now destroyed. M&M are like, we know we have the advantage, but we're just gonna pick bloody everything. This is our server, get the F out. And they look to be in complete control of this game.
It is brutal because Rivers has been the first kill in this round for them. Legends was the first kill a couple of rounds back when he was on the Thermite. They are just bleeding hard breaches, quite literally. And now this looks like another flawless round coming in. Nathan on the stairs. That's going to be the third flawless round in 5 rounds. I touched on saying they found 4 kills in 4 rounds. That's now 4 kills in 5 rounds. Oof. This is not a look, boys. This is not a look.
Yeah, I'm not at all looking forward to the CGG ratings after this game.
No.
If you thought that Vitality versus G2 game was bad, that everyone kicked up a fuss about Fabian's low rating and how that was called out, you don't want to be watching after this one. Like, I feel like I want to say good things about Bekind, and it's not like I'm being overly negative. They are just quite simply out of their depth. This is a team who has done great things before, and they've leveraged, for example, the Monty on this map to get that win against Vitality. Now, that's fantastic. You playing in one of the most competitive national circuits in Europe, in the French League, where literally half the teams play in EUL, and you can't really hold your own there, but you can still pick up a win here or there, or maybe a few draws. You're coming up against the best that UK has to offer. Yeah, quite simply outgunned, out-strategized, and I think they'll be out of this game before too long.
I'm going to break a cardinal sin here and reference something I've seen Doki say in chat, where he said, in my opinion, looking at some of the best UK teams, they are some of the best going. Looking across Kavana, across Audacity, across M&M, they are some of the best. And naturally, there are a few challengers that are saying, well, what about Lowland Lions? What about Penta? There are obviously others still going in here that are going to be able to present a credible threat to them. But he does have a point that we do have a lot of talent in the UK. And M&M are one of these orgs that always seem to pull players that you just know are going to turn into superstars, and oddly enough, Doki is one of those players. Look at Navi's journey. It all started as M&M losing out to Team Secret season after season in the UK Premiership, only for them to finally break that curse, step over them, qualify through Challenger League and knock Secret down in the process, and go on to win the whole thing last year. And it's almost feeling like, again, everyone is saying M&M is the favoured team to make it out of Challenger League. Can you believe that M&M might be the organisation that gets 2 teams into EUL, yet isn't present themselves there as an org? That is a genuinely crazy thought.
Yeah, absolutely a possibility here. Props to the M&M organization for supporting these teams as they rise to power. And
their owner is doing a lot of cooking these days. He posts some very, very delicious looking photos. He's also a photographer, so I'm like, please stop. You've got a delicious team. You've got delicious dishes on Twitter. It's not fair.
Well, oh no, that missed drone. Beautiful from Yonka not to shoot it. And now he's hoping a player will just enter and give him a freebie. Remember, this is gym and bedroom, and Das is still holding garage, but Zayden does spot out the Valkyrie rotating through lounge. A C4 could well be deployed on the CCTV floor from below in lounge. Indeed, that's what Yonka's going for, but Das finds the kill anyway. Nade is an air ball. Zayden goes down, that's the Ash. Walker all the way in oil pit as we saw him enter from dirt really early on, but M&M still have control of effectively the entire damn map right now. Bekind desperately looking for a pick.
They have a pre-play C4 and CCTV as well, I think. So Walker's going to probably rotate through and try and challenge onto it. But look at this again. Again and again and again and again. M&M to step up and find everything. Hey, look, there's kill number 5 for the whole game. El Chico bringing down Nate, but he gets traded out pretty much straight after. Woo! 5 kills in 6 rounds. I don't know if I've seen a bruising this bad inside T2 or T1 ever.
Did you watch the Tempo game in NAL?
No, I was sleeping, believe it or not. It's a thing we do around that sort of time of day here in the UK.
I think Tempo were as well, honestly, Des.
Was it really that bad? I heard it was a stomping, but I didn't know it was that bad.
Pretty horrendous. But hey, we get some of those one-sided games here in EU as well, apparently. M&M looking to make it a 7-0 at the moment as they flex onto their attack. Now, you mentioned the philosophy of starting attack, starting defense earlier. For me, I think it was the right decision. Now, admittedly, I know Eminem won the coin flip. I'm not sure whether that means they got first ban. I don't know if that means they got to pick the side. But whoever chose the side, clearly it is favoring Eminem. Defense is likely to be where a team is more comfortable, very typically. You mentioned Eminem are extra confident on their attacks. That's great. But if you start in your defense, you get such a significant lead. Imagine you are Be Kind right now. Imagine you are Rivers or Legends who hasn't found a single kill this entire game. Imagine if you're the others who are just struggling to even communicate. They're getting outgunned, they're getting out-strategized, they can't fall back onto their comfort pick of the Monty. Everything is going against Be Kind right now. And yes, they're on their defense. They should be able to hopefully clinch out something. Eminem have all the momentum behind them, and I think that the waves are going to crash and there'll be nothing left to Be Kind at the end of this round.
You know what pains me the most is, like, there's not even a justification for this where you could turn around and say, and I hate to really funnel so much on a team here who may well be transformed next week, but you could turn around and say, they changed something in the team. They're on new roles. They have got some communication problems, or there's other out-of-game issues. Like, whatever it might turn around to be, I genuinely don't think there is an excuse for all 5 players to be able to find any frags in this game. Like I said, total so far, 5 across 6 rounds. Even if the team plays in tatters, you would hope at the very least you'd be able to frag. But there is literally 0 going for them. Again, I don't think I mean, even thinking back to like days of like pre-EUL, like looking back at past competitions, looking at SI, looking back to tier 3, I haven't seen this kind of play. This at least is a good sign though. Walker finding one onto Dats as he drops in a little bit aggressively there. Even though you're ahead, boys, let's not get too cocky here. If you want to end this game cleanly, now's the time to do it, because Dev owes me a drink if you do so, and I owe him one as well.
Roam clear at the moment for Eminem. Fonk is dry peeking everything. It's the confidence Eminem have, but there's a very fine line, Des, between confidence and laziness. And I wouldn't want to see Eminem slip. I do kind of want to see the flawless 7-0. Would just be such a statement for Eminem. And, well, who knows whether that round difference may end up being relevant at the end of the day. We've seen teams be so very close and just barely miss out on EUL in the past. Penta springs to mind. They had such a good run through CL, but even narrow miss here or there may make the difference, and you'd be surprised how frequently we have to break ties with round differences and other methods. The 7-0 here may just help out Eminem, but for Be Kind, I will have some kind of consolation. Oh, there you go. Nice shot from Nave, but some kind of reconciliation for Be Kind here is, look, every single match that you play against a good team, every single loss is a chance to improve. You need to be taking this as a learning experience. Yeah, give it your best, try and win. But this is a great way to learn and then take the fight to some of the more achievable teams in CL.
Well, hopefully Zyden learns that when you're the only player with impact nades, you shouldn't be the one trying to peek onto those holes vertically. Gets himself taken out, and that is the kitchen hatch opened up relatively comfortably. I think now on the side of Eminem, they've got open what they need to have open. The full camp is still alive somehow. So they're in a spot now where they should be able to go for an execute relatively soon. But with that time running down to 30 seconds or so, you get one shot at this, boys. All Be kind of got to do is just snag out the diffuser, catch someone off guard when they're not paying attention, and they could find themselves with their first round on the board.
Yonker is in the perfect position to close this out. All he has to do is cover Nave. There is no C4. Rivers, what are you doing? Have you got the C4 in the pocket? It comes out far too late, and he loses his head for it. All of the players are dropping like flies. UK massive, UK 7-0. And Eminem make their debut in the Challenger League by completely putting to bed Be Kind.
I winced at the end of that. God, he had a C4 in the back pocket. They must have known the drop came through. Yet no C4 came out until, what, 8 or 9 seconds after the fact that it even started planting? That was... Like we said, Group B, man, is on something tonight. These games have been so quick. And look again, 6 kills across 7 rounds. Oh my goodness.
I remember seeing a note in one of our production chats earlier on in the night saying, oh, we're running behind schedule, you know, make this faster. And I was just like, don't worry, guys, the last game's going to be pretty quick. I will say, I think I know why their name is Be Kind, because that's what they're asking to their opponents when they're playing their matches.
Be kind to us, please. We've had a rough day. It hasn't been a good game. So hopefully the future opponents look at the name rather than just think, right, let's smack these kids into the ground and prove that we're here to show something. Either way, that was a very impressive show by M&M. Regardless of what you want to say about Be Kind, that was still M&M playing incredibly well from round 1 with Funkers finding the 4K all the way through to round 7 to close the whole game out. Nothing else really to say about it, I don't think, James.
No, it's done. That's it. M&M, take the dub, move on.
You know what the scariest thing is? The analysts have now got to try and break this down. So you guys have fun with that.
Good luck.
Let's go over to them now.
Why do you try to make our lives much harder? By the way, let's all compliment James on that rightful burn. Oh my God, I love sassy early in the morning, James. It's wonderful to hear. I gotta say, Jess, please fill us in because this was just difficult. This is difficult.
Do you remember when the French had a white flag in like the 19th century or 18th century? And it was just a white flag. I'm 90% sure that's what Be Kind we're trying to replicate today. Please, we surrender.
But that's the 18th century royal flag. It also had the golden fleur de lis on it. It wasn't just white flag. But
they
I see your
did
point,
just have a white flag at one point. I remember this history class.
No,
it was,
it was
pure
white flag with gold fleur de lis on it.
Let me send you a screenshot,
1800s.
guys.
1800s.
Just watch the production
you do
chat.
that. We can have a little bit of a history lesson.
Just
but
watch the broadcast
I think
chat.
this game should be history here for us.
I can't let the pictures. Right, hold up. New challenge today. You know the other chat. Okay, this is
I
what
can't
I
believe we're
asked.
going through a history. Is this how much time we saved in that game that we have enough time for a whole history lesson here? Is that what we're really doing?
Okay,
Because the sun
I
is
asked
shining
them-
into my eyes and we really don't have all time for this happen.
I asked them for their logo. An issue in Minecraft. I don't know what you just did.
Production, why? Why did production?
Jess is non-existent. See, you know what? People made fun of my webcam for so long that this is the moment for everybody to feel it. Jess, you talk so much trash about French teams that our French production that you forgot existed. Was listening
Check
in.
broadcast channel, people, because when I asked them for the logo, this is what they sent me.
Okay, let me verbally tell you what we're seeing. They sent a logo
Just
to
a white
hack, and
flag.
it's just a white flag, as expected.
It is just a white spot.
That's all right. You know what? Let's see what are the takeaways for
Serious
Eminem at the end of this, because the focus for me right now is that Eminem is facing against Kovana next week, and both teams have had easy games today in terms of their overall performance and scoreline. How does this set you up mentally for the next Playday, just from your perspective as a washed-up coach?
Look, washed-up coach, probably don't have the best opinion on. No, we were speaking about it before in our private comms, and I said, look, that's something you don't actually really want to walk away with. You probably want a good matchup for the most part, because if you go into next week thinking this is easy breezy, all good. I mean, I've even named the groups. What did I name them on my Excel sheet? I say Group A is Group Arduous, because it's actually a hard task being in Group A, and Group B is Basic. I'm going to call them basic bitches from now on, because that's exactly what Group B has turned out to be.
All right.
And it's a nice little way to end
Everybody
the,
makes my life just so much harder. It's a fire album. It's my Friday night. Come on, man. Why do you gotta make it so
No, but
more
I think the
difficult?
mentality for them, they might think it's a little bit easy. Kavana's a known quantity for them, so hopefully they don't come in underestimating their opponents. That's the big takeaway, I think, for Eminem.
I think we got to look at Be Kind here. There is definitely some stuff they need to improve on. First of all, don't just throw your Selmas on the hatch and don't expect impacts to come through. Try and contest it. Just basic stuff that seemed to be missing here today. If you manage to pick that up, I'm pretty sure they're going to be putting up good fights later on in the season.
All right, let's have a quick chat with Eminem. We got Nathan on the board.
Ooh.
Hello.
Evening, Nathan. Congratulations. Hell of a game, wasn't it?
It was a decent game.
We can't hear you, by the way.
Are you not? Oh,
Make sure your mic's on.
That should be alright. Yeah, can you hear me?
There you go.
Hello.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I said it's a decent game. Well, for us, yeah.
Decent game. Okay, you know what? We were talking about this just now, that this game, because of how quote-unquote easy it was for you as a squad, that it might set you up in the wrong way against Kovana next week, who are a team that really up and coming in your group. What's your take on this?
Well, I mean, we know Kawana from Prim. I mean, they beat us on the first Playday, so we're definitely not going to be taking it easy. We didn't get to like get our so-called revenge on them in the finals, but so this will be the so-called like revenge next week.
Definitely a storyline that we're going to be looking into. Preparation-wise, though, against a team like Be Kind, you still have a lot of VODs, I guess, on them relatively, as they do on you, off of their nationals. How do you kind of set yourself up against the middle-of-the-pack team from the French league?
Well, Sparkso is our coach, and we have an unannounced analyst. They do a lot of work behind the scenes for us, so they had everything set up for us. So we knew exactly what they were going to do before coming into this game. So I think they made it 10 times easier for us coming into this game.
Understandable. Clubhouse pre-planned, you see?
Yes, definitely.
Is it just more playing into your comforts of using the technicality to overwhelm your opponent, or what's your take?
Yeah, I think with Clubhouse, it's more of like a teamwork coordination-based map. And I think with them, they do, I say, off-meta attacks.
Mm-hmm.
Cute. Get out. Yep. Get out. Turn on the light and get out. Okay. Sorry about that.
Well, who was that?
It was my little brother. It was my little brother. Apologies.
Don't worry, I have a little brother as well that used to do the same thing to me, so don't worry about it.
Anyways, yeah, as I was saying, Clubhouse, I think we're better as a coordinated team. So I think that worked in our favour in general.
All right, Nathan, congratulations on your victory. I guess this is definitely a statement here. We'll see how you guys fare against Kovana next week. That's definitely a matchup. You said revenge. We're going to hammer that in as a story for next Friday. Anything you'd like to say to the M&M fans out there?
Thank you for all the support, and hopefully we can do the same performance next week.
Well, we'll see how that goes. Again, Nathan, congratulations on your victory. We'll see you next Friday on the main channel against Kovana Gaming. It's going to be a hell of a match, if you ask me.
Yes.
Until then, good night and have a good weekend.
Good night as well. And you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Proper lad, I'd say.
That was cute.
Little brother, we need more of him. Turning off the light.
I mean,
Do you think he sabotaged him on purpose? Because it was coincidentally
did.
good timing.
It's really good timing.
wait, who here has siblings? You both have siblings.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jess, older, younger?
I have an older brother and a younger brother, so I was beaten up a lot as a kid. Yeah, I mean, you can tell.
Oh my god. That's why you're ruthless. Yeah, the nose. Hap?
I have a younger brother.
How is he?
He's doing well.
Jess, your nose is super cute. We're not shaming anybody. See what you did there? I love your nose. It's very cute. Hap, please.
He's younger than me.
And?
Yeah, he's doing very well, yes.
I
don't beat him up and he doesn't beat me up, so.
Okay, good. A healthy relationship. I see where this is going. All right. So at the end of the night, Jess would like to say anything.
Yeah, I'd like to say I think I have a very cute nose. You know, it's a slope.
You do,
I think it's okay. No, but I'm very happy that we had some really good competition, especially in Group A. I mean, I obviously was ragging on Group B and stuff like that, but for the most part, what we really need to step up and say here is that all of these national leagues feeding into Challenger League now, yes, there are going to be some naturally weaker teams, but please, please, please don't rag on those regions. Give them time to elevate their skill, their ability to play against these other really, really formed nations already. You know, UK, for example, France, for example, and unfortunately Be Kind was 5th in their national league, and that's probably not the best representation of what France has to offer, let's be honest, the best in Europe at the moment. So I want us all to give them time. I want us all to respect the format as it exists, and I think, over the next few seasons, we'll really see this elevate all of Europe, all of the nations, and we can have some national pride for some of our players.
Especially with the World Cup coming up.
Oh, yes.
You might see some of these players somehow part of this, if not part of the teams or management of it, but at least part of the fans and people cheering for their squad. Definitely high expectations for the World Cup levels here. Hap, your final points.
Well, we saw Group A indeed, which was like how I hoped that this Challenger League would be starting off, and then we had Group B with some of those smacks indeed, as Jess said. They still need to get some little things right before they're going to be able to compete as closely as Group A went. But that was what everybody was afraid of. So we have both those pictures here today, and I'm sure it's only going to get closer from here on forward.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thanks so much for being here today. Long week, I'm sure. We've gone through exactly 300 rounds of Rainbow Six in the week. All of us, exactly 300 rounds. I went through the count. Good shout outs to our observer medics, by the way, for getting through this whole week. Can't wait to see how Easy reacts to all of that come a couple days from now. But yeah, it was a hell of a week. We're gonna have some more of these as we continue to champion EU, APAC, and of course the European Challenger League. New here, finally on the Rainbow Six channel with full coverage. Can't wait to see more of these players and these teams in the future. As again, World Cup is coming up very soon. From production though, thank you so much for being here. From us to the talent team, we're so happy for you to join us. From Ubisoft as well here at EMEA, our Parisian office. Yeah, that's it. Good night. Have a good evening. Have a great Feierabend for everybody out there. Enjoy your weekend. Relax. We'll see you back on Monday. Until then, if you still want some more Siege, don't worry. There'll be some Brazil action come then with Ace and Jackie. Love you. Good night.
We get to see talent from all over Europe as they come up through their respective national.
Something like that.
all pairs.
Yeah, good times. It's been a while though, and I'm keen to get in here.